forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Not those maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 3-2. Ball four. He missed just a little bit outside with a fastball. That forces in Rengifo, and the Angels win in walk-off fashion on a walk-off walk by Nolan Shonowell. 6-5 the final score.
A wild way to start the Tuesday Tolo edition of Sean and RJ on your official home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we say hello to those on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, including Cam and Dwayne. A wild one yesterday to start off a series loss.
Yeah, very anticlimactic way to end that game. A walk-off walk I suppose it's better than a walk-off balk, although that's more rare. But this is the one of the worst ways to end it. You had tied the game, you had the momentum, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. It's gone quite quick, especially when you have a chance in the top half of that inning, and then you have the right guy up. You had Seager up with a man on first and nobody out, and then he immediately grounds into a double play. By the way, don't bring the bunt stuff here. You don't bunt Corey Seager. You don't bunt your best hitter in a big spot.
Not with the way he's been going, especially.
Yeah, I don't care if he hasn't touched a baseball in a month.
Yeah.
You don't bunt Corey Seager with a man on in a tie game, especially to get to Simeon, who I don't care what he's doing now. He's an old man. But tough luck for Jake. That not necessarily deserving to win, but also not deserving to get a no decision either. Bassick put on a clinic with the tipping of pitches or whatever he was doing. Because I think most announcers don't sit there and say there's no reason he should take that pitch. When Soler did it twice on back-to-back pitches, he was on it. So Jake was doing something, and he kind of figured it out.
Yeah, you lose games. I guess you have walk-off walks as a way to lose a game when you tied the game by striking out, reaching first on the strikeout, and then getting getting brought home on the next pitch. It's disappointing.
It's like a kick in the nuts every morning coming in here talking about them to start off.
Yeah.
It's a different kick in the nut, a different angle to give you the nauseous feeling in your stomach. Josh Smith had a quote a while back, and he said, "Bad teams find ways to lose." And that's what's been happening to them. I asked you guys last week for the stats on losing games in the 9th inning or extra innings. Bobby, you had the team ERA that was really, really ugly. But if they're in the 8th and they're tied, just run to Vegas for the live betting on the Rangers ending up losing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like last night, even with that walk that Hobie Milner gives up at the end of the game, he got up 0-2 instantly.
Yeah.
And he still walks the dude. Like, I mean, it's just, and that's the thing. Like you said, bad teams find ways to lose. This team generally finds ways to lose, which means this is probably a bad team. And
well, not bad.
This team's
they're
bad
mid.
relative. Yeah, they're bad relative to the top of the league. Like, they're not Houston. They're not, whoever. Like, they're not one of the better teams in baseball right now. And then they're probably not going to be, no matter what moves they make.
By the way, gutsy take on that walk at the end. It's 3-2. You know he's going to throw a strike. He throws a fastball, dots it outside. What a gutsy take that is. Because it did miss. It didn't miss by much, especially when Milner comes from so far close to the first base side. That ball's crossing the U. It's gutsy take there. I thought for sure he was swinging.
That was a tight strike zone last night, though. There were a couple different times where it's like, well, that was a strike. Why is that not getting rung up at all? And so, I mean, this is the luxury you also have when the bases are loaded and there's one out, is that you can have a little bit of those
with Trout up,
gutsier takes.
With Trout up on deck, it's like if you're Schnall.
God bless you.
Yeah, he had to know there's zero chance they're going to throw him a purpose ball there. They're not going to obviously walk in the winning run. They obviously didn't want Trout either. They wanted to induce a ground ball double play.
The Rangers' lone all-star goes 5 innings, gives up 5 hits, 3 earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Here's Bochy on deGrom's outing.
They battled hard against him. He had to work hard. First 3 innings had over 60 pitches. Both guys. I don't think anybody saw the game going quite like this with 2 all-stars. But, we battled their guy well. They battled our guy well. And here's Jacob. Yeah, he went 5, but, 3 runs. We have the lead at that point. But, they get the big double there. That changed things. And then, of course, the 2-out hit to put them ahead.
Yeah, this was supposed to be the big pitching matchup between Jake and Kikuchi.
Cooch. Yeah, the Cooch is good, man. He's having a second. I think it's his second All-Star appearance that he's getting. It was a nice pickup by Anaheim. By the way, those uniforms, go back to those. Dump the crap that they used for those the 90s Tim Salmon ones stunk.
No,
their
those
current
are good.
ones stink. These last night were the best Angel uniforms. Go back to the California Angels. Go back to that name. ditch the Los Angeles, Anaheim crap. Go back to California Angels. Go back to those uniforms. Those are better.
They look like...
Should we be the Texas Cowboys?
No, but we were not initially the Texas Cowboys.
But we're in Arlington now.
That's right. Yes, we were. But they were, I guess, technically the Los Angeles
DFW Cowboys?
No. Yeah, it would be more like the Dallas Cowboys of Arlington would be like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. But no, I mean, last night, like deGrom, he deserves a lot of credit for battling the way he did because early on it looked like he was going to get knocked out of that game earlier than he did. But I mean, even still, that 5 innings, which is, it looks like a decent performance on the line score. That even still is the shortest outing he's had in about 2 months. Because every outing he's had other than that has gone into the 6th inning. Like he's gotten an out in the 6th at the very minimum.
Latest trade possibilities continue to be put out by different publications. And this is a Ranger option for a bat.
It's the one player every team should trade for or away before the deadline. And for the Rangers, it's trading for Josh Naylor, who he did the rock the baby rounded second base after I think it was against Garrett Cole rounded second base.
Yep.
But obviously it would help out the offense. They rank 22nd in the majors in OPS at first base, last at DH. So he could help both. Chase
rate is you swing at balls outside of the zone. Doesn't necessarily mean you miss them. It just means you swing at balls that are outside the zone. Josh Young, for instance, would be the king of chase rate. And then whiff rate is obviously like, of those swings, how many are you missing, whether they're in the zone or out of the zone? So Naylor's a guy he's a bad ball hitter. So his chase rate over the last few years, he's 13th percentile, 25th, 4th, 24th. He's not got a disciplined eye. But he's always making contact. It's like Pablo Sandoval.
Like Vlad.
So he's 72nd.
So his whiff rate is low.
His whiff rate, he's in the 72nd percentile, 64th, 80th, and 81st. So even though he's somebody who, even though the strike zone's kind of expanded, he's going to make consistent contact, which is something they need right now because they've got a lot of problems still at the plate. It's gotten better. They've averaged, since I said they needed to average 4.5 runs over a 32-game stretch or whatever, they're at like 4.6, 4.7. So, I mean, they've gotten better, but it's not quite. It hasn't matched up with how some of the pitching has come down.
Balls in play. Got to start getting more balls in play, right? And if he's got, I don't care if he's got a high chase rate. Now that'll age poorly. The high chase rate might age a little poorly, but if he can still get bat to ball, I mean that's kind of what they need. They need less strikeouts.
Kat on the fan cam says, talk about heartburn. The Rangers will do it for you. The Rangers suck. And then just in terms of what you're thinking, adding a bat will do what right now? Like adding Naylor will do what? It doesn't feel like that much or enough.
A single bat, you're looking at, hopefully extending the lineup a little bit. And will that kind of allow them to have what essentially amounts to a deeper lineup? That's what you're hoping for, because one bat doesn't seem like it does a terrible amount, because you're only going to come 4 times a game.
Chris Young just has to be honest about how much better the offense can be, which is something that we've talked about. It feels like they've just been waiting around for a year and a half for like, oh, they'll get better, they'll start hitting the ball better. It's like, we've waited enough time now. It feels like enough of a sample size to say they're not going to hit enough. So either you need to do a massive buy at the deadline, you need to go get 4 players, basically 3-4 bats, something like that, or you need to say this isn't it and we got to retool a little bit. And it sucks because this was supposed to be the window that we initially targeted, but we got to retool a little bit and we got to start acquiring more pieces that can be here into the future.
We have some more details on why Cavante Turpin got pulled over in the first place with the pistol and the less than 2 ounces of marijuana. He was going 97. He was pulled over at 11:49 p.m. on Saturday after he was going 97 in a 70 in his 2022 Dodge. During the stop, authorities said there was an unholstered 9mm in plain view in the back of the car, less than 2 ounces of weed in the center console. Booked. See you later.
Who among us hasn't gone 97 with a gun in the back seat, though? Especially, like, I mean, if you want to talk about responsible, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it holstered. It's not on him. He can't reach it. It's not even in the passenger seat.
Well,
he threw it in the back.
not.
He's not a big guy. He's a small guy. I don't think he can reach back there with his arm length and get to the gun. I think that it's kind of a reach to say that he was doing anything wrong.
Interesting. I like the thought process there.
I'm better called chopping it.
You would think for a pro athlete and the salary, especially the 3 for $18 that he just signed, the 2 ounces, and this is pure speculation, the 2 ounce weed on his person would have been a pickup and not the distribution. It'd be like Malik Beasley. Like, why are you gambling on prop bets within an NBA game with your salary? Obviously, he got in way deep with the wrong people, like a barber and a dentist. But it's like, is
he's not trying
Cavante
to
really pushing 2 ounces?
No, he's not trying to make a couple $100, right? He's not trying to make any kind of money off this. That's his own personal stash. It just so happens that that's the law, right? That's why they write the law. Then the speeding, now he broke 3 laws. Instead of breaking 2 laws at a time, he broke 3 laws at a time, because now you got a 97 and a 70, which I suppose they could go with for a reckless driving charge on that one too. It's like you keep adding it up.
Yeah, I think that has to be, in order for it to be, like obviously he can't have the weapon on him related to everything, but I think in order for it to be the intent to sell, I think he's got to have, the reason why it specifies less than 2 ounces, I think it has to be 2 or more with a gun. Then it becomes intent to sell, because it's like you've got so much and you've got a weapon. It just looks like that's what it's some amount. I don't know if it's more than 2 ounces, but I know there is some number amount that if you have it, that's when it becomes intent to sell.
This is where common sense comes into play, though. Sean's right. Like, a guy who just signed like an $18 million, $20 million contract probably isn't looking to sell and push 3 ounces of weed. Right.
But it's why he's a knucklehead,
But
too.
it's why, but you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, what is he actually going to make off of that?
And then you're like, okay, with the gun, you know, is he protecting his deal? Maybe he just has his gun in the car.
A lot of people have guns in their car. Like, my entire neighborhood has a gun in their truck. Like, literally, the entire neighborhood. Under the seat, in a lockbox, wherever you want it.
That's why a lot of people are like, oh my God, what a dummy, what a moron. And it's like, if you take all 3 things individually, I get it. Like, driving 97 and a 70.
That's the worst. 97 and a 70 is the worst.
You're not thinking I'm driving around with weed. Oh my God, this is a problem. Like, everybody smokes nowadays, legal here and there, legal in the National Football League, basically. And then the gun, we're in Texas, where you can have it in your vehicle.
We're in America. The whole country, you're allowed to have it. Right? I mean,
you can, but you have to have it holstered. So it's not. And
holstered means what? Like in the glove compartment?
No, I think
on you.
I don't know the exact definition of it, but I mean the fact that
I'd rather have it in the back seat than sitting on my.
Yeah, you can have it. So you literally in the holster.
Yeah.
Right.
But you can have it loose.
You cannot have it in the back. He can't just have his gun like flopping around the back seat.
It would have to be like under.
And especially given his criminal record, I don't think
that's true. I don't know what was he charged with a felony or
regardless he's being a dummy. Like that's the biggest problem here is like it's 97 speeding 30 miles per hour over the speed limit, knowing you have weed and a loose gun in the car is zero awareness on Madden.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franco Injury Attorney text line. We have a Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. We will ask Reddit at 7:40. PP in the morning with Peyton Phillip Russell below the belt and the Red Zone at 9:20 for your football fix. But have the Lakers done enough to screw up Luka committing long-term and the next big name that could cause the Mavs more headaches in the West? We'll bring it to you next on Sean and RJ 105.
one thing, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon custard?
Razor Blade.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybes?
Brie club?
No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Because it's Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wrecking attorneys in Dallas.
I don't know what's more disturbing in Vegas, if it's what they think of the Dallas Cowboys upcoming season or the Dallas Mavericks next year. Because my itchy gambling finger would be betting on both. We've already covered ad nauseum 7.5, 8 wins for the Cowboys. More on that during the Expressway as we go inside the Star. But yesterday, Bet Online sent me, and we've had what other articles talking about the Mavericks being disappointing? 17th in power rankings. Yep. That's not good. 28-1 to win the championship behind teams like the Atlanta Hawks and the Detroit Pistons. And I'm like, what? Now, we did play Kyrie yesterday saying, will you be back for the playoffs? Oh, I wouldn't necessarily go there. Now, whether he is just answering things nicely in public, maybe, but that was not an encouraging answer whatsoever. But Bet Online after the offseason, is this a huge miss from Shams, by the way, when he said craziest offseason of all time? That to me seems like a big miss.
It's pretty bad. I don't know. I said this a couple weeks ago. To me, comes off way more like a shill for sources than Woj ever did. And it seems like it's getting worse. But yeah, I mean, the Lillard buyout was insane. Durant got traded. I guess if you put it on a scale like that, and maybe he knew Cooper
names.
Flagg was going to end up with the Mavericks. He knew they were going to win the lottery because it seems like the league knew that, and so maybe he got tipped off to that.
Wendy is the best NBA insider. It's not even close.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't even break stories. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm like, when's the last time Windhorse actually broke anything? Never. He is like their lead best analyst.
Yeah, he's an insider, right? He's like an information gatherer, not a reporter. That's how I look. I separate the out. I don't expect him to break stories. I don't know that they even do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they expect him to just have insider information.
Initially, he did.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of his thing early on. There was a TikTok up the other day that kind of talked about this, actually. That was when did Wendy flip? When did Wendy stop? Now he just talks like analyst stuff. When did this happen? And it was this whole discussion about when LeBron went on McAfee and talked about Brian Windhorst was just really flippant towards him. And it's just it seems like after that point, he got very all right, screw these players. I don't owe them anything. And he's become more just I'm talking about the game. I'm not doing any insider stuff. And he got treated wrong, I felt in that whole LeBron thing to begin with.
Yeah, but I don't think
before that.
He didn't change anything after that. I don't think there was a big change. He takes all the inside info that he knows and talks about the game, but he doesn't break anything.
What he did was the Utah thing. What is Utah? The fingers up, right?
Yeah.
That was...
He connects all the dots.
He connects the dots. Yeah. He wasn't trying to break any news. He was just look for this.
Yeah.
Like Mike Silver or something like that, where Silver knows all this stuff and then he doesn't break any of it. He just talks about it in retrospect.
Man, I have an inordinate amount of NBA bets for next year that I'm just looking at that I've already placed.
We'll give them to us after this. Here's Bet Online. Last year, the Dallas Mavericks opened at 50.5 wins. They finished with 39. What are they opening with for next season?
Win total, 41.5.
44.5.
RJ wins closest to 39.5.
Whoa.
Am I the only...
That sounds like they don't think Kyrie's playing next year.
Right. That's under 500.
39.5 is... that sounds like they know something about, Kyrie's just not playing.
Remember I asked you yesterday, RJ, whether they bake the injury possibilities into the win totals? This would seem like they are.
Yeah.
39 under 500 team.
I mean, that's what they were last year. They were 39-43.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that's nuts. They add Flagg. They allegedly are supposed to have a full season of Anthony Davis. They're going to get Kyrie. These are all the things we're assuming. And for them to say it'll be the same as last year seems they know something that isn't.
There's probably not a ton of Vegas expectation year one for Flagg, just because rookies year one don't typically come in and pull a LeBron. And then obviously without Kyrie, you don't know who's running the show. I mean, they're a deep team.
Yeah.
They're a deep team. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Cooper Flagg may be asked to carry some of that scoring load early on. I may still bet this without Kyrie there.
I think it says more about Anthony Davis than anything else.
But I mean, it's not like the Lakers
that he's going to miss.
That he's a bum.
He's a bum. Why is he a bum?
Add him to the loser list from yesterday's 9 a.m. segment.
His nickname is Street Clothes. They're probably baking that in too.
Right, his nickname is Street Clothes.
That in.
But like the idea is like if he's available, he's one of the 10 best players in basketball.
He's a really good player. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But it's availability, and then if he doesn't have somebody to give him the ball consistently, because there's no Kyrie.
The teams with the biggest drops from last season's opening win totals: Phoenix, 15 less wins; Boston, minus 14; New Orleans, minus 13; Dallas, minus 11. And then Utah went down more. Miami, Philadelphia, Sacramento. The teams with the biggest jumps from last year's opening win total: the Detroit Pistons at plus 21. Who was the hot team of the summer?
Orlando.
The Atlanta Hawks, plus 11. Houston, plus 10. Portland, plus 10. Cleveland, plus 8. San Antonio, plus 8.
Look, I love what Atlanta and Orlando did. It's just like, look, we have an opening. Let's go for it. Got some money. Got some pieces to trade. The East is as wide open as it gets. Why not now?
I mean, Orlando and Detroit are... like, they're setting up to be, I don't know that I would say they're going to be, like, big-time contenders, but they're setting up to be, like, fun. Like, when they come to town, it's like, oh, that would be, if you're looking at games of where's out-of-town interest where you could get an interesting matchup, like, Orlando and Detroit would be up there. But, yeah, that's a big jump, especially for Detroit.
More of the Dallas Mavericks coaching staff has been purged. We know about Casey Smith in New York. We know about Sean Sweeney going to the Spurs. Jared Dudley heading on over to Denver to become their top assistant. He had been on this staff since 2021. So Jared Dudley, he gone.
Yeah, and he's a guy who a lot of people have talked about basically since he left the NBA and got into coaching. People have talked about him as like, oh yeah, that's a future head coaching candidate one day down the road. And there was a lot of excitement when he was brought in here. What I don't understand what's the Denver all of a sudden start collecting Mavericks people, because you got Jared Dudley over there. Then we got the news around like 2 days before that Barea was going over there to join the staff over there. It's like, what's the weird Dallas connection there for Denver?
Have the Lakers done enough to convince Luka long term? Speculation from people saying, nope, look for a 3-year deal and not anything longer.
Yeah, John Hollinger, who's, really good on these things typically, said that the expectation is, because of the trade that obviously cost him the Supermax, that there's a lot of belief inside the NBA that Luka's going to sign a 3-year deal instead of a 4. Because if he signs the 3-year deal, that makes him, at the end of that deal, immediately eligible for the 10-year veteran status, which then ups it, which is nuts to think in 3 years Luka will have been in the NBA for a decade. But it makes him eligible for that, and so then he can cash in on a little bit more. So right now, the only thing that it looks like he's going to commit to with the Lakers is, including the half year last year, basically 3.5 years.
Has there been any part of you guys over the past couple of months that made you say, maybe the Lakers aren't building strongly enough for him, that maybe Luka, he's not for LA long term, or no?
I never thought that he wouldn't be for LA long. I don't think it's changed my mind on that. I thought you were going somewhere else. I thought you were going to say, has it changed my mind on the trade? I was like, oh boy, no.
No.
No, I think that, he'll probably stick around LA for, quite a while. The Lakers don't lose stars they want to keep typically.
Yeah, I think that what they're in, they're going through the process Dallas went through, which is, as great as he is, and I love him, and I didn't want to get rid of him. I'm still pissed off about the trade. As great as he is, it was a challenge finding somebody to pair with him. Like, it took early on. It's like, well, this Dennis Smith thing doesn't work. This Porzingis thing doesn't work. Let's try this. Nope, that doesn't work. And then they figured out, okay, Brunson could play off of him. Like, he could play with him on the court or off the court. And then they let Brunson go. And then when you acquired Kyrie, it's like, okay, that took a little bit of time to settle into place. But once it did, you found out they could play with each other. It's a challenge every NBA team has worked with, the idea of how do we get somebody to pair correctly with a ball-dominant wing. And LA's now trying to figure that out, as they've got 2 of them basically with what LeBron does.
And like, we had that story last week that that guy in Phoenix was that was saying Gambo reporting that, nobody really likes to play with him in L.A. Reeves hates it. He hates getting the ball with 2 seconds on the shot clock. LeBron doesn't like. KP hated it here, and they had a good pick and roll. It was actually helping. But yeah, there's Kyrie figured it out. They looked like they genuinely liked playing together.
Donnie Nelson has broken his silence. Not Big Don, Donnie, friend of RJ Choppy. And is it July 4th parties?
July 4th parties, yes. The Freedom Fest.
He said, we were with Dirk for 21 years, and the last 3 years were out of pure respect. People like that deserve to say goodbye on their own terms and according to their wishes. Everyone deserves a decent funeral, figurative or literal. Everyone was shocked by the trade. Some of us are still shocked. And then he also added, my mom said, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything. During my years in Dallas, we were always considered what was important to that community. And we looked at the players being a part of it. It was never like we went to one of our ATMs, took out a player, used him until he was most useful, and then threw him away. Of course, players come and go. With all due respect, you have to understand some players are different, special, and even more important to the environment and the community. It's important to treat those players with respect. That's why there's so much disappointment after what happened to Luka, not just my disappointment, but a universal one. Could this happen to Real Madrid? He was doing a foreign interview. Never, and it would not have happened when I was in Dallas. These things, the relationships, the values, they're supposed to last forever.
So that's just a philosophical change in the organization when it went from Cuban to Dumont and Donnie to Nico. Donnie is much more family. Hey, we're not getting rid of you. We like you. If we happen to lose with you, that's fine. Yeah. We'd rather lose with you than win with mercenaries. That was their philosophy. That's not Dumont and Nico's philosophy. They're we want to win at all costs. And look, there's no right or wrong. The Mavericks had, I think Maverick fans have been conditioned to like Donnie's thought process more. I think most Maverick fans would have rather lost with Luka than win with anybody else. But now everything changed with Cooper Flagg because Cooper Flagg doesn't feel dirty. Right? He doesn't feel dirty. Winning with Anthony Davis feels dirty.
What's going on with Bradley Beal?
Well, he's going to get bought out. He's going to get bought out. And there are a handful of suitors. And the Mavericks are in direct line of fire for some of these. So you're looking at the Clippers. You're looking at Milwaukee. You're looking at Minnesota. And you're maybe looking at a team like the Lakers to team up with Bradley Beal. Because if he gets bought out, it's just like Dame. Any money can get offset. So if he gets bought out, he's owed $55 million a year for the next 2 years. So a year. So you could pay him, I suppose, the league minimum, and then the Suns just pay the rest of it. So you're only getting $1 million on your cap. That's how a team like Milwaukee, who's already stretched thin because of the Dame deal.
He doesn't deserve to be up in that category, but Bradley Beal could be on your loser list yesterday.
Beal feels like a guy who, if you're going after him, which all those teams you just mentioned kind of feel like they fit this way, that feels like, let's see if this will work for us.
Right.
I don't think anybody who's a true contender is going after him.
An NFL owner suffers a loss with the tragedies in Central Texas and the best steroid excuse that we've ever seen before. Next on Sean and RJ 105.
it's like low P products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
A Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway. The AL Central is basically over already. Like, Toronto's on fire in the East, and everyone is trailing Detroit by 14 in the Central. Rangers Tigers tickets to hook you up with. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club. It's going to start during the commercial-free expressway on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Toronto's won 9 straight. Their run differential is still just plus 16.
Wow.
Even though they're 15 games above 500.
And they're 15 games above 500. So that's, I guess the numbers say that'll either come back down to earth in the regular season or it will really come back to bite them in the postseason.
2016 Texas. That was the Rangers' problem.
More devastating stories coming from Central Texas, and this one attached to an NFL owner and family that we know on this radio station.
Yeah, it is Janie Hunt, a 9-year-old. She is a relative of the Hunt family, as in Clark Hunt, Dan Hunt, Gracie Hunt, the Kansas City Chiefs owner. And they're devastated. They finally announced on social media yesterday that they had lost Janie due to the Texas flooding, which at the time was about 80 people that had died. Now the number is into the hundreds who have totally lost their lives. The last I saw was like 104. They're still trying to find people. They're still missing people. And I went and looked up some of that Camp Mystic. And I was trying to see the ages on this, and a lot of the girls were 8s, 9-year-olds. Then you had, the camp counselors who were, that hadn't even reached their 21st birthday. They were 16, 18, 19. It's just awful.
I don't know exactly what they did there. I'd imagine, right? You have water activities, like you go out there on boats and stuff. I don't know. But you want your kid to go somewhere like that for their fun summer camp, right? Water activities, just not just sitting there in a desert. And now you're like, make you think twice, 3 times to a camp in general, but then anything by the water with what the heck happened. Again, maybe a once in a lifetime event that took place just coming out of nowhere overnight. But these are things I think about, when you have young kids and summertime.
That camp's been there for about 100 years.
Wow.
It's a Christian all girls camp. And yeah, like my kids, they go to a church camp, or they both have gone in the last couple of years. My youngest went this past year. And it's just, you just send on a church camp. It's never crossed my mind that something dangerous would happen. I mean, like literally just being honest, the one thing it was like, all right, You get people there that are strangers. You're sending your kid out with adult strangers.
Yeah.
We all know what we're talking. We all know what we're thinking. Like, that's the first thing that goes through any adult parent's mind. We're sending our kid out with adult strangers. We have no idea who they are. It's never a natural disaster. Never crossed my mind.
No, and I mean, this is...
And here you think tornado.
You think tornado. Now that is flash flood alley or whatever they call it, but it doesn't flood all that often like that. It never floods like that.
Even still, you think generally the Texas Hill Country, I don't think anybody's top thing they're thinking of like a risk is like you could be swept away by 20-foot waters. Like, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I know already this story is going to affect the way Kristen looks at everything moving forward. Like any sort of camp or anything else, she's going to start go at like these sort of events have a tendency, just all the different stories you see of parents and parents crying on TV, it makes such an impact on her that like then she's like, nope, can't let the kids go do that because I saw this. This will be a struggle.
But she's also let them, like, she's probably forgotten about movie theater incidents or shootings in a mall, right? Like, you guys have gone to the movies.
Right. I think the difference on this one is like...
heck, even going to church. With those incidents in churches.
When it's like I think when it's such a mass event tied to kids like this, especially ones where it's like parents who just like thought, oh, they're going to be fine over there. Like, she's still not related to this, but there's the cruise documentary on Netflix right now about the Carnival cruise, the poop cruise.
Oh, the poop cruise, yeah.
I've been wondering what that is.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's literally the cruise that lost power.
You remember that? That was like 12 years ago. It lost power, and there were all these...
They got stranded out there?
Yeah, and they were
on the boat?
walking around in human fecal matter. And
awful.
That right there. Like, Kristen will not do a cruise because of that story 12 years ago. This is one of those things where, like, Kristen's like, there's zero chance she lets them go do any sort of outdoor camp, I think, moving forward.
The poop was coming down the side of the boat.
It was disgusting.
Gross. Gross.
All right, speaking of NFL owners, Donald Trump, the president, was asked about the nation's capital's football team going back to the old name before Commanders.
Commanders changed the name back to Redskins?
Well, you want me to make a controversial statement? I would. I wouldn't have changed the name, but it doesn't have the same ring to me. But, winning can make everything sound good. So if they win, all of a sudden the Commander sounds good, but I wouldn't have changed the name.
You know how they get him to walk that back? Oh, it was Commanders in Chief, like you, sir. It's named after you, basically, when you think about it.
And I think Josh Harris has already said, like, we're not going back to that. Of course, as Florio points out, Dan Snyder once said, we will never change from Redskins. Commanders, it's just someone growing up around there, my team growing up. It's deflating. It's disappointing. It sucks.
Oh, look,
it's awful.
Commanders is not a good name. But even if they wanted to change it back, I don't think the league would go there. I don't think the league would go there. Even if Josh Harris said he wants to do it, even if there's pressure from, I don't think the league would go there. Whether they should or not, different story. I just don't think they ever will. But they got to find a different name. Commanders kind of stinks.
It just sounds like the name of a football team from like a Hollywood movie.
Yeah.
Where they're like, well, we can't use any of the real names. We'll call them the Commanders. It's like, it doesn't really seem to fit. But like, who's asking this question today? Like, that's it's like, who's walking up there and be like, all right, I'm getting my question with the president. Let's ask him about the Commander's name.
Right.
Like, it was like, that's
so
top of
random.
mind.
Yeah. RJ has finally found his steroids have been around. How long? When did this break in baseball?
1996.
1996.
Brady Anderson.
And we finally have our perfect excuse.
This is amazing. This is an Olympic fencer. Now, I love obscure Olympic sports, okay? The Olympic Winter Games are coming in February, and I cannot wait because I am a biathlon super fan. I love watching biathlon, any kind of shooting and skiing. I mean, it makes you feel like you're in a James Bond movie. But this is an Olympic fencer. I'm going to butcher her name, and I'm sorry. Ysaura Tybus. Sure.
You nailed Titus.
From now on.
Yeah. Ysaora. Ysaura. She has been cleared of a doping ban. So here's what happened. she had an abnormal doping test, tested positive for the anabolic substance ostarine, and received a suspension back in 2024. She argued the positive test was a product of accidental contamination by her partner, who's an Olympic bronze medalist named Ray Simboden of the United States. She said that she got the positive test because she kissed him and that it contaminated her mouth, and that's how she got the positive test. Now, forgetting the fact that this PED isn't even meant for human consumption. It's basically like horse hormones. All right? You're not supposed to take it. So he's a fencer. He's an Olympic fencer. So you're basically just outing your boyfriend here for PED use.
Oh.
Just to save your own butt. And they bought it. They said, yep,
No.
this checks out.
No.
Get out of jail free card, man. Ryan Braun, where are you? Get back here. Get your home runs back. Get your 80 games back. Robinson Cano.
Is he still competing as a fencer, though?
No, he retired, which makes even no sense because why would he be on it?
Yeah, but it's perfect. She's not really throwing him under the bus.
No, that's true.
Marred isn't his career, I guess.
Marred his career. But, like, why would he be taking it now? Why would he be taking whatever kind of hormone this is?
Right.
He's not fencing.
Yeah.
And what do you need? What kind of hormone do you need to go, fence?
Come on, fence me.
I got you.
Chi-chi.
My name is Iñigo Montoya. You killed my father.
You needed that. That is a wide shot, Aiden. You missed that one.
What are we doing here?
No, I know
this is the greatest excuse ever. Like, this is what I'm using. Von Miller, I got you, brother.
I need the follow-up. Speaking of Olympics, of the boxer reversal, no pun intended. What is the rule? Reset the story.
Okay.
Another name to pronounce.
Iman Khalif.
Yes.
She was the boxer who won the gold medal in the Olympics in Paris. And there was the whole issue of whether or not she was born a man, born a woman, born, is it intersex, intergender, both, where you have multiple
hermaphrodite
body parts, and it was, do you have an XY chromosome somewhere in there? Well, the International Boxing Association, which, to be fair, is not recognized by the IOC anymore because they've got some tie to crazy Russians.
Because they ranked Jake Paul 14th.
They ranked the WBA, not the IBA.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So they don't recognize them anymore. They're calling for her to hand back her medal. And the IOC now is like, well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure we change our protocols moving forward. They're not going to look back. This is and then.
So tell me what she was born as.
Honestly, I don't know.
All the evidence says she was born as a woman. But like that's
okay. That's what I originally remembered from the story,
yes.
And I felt so bad for her because people are like, "You're a man. You have to be a man."
Right. She was born as a. I think the story that I read was she was born as a woman. She had higher chromosome testosterone levels than a normal woman would have. But like they wanted her to submit to a gender test. I don't think she ever submitted to a gender test like that they were wanting, like the kind they were wanting. But she did submit to blood work and everything. But now the IOC is like, we're not going to take her medal away. What we're going to do is just change our protocols moving forward.
So they're not going to act like the swimming organization did against what's her name?
Leah Thomas.
Yeah, Leah Thomas, who they've now Penn has reversed all of the records that Leah Thomas had because they're now saying that nope, these are no longer relevant, or these are no longer meeting the standard, and so they've reversed all that. So any sort of record that was set there, that's gone now.
We got a new.
It's like this is like the same thing that the NCAA does when they take banners down. We've already seen it happen.
Is another league fixed? One of their big superstars says so. We have another Dallas Stars rumor. And why are United States soccer fans getting called out? And is it true? All that plus a Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway next with Sean and RJ 105.3.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Basil base.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch, Darno swings, hits a high fly ball to left field. Langford back in the corner at the wall. He turns, and that one's out of here. Two-run home run for Travis d'Arnaud. And for the first time since April 11th, Jacob deGrom has surrendered more than 2 runs in an outing. And with that 2-run home run, the Angels now lead 3-2.
Jared Sandler with the call. The Rangers lose another late inning heartbreaker, walk-off, walk fashion on your home of the Rangers. Here with Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Pepe, let's get a Rangers current thought from you, being a diehard baseball fan.
Well, I mean, last night, look, they got to 4 runs. We talked about this week and last week and every other week that they get to 4 runs, it's basically a win. And they got to 4 runs, and they end up losing the game. And it's just, it's struggling. It's awful because you get a full season basically out of Jacob deGrom, and it looks like you're not going to make the playoffs. Now, I would lean towards selling if you're thinking of selling or buying right now. Just sell now because you're gonna keep just twirling with this thing down to the trade deadline. But it's a team that, I mean, they're just not good. It's an offense that's just not good. There's no more. It's not May 1st where you can say, oh, we got time to, progress and everything. You got time to get guys going. No, it's July. It's July. It's the All-Star break. You got problems with this team, and there's no fixing it.
Think about that stat that Sandler said there, though. It's the first time in 90 days that deGrom's allowed more than two runs.
Yeah,
we can't. Is that? This isn't real life.
But I mean, it's
90 days.
It's not real life because there was 2 months basically where that was true about Patrick Corbin too. Like they've gotten such good pitching, and they can't do anything to actually redeem any of it.
At the risk of having Chris Young laugh at my suggestion again, I will ask. Any rethinking if someone blows you away for a deGrom offer?
It blows away.
Because let me add a caveat. If you want to sell, which I'm fine with, I agree with Peyton, Bobby's been talking about it. If you want to sell to a minor to mid degree, what's the 2 or 3 year plan?
I'll tell you what. If Pittsburgh says they'll give you Paul Skeens, they'll do it.
Okay.
And that I think that's Chris Young's bar. I honestly do. This is his player. This is the guy he signed. He didn't sign Seager. He didn't sign Simeon. He didn't. This is his guy. I think that he is going to see this through.
He didn't sign Seager or Simeon. Did he bring Adolis Garcia on?
Nope.
No, he didn't.
It was JD.
What about Jonah Heim?
Nope.
Nathaniel Lowe?
Nope.
No? Oh, he didn't build
Nope.
any of the World Series team?
Nope. JD.
And the teams that he's built have finished
JD
below
is
500?
the forgotten.
Man, you guys are making people throw their coffee
I mean, they
away.
can throw their coffee all they want. I hope they don't put creamer in it because that's very bad for you. It makes
high fat content.
Takes the taste of the coffee away.
Yeah, there's
coffee
that
is
too.
Fuel. Coffee is not for to be tasted.
Like I'm just saying,
But it's JD's team.
Everybody needs to lean a little bit more on Chris Young right now, because what he has built has not been good enough, and that's on him.
Someone also told me the stuff that Kevin Pillar said, even though Kevin Pillar wasn't necessarily really loved here, that pressure or the way that guys are acting in the clubhouse, some of that comes from CY because he's so intense, which fans probably love hearing.
Yes, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with the way he acts. I mean, he's intense. He wants to win. He treats every game like a football game.
Well, there can be something wrong with it. It's like we talked about yesterday in our media interview. Barrett Sports Media, 14 years together, and we were talking about post-show meetings.
Yeah, there's a perspective.
And we've had bosses in the past that make you want to run outside and smoke a cigarette after talking to them because you're going in for a verbal beatdown, and it's misery and it's uncomfortable. It's not like that with Spittle. Like, we're going in there. I never go in there with a lot of apprehension or tension, and that helps at
Bobby
least.
Does.
Yeah, Bobby. Well, Bobby
Yeah.
did. I think.
Now it's Peyton.
Now, yeah. now it's
And
now
before
it's,
Bobby, it was me.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I would imagine that might be CY, the bosses we had in the past, where you're going in for your post-show review and you're just sitting on pins and needles. You're terrified because it's going to be nothing but stress.
Yeah, and I have no idea how often the GM talks to the players like that. It probably gets,
I think it gets passed down through the coaches.
passed down through the manager and the coaches. Absolutely. S usually runs downhill. So yeah, I mean, there can be something. And look, Chris has got. He was a baseball player. It's not like he wasn't. He knows that baseball players. You talk to any major leaguer, they will tell you you have to be okay with losing. You can't survive. You're going to lose 60 games every year. You're going to lose 1 out of every 3 games, even if you're the best team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got to just deal with it.
Nate Eovaldi on the mound tonight, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:38 first pitch going up against Soriano and his 3.72 earned run average.
Over at ESPN, they've got...
We'll save that. Because we had to talk about our post-show meetings here and put Peyton in the spotlight. We have a Jason Robertson rumor. What's going on with the Stars and the headlines?
Yeah, so this NHL Insider revealed, that the Stars, he doesn't think are going to go deep into the offseason without some kind of an answer for Robertson. Now, this is from NHL Insider Jeff Merrick saying that the Anaheim Ducks have emerged for a landing spot if they were to move on from him, trade him away, whatever. But he doesn't think they're going to let the questions linger deep into the offseason. So they're going to find out pretty quick what number he's looking at. I'm sure they already know. They'll have an idea here, and if that you were to move somewhere, he sees Anaheim as a potential spot for a possible trade. Man, like they're going to – it seems to me that they like the team. It seems to me that Jim Nill likes the team he had last year. Obviously, they lost a couple of guys in free agency. Granlund, one of them.
Which is very fine to like it.
Yeah, it's very fun to like it. Changes, though.
Loving it to the degree that you're going to get over the top, that's a different bar. That's another level that they need to hit.
Yeah, and that's why, like, clearly his belief at this point is the biggest thing holding us back was Pete DeBoer. Like, that he thinks that swap could be enough. And if he's wrong about it, well, then it's like, all right, well, now you need to really start evaluating what you've done to build this roster. And if you've built a team that can win in playoff hockey, which has been something where they've gotten to the conference finals 3 years in a row. But it feels like every time when it ends, it's like, yeah, you're losing to a classic, like, playoff hockey, like, tough, physical type of team, and you guys have no response to it.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to stay, and it seems like they want him to stay, Robo. Whether the numbers match, that's a different story. But like everything that we're hearing is like he wants to be back, and they would ideally like him back. I'm sure they can get pretty decent value for him in return. He's a young player, and he could score. Those are kind of hard to come by. So,
and what do you have an overabundance of on the roster?
Finnish players.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have that.
Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Are you surprised? I know we don't, cover Pete DeBoer as closely as we do Bruce Bochy and the Cowboys head coach and Jason Kidd and all that stuff. Were you expecting like a Pete DeBoer interview aftermath? That probably would not have been best for his future.
Like an interview with another team, or just like a media interview?
Media.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really think of it. I bet he does one here in the next couple of weeks.
I don't think so. I don't think it'd be smart.
No.
Not if you want another job.
Do you you didn't have
not that he's not going to get a job, but I don't think it's going to help.
It's like you didn't have a good enough answer about the Ottinger stuff. 2-3 days later, you still hadn't talked to him. I don't know that it's going to get any better when it's like, hey, so circling back on that, where you were like everything was all good, but it ended up getting you fired. What was the disconnect there? Why wasn't it good? And did you hate Jake Ottinger? Like, I don't think that would be productive for him.
My assumption is that he'll get hired in the middle of next season. Somebody will fire their manager, their coach. He'll get hired in there. Because everything's taken. Like the reason, like he hasn't gotten any interviews because there's no interviews to get.
Right.
The Stars are the only vacancy that I could think of. I mean, Boston's hired it. Chicago, Philadelphia, Anaheim, Rangers, Seattle. But they all hired their coach already.
Why are United States soccer fans getting called out?
Pochettino, man. This is kind of crazy because this interview was in Spanish, so I didn't get to hear it, but or I didn't get to understand it because I don't speak Spanish. But the manager, Pochettino, is a little bit under fire. He called out the fans. He basically said you could price American fans out, but you can't price the Mexico fans out. And they played each other in a friendly Gold Cup thingy, and they have so many cups. And the Mexico fans were. They were there. They showed up, and he was kind of being critical of the U.S. fans. We're like, hey, football without fans is impossible. Those fans are American. They're not just U.S. men's national team fans. Big difference. You can't price out Mexican fans, some of the best of the world, and you've got to give the U.S. men's team something to be excited about. And he said, quote, no one's shelling out money to watch this hot mess.
Ooh,
but the tickets were $145, and this is where Americans don't do soccer the way other countries do. This was considered a friendly. For us, I call that a scrimmage.
Yeah.
American sports fans need stakes. You put this game, you put a friendly between German national team and Spain's national team, that's selling out. Big-time fans, they're getting all into that. Whereas American sports fans are like, that's a preseason game.
No,
even though they're playing all the players.
Know your audience, too. Like, are we going to say, like, you can't price Canadian hockey fans out. You can price American hockey fans out. You can't price, UK cricket fans out. But, man, these American cricket fans, they won't pony up the money. It's like, yeah, because you got to understand, like, what is popular here and what drives people. You can't price out NFL fans. No matter how much that keeps going up, people still fill up those stadiums. Like, that's the reality. You just got to know the audience. Yes, it's not the most popular sport here. I'm sorry, soccer people. Like, you have to understand that's the reality of American sports fans.
Man, I almost had a U.S.-Mexico soccer fight break out in my pool. You left early. Bad. I had a Stars and Stripes guy saying, "Who wants to bet?" And I had a lot of Hispanic people there. And he said, "Who wants to bet?" I said, "It's U.S. soccer, man." And he's like, "Doesn't matter, red, white, and blue. On the 4th of July, who wants it?" And I'm telling my other guys, I said, take his money. Take his money. Take advantage of his patriotism and take it out of his wallet. And no one did it. And then I saw that, Mexico won in overtime. And it almost broke out. I said, no. Hang on, here. Eat some fajitas. And I actually cook fajitas.
Why do you say this guy at the party? Why don't you just say Reetma by name? Like the listeners.
Oh, it wasn't Reetma. Reetma ain't going to come start a real fight. He ain't going to come start a real fight like that. Well, he might. I don't know him that well yet.
But I am surprised. I am surprised, like, that this didn't necessarily that he called him out for not being there, because I mean this was the Gold Cup like final and everything. But I just wonder, like, does the casual fan, which you need the casual fan, do they recognize the Gold Cup the way, like, it's not the World Cup, obviously. If you're not a soccer fan, like, do you even care about the Gold Cup? What does it mean to you? What is the stakes to you?
Look, football in this country can't even touch soccer throughout the world and the passion and the dedication.
Right.
And I don't even know if it's particularly close.
No, it's not. Like, as crazy as you are for the NFL, college football is crazy.
I was going to say NFL can't even touch college football in this country. Like when it comes to passion and intensity, I don't think.
And then they had to bring in a helicopter to fly the soccer players out of their parade. That is not happening during a Super Bowl.
No.
A Super Bowl parade.
Well, just because they're so small. Like, you can't, like, they couldn't be seen in the crowd, so you had to just go scoop them up.
They canceled the game in Argentina a couple years ago because the fans attacked the bus.
Yeah.
And they threw a brick through the window, and somebody got really injured, and they had to cancel the championship game or whatever.
Let's hook you up with Rangers Tigers tickets. Maybe the best team in baseball. We're going to send you to see them in Arlington. We go commercial free with the Expressway. We'll ask Reddit as well at 7:40. And Tyron Smith is not going away just because he retired. He's got a new Dallas Cowboy project, and I think you're going to be excited about it. We take you inside the Star with everything else coming up next on Sean and RJ 105.
that bulletproof product? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free Expressway Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway, and RJ, already giddy over Ask Reddit at 7:40 this morning on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know and you're moving around the radio dial, no reason to go anywhere else. If you love sports and the lifestyle, you're getting it all here, and free Rangers tickets against a first-place team. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Did Tyron Smith grant an exclusive interview? I had to do a triple take on this. Did this happen with Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram?
Look, it's he's now that he's retired, he's turned over a new leaf.
Wow.
And he's more willing to talk now.
It's like Randy Johnson being pleasant.
Nick Harris.
I mean, Tyron was never that curmudgeon, but, Randy.
Quiet.
Yeah, it was quiet.
Tyron just never, I think it was like once a year, PR would like drag him into the locker and be like, all right, just talk about being selected to the Pro Bowl real quick. Like, and he would just give you like George Pickens 8-second answers every single time. But Tyron Smith actually talked with Nick Harris. He wrote about this in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. And I guess he's picking up the role of mentor now in his retirement. So Tyler Guyton has been working with Tyron Smith, apparently. And Nick Harris asked him about his outlook for Tyler Guyton this season. He said, quote, he wants to put in the work. He just needs a little technique work, which he's doing right now. I feel like it's going to be a different type of year for him to slow the game down and get the rookie nerves out. I think he's building more confidence in his technique because he's learning a lot more now. Being a first rounder the way he is, he already has the expectations, but you can't lean in too much on that. You have to have it for yourself. You have to want to be the best in the league, and that has to be your mentality. As an offensive lineman, we have to have the mentality of playing in this league as long as possible. And so a little bit of an optimistic outlook there for Tyler Guyton from Tyron Smith, which it's nice to hear that Tyron, when looking at him, goes, yeah, physically everything's there. He's just got to work on some technique, which it just depends on how good of a student are you actually going to be.
And you think of the technique way back when with DeMarcus Ware and Tyron, Michael Parsons getting in that work. Tyron would sit there because you look at him and he's maybe the most physically impressive NFL player you've ever seen.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a statue, but don't sleep on Tyron Smith's technique because he would sit there after a lot of practices and work on it.
Yeah, he was a guy who was like considered a perfect, clean, like teach tape technician. And he wasn't always considered that way early on in his career. Like early on in his career, he absolutely had some, bumps and bruises along the way. And so for him to be able to basically look at Tyler Guyton and say, yeah, this is salvageable, and it's not just salvageable, like he's going to have an improved year, that's pretty optimistic. And I don't think there's anybody better to be able to kind of pass on technique and knowledge and some of the things that he does. Because you mentioned the DeMarcus Ware to Tyron aspect. Tyron then turned that around for Micah his rookie year. So Tyron was really helpful with Micah and showing him like, hey, here's what you do. This is how you attack things. This is what you got to do, set things up here. And so if he can flip that around and do it to Tyler Guyton, then that makes me all the more optimistic. Not like significantly so. We hear about guys coming in, helping players out all the time. But it's enough to just go, okay, Tyler Guyton's just taking the right steps, though. He's asking the right people, and he's clearly working at improving things. Over on Reddit, this actually kind of ties into this.
Oh, ask Reddit early. Hit the intro, Peyton.
I saw this over on Reddit yesterday. It was on the Cowboys forum, and I wouldn't have brought this up except I was stunned to see what the fan response was. So the question was, which Cowboys player would you pick for an all-pro season? Basically, like if you were guaranteed that one of these guys would have an all-pro season between these young players, who would you pick? And it was Jake Ferguson, Tyler Guyton, and Mozzie Smith. And the runaway winner was Mozzie Smith in the comments.
That's more of an indictment maybe on the position.
Are you joking? Mozzie
was the number one response and the highest voted response in the entire conversation. And look, if Mozzie Smith is good this year, if they get improvement,
I feel like we need to cancel Ask Reddit just because of this. Reddit should just be disqualified.
If they get all pro level play out of Mozzie Smith, that's great. That helps. He will help against the run. They'll be a better defense if they get that level of play from him. It'll be legitimately helpful to what they're trying to do this year. But
did you drink anything last night?
No, why?
Because I think you may have misread this. I think you tallied the votes incorrectly.
Look, I don't think it can be Ferguson because of the position. You got 4 guys. You said all pro or Pro Bowl?
All pro.
All pro.
Yeah. Kelsey, Kittle, Laporta, Bowers. Very hard to crack. Very hard to crack. At left tackle, good luck. I think it's an attrition thing, right? It's just like, all right.
Give you credit for that point. It's a good one. I don't know if I'm giving Reddit. I'm not giving Reddit that much credit. Like, look at the depth at the different spots at the league. Which one's the most attainable and which one's the most likely? That's the most shocking thing I've heard in 2025.
Look, it's any one of those guys being an all-pro clearly makes them better. Like, anytime you can add an all-pro player, that clearly helps. The one that's the least impactful to me is Jake Ferguson. Like if you get an all-pro season, or if you don't get an all-pro season, I don't know how much different their offense is.
Give me Mozzie's PFF grade last year. Guess it.
58.
Sure, 59.
Not close.
45.
34.8.
No.
I don't know if we've ever had a lower. He said no. 34.8. That is 207 out of 219 eligible defensive players at his spot. 207th out of 219. 34.8. The red almost like flickering on my screen because it's trying to go over to another color because that's so awful and bad.
It's pretty bad.
34.8?
And look, if he's
even
better.
If you don't like PFF and you think they're 15 or 20 points off and you want to move it up to a 50,
yeah,
that's still failing. That's still bad.
That's awful. That's awful.
The run defense grade was a 36. The pass rush was a 50.
Which he was not drafted to pass rush. He was drafted to stop the run. And that's something where...
And then he just lost weight.
Eberflus does not...
Left all his weight in that locker.
Yeah. Did we ever find out if he got that stuff back?
I don't know. I haven't watched Storage Wars recently.
So if you look at
Who was
Mozzie,
that one guy?
There's a lot of characters. Barry,
the old man. He always had like these weird cars. Barry's great.
He's like that NBA fan of that show, the guy with the hair.
Yeah.
Who sits there. It's like, that guy's got to be a pimp.
Look, the thing that this basically comes down to is like, you need the offensive line to be really good this season if you want this season to go any sort of way that you hope. Like, if the offensive line isn't good, you've got massive problems. If you're telling me Guyton's an all-pro, especially when there are left tackles out there like Trent Williams, Tristan Wirfs, Jordan Mailata, that means he's performed at such a high level, which dramatically increases the likelihood that Dak is staying healthy, the passing game is able to go vertical, and the running game is able to be efficient. And if you are checking off all those buckets, like, that's directly tied to Guyton being there. That, to me, I don't even think it's a question out of those three which one helps them the most.
Okay, forget about help. Which one gets it done? If one has to. Guyton or Ferguson?
Ferguson's a better player right now. Guyton could take a leap. Guyton's skill set says that's an all-pro skill set. I don't know that Ferguson has an all-pro skill set.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much more there is to tap into relative to the rest of the league. Guyton's traits are up there with some of the best in the league.
Yeah, I mean, none of them are going to happen, but to the spirit of Ask Reddit coming up here in a few minutes.
I'll say that.
What?
The spirit of Ask Reddit.
Yeah, so answer, most likely.
Look, I honestly think that because of the position,
Mozzie?
it probably is Mozzie because of the position.
Bobby,
like, if now, real quick, if Guyton is, this is a 12-win team. Right? If your left tackle is an all-pro, you're short of him being the Browns' Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
You know, the way this team is constructed, if they've got at least, they're probably, Tyler Smith too, might have two all-pros in the line, that's going to be a good team.
Yeah, look, I mean, to me, it's just, if you're talking about, I don't know that Mozzie Smith being an all-pro next year changes their win total. I don't know that Ferguson being an all-pro next year changes their win total. Guyton being an all-pro next year directly correlates to me probably 2-3 wins.
Another 8-win prediction for the Cowboys as we are inside the Star on your official home of America's team.
Dude, how about this? So I was looking through DraftKings, and you get some good value, I think, in the Cowboys. So you can bet exact win totals So it's not just that like, oh, hey, their win total over under is 8.5 for the year, 9.5 for the year. You can bet the exact number of games that each NFL team is going to win. And I went and looked. I was like, all right, you know what? Let's see what the Cowboys are. And if you bet that, so right now, they're telling you that the Cowboys are going to win exactly 8 games because over 7.5 is minus money and under 8.5 is plus money. So over 7.5 is the favorite, but under 8.5 is also the favorite on the flip side. And that's how kind of this is going to work. Well, if you bet the Cowboys to win over 10 games, I mean, we're talking 3-1. Over 11 games is 6-1, so 10.5. Over 10.5 is 6-1, which you don't think is great value, but when you look at other teams, it is. If you can get Denver to win 10.5 games, over 10.5, it's only 1.5 to 1. So they're double. Vegas thinks they have twice as good a chance, essentially, of winning more than 10 games than the Cowboys do.
Wow. In a tough division.
In a very tough division. So, like, you know, I think it's kind of telling. Vegas is not very high on Detroit. That they're going to win 10 games this year, tops. That's a big drop off from last year. If you wanted to bet Detroit to win like 14 games, I mean, you're looking at 16-1, a lot, right? So each individual win total for the Cowboys, over 7.5 is minus 160. Over 8.5 is plus 120. So it's like they don't think it's going to happen. They think 8 is the number right there for the Cowboys. If you think they're going to win, you know, less than 9.5 games, you got to lay some pretty serious juice, minus 250. So they're putting that number at 8.
What's normal? I feel like I don't feel like normally we're seeing like a bunch of like 13.5 on win total. So I mean, like Detroit being 10.5, yeah, that's down. But I feel like it usually maxes out at like 11.5 anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you want to do what? Buffalo?
Yeah.
Let's see, Buffalo here. Okay, so the Bills, over 11.5 is minus 175. That's the Cowboys where they're at 7.5. And then over 12.5 is the first time where you get money back. So they think 12 wins for the Bills.
So basically 8 wins for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
From another Vegas outlet. Inside the Star on DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And we'd like to thank you with this.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Detroit Tigers at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, July 18th. And Tolos, you want to be one of the first 15,000 fans in the ballpark to get a pickleball paddle. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
A massive local change in the world of college football. The college football kegger is coming up at 8 o'clock pee in the morning at 8:20 and below the belt at 8:40 on your home of the Texas Rangers as well. Let's get to Broadus and Choppy's favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
America's favorite segment, Sean. Yeah. It is Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We do it every Tuesday around this time. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum and kick them around with you guys on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and we'll kick things around the studio here. RJ Choppy, first one for you.
Bobby Belt.
What's the most oddly specific red flag you've learned to never ignore in people?
So, how people treat people that can't help them in their careers.
Okay. So like somebody who just you cannot use towards professional gains. Like how well do you treat them?
Yeah. That to me is a dead giveaway that you're not genuine, that you're not necessarily my friend or someone's friend. You're just using them to get ahead.
You have any specific examples?
I do have specific examples. Not into a radio, though. He'll be on the radio later today.
Oh. That's a hell of a tease.
On this station?
Oh, yeah, there's about a dozen people you can think of.
Wow. Yes. Okay, Sean?
dishes at the table when done.
Ooh.
I'm judging you. If you come over to my house or you go over to someone else's house and you're sitting there and you're not thinking to pick up the dish or like take it to the sink, you just wait for everyone else to serve you, wait on you. I'm talking like if it's obvious. Like you've been sitting around, you're post-dessert or you're getting ready for dessert like for 40 minutes and you just sit there, you don't get out of your chair and you're not helping whatsoever with any type of cleanup. Maybe grab a trash bag, throw a can away. I'm judging you. I think that's an oddly specific thing.
If you are confronted with something you've done wrong, this is the one that I start keeping a tally in my head, or somebody just says you've done something wrong, whether it's legit or not. If every single time the first thing out of your mouth is an explanation for it instead of just like, sorry, I screwed up, like I'm thinking of one person in particular I know who every single time they get confronted with something, it's immediately, oh, I had to do blah, blah. It can even sound like nice. It doesn't have to sound aggressive. It can just be like, you immediately jump into your thought process rather than just saying, I screwed up, sorry.
I feel like this is 98% of society.
Yeah,
society.
I don't
and I don't know
98%
if
of society.
I don't know if you're in the 2%.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Like you're probably the most guilty of it.
Yeah,
No,
when you
not
confront
true.
me with
Not
something,
true.
my first instinct is a lie.
Not true. There are several times that I come back with my explanation for it because I'm right several times. What I'm saying though is that there have been plenty of times where you've said something I just go like, sorry, I screwed up. Like, sorry. No,
I think you have the lead. It's
When it comes
in a runaway. Look, you're doing it right now.
Yeah.
because
You have the least ability in the room to admit fault or being wrong.
Right, because I'm just the least wrong. And so like that's generally like just statistically. I mean, that's math.
Yeah.
Is what we're talking about there. Peyton, what's your answer to this?
Yeah, it's basically what you said. It's when their problems are always someone else's fault. They immediately have the excuse to come up with something and say, well, they blame it on someone else. So, I mean, that's a red flag to me.
What about the dish? Do you have anyone come over? Do you have rude dinner guests, or are you going over someone else's house? No one challenged that. It makes me think some of y'all are guilty of this.
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think I've had anyone really.
Kristen claims that I do this, that I'll just leave stuff out, and then she goes like, you just.
Well, I'm
think,
not talking about just like in your own house. I'm talking about like with company. I'm not talking about you at home.
I'll clear my spot at like a fast food restaurant where it's like even if you're supposed to like, oh yeah, you can leave it there. I just feel weird just leaving it there.
I do too.
It seems odd to me. Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says grocery carts. So the people who don't return their carts.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot. Recently. I can't remember the last time I've just left the cart. I might push it up like on the curb where there's grass, but I'm not leaving it in the parking lot. I make the walk. Make the walk.
Got to make the walk.
817 House Clean Someone keeps the inside of their car or bed is their answer. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what professions make bad spouses?
Strippers. I mean, you got to be single if you're doing that. Now, if you're a guy and you're into, just let them. If no one knows your wife is an actual stripper, then by all means, take the free money, I guess. But I mean, yeah, it's just gonna go down a bad rabbit hole.
Sean, you got an answer for what profession would make a bad spouse?
I don't want to throw these people under the bus too much. I don't really know, but I would just think it's not a bad spouse, but I have a ton of respect for the wives of coaches. So much respect for them. Just sitting with the kids in the crowd. That's not even dealing with the kids at home. While you're sitting there at meetings until 10 p.m. and gone at 6 o'clock in the morning, dealing with everything. Are you kidding me? To me, that takes a special type of woman to be the wife or spouse of a coach.
Let's revise it then, because I think that's what you're describing here. What professions make marriage difficult, or what professions naturally make marriage difficult, or being a good spouse difficult? Because I think that's a good way, like the way you just described is a good way to say it.
I mean, I think our profession makes us bad spouses.
I think you have to work hard.
The expectation is that you're constantly connected. Like no spouse wants to sit there, like where you're constantly plugged in. You can't turn off.
Yeah, from 6 to 9:30 every night, we're basically probably doing homework. Now, maybe not. Maybe you just wait for the game at 7.
Yeah.
But from 7 to 10, that's that's off limits for exclusive time.
Yeah,
You're
that
watching
doesn't
a
mean that you
game.
can't, do what you do during Netflix and chill. Take a couple minutes.
Except she's got to watch, a Ranger game.
Yeah, but you can usually get that done, in between innings.
Oh.
You know what I mean? You got enough time. Long pitch. You get an injured pitcher. You got to warm up on the mound.
A rain delay.
Rain delay.
Oh yeah.
Rain delay, Peyton. There you go.
There are like 3 answers popping up repeatedly on the fan text right now, over and over.
I haven't. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. And again, not that you're a bad spouse if you have this profession. It's just you're taking up. Takes a lot of work. They say military. A lot of times cops have a lot of commitment to their job, and then they're saying nurses, that nurses get pulled into a lot of the stuff. That's one of the answers that we got on the YouTube from Edmund. He said nurses or doctors.
I have one. Chef, in terms of, I used to be like, I want to run or have a restaurant. And then I married someone that was sitting there running the front of house for a major restaurant. And the hours, the lifestyle, the intensity, like the physical beating of being, you stand up in your kitchen and cook a meal or do something for like 3 hours, your back tightens up a little bit. These people are doing it. That's the physical. But then every night, you're the chef. You're from like 4 to 10. You think like we're at least watching the games at home, but a chef or working in the restaurant industry, man, I heard it's a beating.
Some of the answers that we got on the Twitch, the Sethnicity says flight attendants is one. Not a fan 105.3 says influencers is their answer. So those are some of the answers over.
Free stuff all the time.
Says that over on the Twitch. All right. Sean Sharif, as we do Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
Answer the last one first.
No, Peyton did. What's something that will become obsolete 10 years from now?
10 years from now.
Yeah, 2035.
I guess people that are doing jobs that robots are going to do.
Yeah.
Did you see that robot soccer story everywhere? It's like, don't worry about the robots too much because they're uncoordinated and look how slow they are kicking the ball in the net. That's not erasing my fear of a robot takeover.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, while you were out, we played that video of the Austin robot, which is
so weird.
Creepy. This thing is running around Austin and then stopping in front of people and describing them. So they'll go, you look great in your flannel shirt.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is creepy.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
I mean, look, all the social media stuff, they won't be obsolete. It'll be just different. Like Twitter in its current form will be completely obsolete. Nothing will be written word. It'll be all videos. Like we'll have moved over to TikTok or whatever. I mean, how much of Twitter's bots anyway now? We'll be doing everything in video versus the written form of social media.
So I'm thinking sort of along your lines, but to me, Facebook in 10 years is going to be MySpace. Now the parent company Meta's got Instagram, and so there's so much tied into there that probably helps them.
I thought that 5 years ago, but every time I talk to my dad about stocks, he's like, I should have bought more Facebook. None of us would be working at all. Well, what we have would be quadrupled. And I thought that, Zuckerberg hate and Facebook, right? It's for old people. And
well, they've got the database, right? They could sell your information or whatever, and that's how they continue to gobble up other companies. Don't they have WhatsApp now too? Didn't they buy WhatsApp?
Yeah, so that's their ability to Meta. I don't think will be down. I just think Facebook specifically as a platform will be something that basically gets sunsetted. Basically, Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
The 903 says cashiers will be obsolete in 10 years. I'm going to go with the penny. The 1 cent penny. It's got to be gone sooner or later. There's no value there. Just keep nickels, dimes, everything else quarters, but the penny will be gone in 10 years.
I thought we were already doing that.
Yeah, they are. They're getting rid of it.
Well, I still have pennies, so.
Yeah, they're just not going to make it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Kenny.
One of the answers we're getting a lot right now says truck drivers or 18-wheeler drivers. Are we 10 years away from that? I don't.
Well,
I hope not.
Or just because of the autonomous vehicles.
Right.
Okay, yeah, that would make more sense. I was going to say, so much of stuff still has to operate on the road.
Yeah, just what I want, an 80,000-pound vehicle barreling down the highway with no driver.
Well, it depends. How much is Elon fighting with Trump?
If you right now, they are running autonomous 18-wheelers in Central and South Texas. They're on the roads right now, which is terrifying. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy.
Bobby.
What screams this couple isn't going to last long?
When one of them is on OnlyFans. I think I think a lot of it has to do with the phone. Like if they're constantly trying to go through your phone, or they're very protective of their passcode for their phone. Like you're obviously hiding something if you're protective of your passcode. I don't know. It's just like
I got into this location argument with my brother when I was in Maryland, and the location thing is now so common that it's now reversed on you if you don't share it. And he's like, I'm like, why are you sharing your location? He said, well, why aren't you?
Yeah, what are you hiding?
What are you hiding? And I'm like, wait, you can't. The basis, the foundation of this is you guys have the trust issues. Unless you're following for child location and, you're traveling or taking a long trip. But now that's what the people who share the locations do. They flip it on you. Well, why aren't you doing it? What are you hiding?
Yeah, it depends on what the motive is. Is the motive to find out where you are, or is the motive to always not be able to just look to see how close you are to home before starting dinner, or
maybe not even using it. Just I have the ability to see it. Even if I'm not going to. That's a lot of what you hear from people. It's just I don't even look at it. But just the ability to, I could look at it if I needed to.
We know that Helicopter Peyton shares it. Bobby?
No.
Okay.
If there's been times where she's asked, hey, send me your location for whatever reason. I want to see when you leave the baseball game. This way I don't have to text. That happens.
Which she doesn't share hers either. It's not like a thing we've even
hands in.
Hands in. There we go.
Team security.
Team. Peyton's done.
No, stay out.
But she shares all of her friend group.
But why?
They all have it.
Yeah, I know it's common, but why?
I think just for safety.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe if I was.
But then why wouldn't she share it with you? You're the number one protector.
What screams this couple isn't going to last long? So this may be obvious, but it's 100% success rate or fail rate, I guess, in my experience. It's when they have a disagreement over kids, if they want them. If one wants kids and the other doesn't, that generally has a problem. Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
If the couple openly brings up how great their relationship is, they're always no, we don't fight. Yeah. We don't have trust issues. We always trust each other. If they just openly will admire their relationship, say no, we're better, we're the best ones. Okay, nothing can be that too good. That's too good to be true. You guys are gonna have issues later on.
Different political takes. If you're strong political believers and you're divided, I don't even know if the relationship starts.
It used to be fine, and now it's now you can't. But yeah, we knew 25 years ago, our family, just different couples. I knew a ton of families where the parents weren't aligned politically, and now it's that's not even a starting point. A lot of times for a lot of people,
it's to the point now. If I was opposite and that much different from my wife, I think she would get a divorce. She's just, I'm hey, pump the brakes a little, chill out, don't get so worked up. Relax a little bit.
If you're super passionate about it. But if you're just I could easily be with somebody who doesn't align the same way.
Yeah.
Because Sarah and I never talk about politics. Ever. Now, we'll make snide remarks because we are kind of the same. We'll make snide remarks about things that we see.
Yeah.
We'll laugh we'll make jokes, but yeah, I don't know. We just don't talk about it.
Over on the Twitch, arguing in public is one of the answers that we got there. A lot of people.
What?
Arguing in public.
Arguing in public.
Arguing in public is a big one. And then constant jealousy and insecurity over on the fan text. As we do Ask Reddit, probably got time for one more here. Peyton Russell. Let's go with, you're a man of travel. What's a popular tourist attraction that isn't overrated? It actually deserves all the hype.
RJ, cover your ears. It's the Coliseum in Rome. It looks like just a big, built thing of concrete of nothing, but it is amazing. It's a must go to.
Dude, we're going 3 hours north, Peyton, Venice.
Oh.
Now, it stinks. It smells. Okay, in the summertime, I can only imagine. In April, and it wasn't even that hot yet, you had dead fish smell all over the place. And that's just the women. No, it's awesome, man. The architecture, any church in Italy is remarkable. And then I'll also add in Fenway Park.
Wow.
Mackinac Island in Michigan. Those they're tourist traps, but Fenway's amazing. anywhere in Italy, really. Florence is great, but I wish I could speak on the Roman Coliseum, but all I could speak on is the exterior because that's all I was allowed to see. Because I was rebuffed with great prejudice.
For me, it's the Statue of Liberty. Like I was anticipating I was gonna be like, this is late, but it really is. I don't know. When you get up to it, it's like, wow, this feels like you're on the set of a movie almost because of just how iconic it is throughout like history and your memories of growing up and different things like that. And similarly, Lambeau Field does feel like magic when you walk in there. Like when you walk into Lambeau, it feels like what I imagined Rudy's dad when he walked into Notre Dame for the first time in that movie. That's how I felt walking into Lambeau.
Ask Reddit every single Tolo Tuesday. During the commercial-free expressway and our leftover Reddit questions we didn't get to, we always ask it to the KNC Masterpiece in Crosstalk at 9:40 on DFW Sports Station. We got a monumental college football change with a local school. How much is it going to hurt them? And RJ says, no more college football video games. They're finished. It's the college football kegger. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
A seismic shift in college athletics. Oklahoma AD Joe Castiglione. No, not the. Didn't he run like the basketball FIBA? Wasn't he like the U.S.?
I knew Castiglione's name from back in Kansas City covering Big 12, and it was like, this guy's a beast.
Yeah. I think
15 years ago.
I think the Red Sox had an announcer named Joe Castiglione at one point, too. But he will retire. He's the athletic director at Oklahoma. He is tremendous. He has always been one of the best in the business. He is retiring, semi-retiring. He's going to take a reduced role. And this will bring an end to the longest tenured current AD in college sports. He's dang near 30 years. He got there late 90s. He brought in Bob Stoops, ushered in the modern golden era of Oklahoma football. And obviously the Bud era was great too. But they've been basically a tremendous football powerhouse since he took over, where they kind of didn't have their way about them when he took over. They were on probation, post-Switzer, and just a mess. So he's been phenomenal. Basketball team's been great. He brought Skip Johnson in to run the baseball program. That pesky little softball team that wins like 4 titles in a row. He's phenomenal. This is a major, major loss for OU.
I always wonder, obviously, it's easy to just see success or improvement and it coinciding with the AD being there or whatever else and just to naturally, ascribe to it. I always wonder, whenever people are talking about how great somebody's done as an AD or whatever, it's practically, what does that mean they did? Was it just they became fundraising, just giants and we're getting a bunch of money into the program? Or is there something structurally they're doing? Or is it just the coaching hires they make to run the programs and delegating?
I think a great AD brings you a well-rounded athletic department, not just football. I think
Vols just accomplished what? I saw you retweet the other day.
We were the only team. We had all 20 sports make the postseason.
Woo!
Damn.
And then in the 5 major sports, football, men's basketball, women's basketball, baseball, and softball, highest winning percentage of any school. Danny White's done a really good job since he got there as the AD. He made good hires. Barnes is already there, but he hired Vitelli, hired Josh Heupel. So I think a good AD, you can make one or two things. Are they fundraising? They do a good job fundraising. And can they hire more than just a good football coach? There were athletic directors that they really hired good football coaches, but they couldn't spot a good basketball coach if we gave him Coach K on the other side of the desk. And I think a really good AD just makes smart, sound hires. And maybe they listen to people. Maybe they hire search firms, or maybe they just tell a good coach they see one.
Yeah, I remember thinking about OU growing up, as much as I hated them as a program. I remember thinking just mid-2000s, man, it's so impossible to have a school that's actually, good at everything, like the 3 major sports as a college team. And I remember thinking OU was the one who kind of challenged that and kind of pushed that. And it was good regardless.
Any other, top 3 ADs you immediately think of throughout the country?
Look, Del Conte's done a really good job everywhere he's gone.
CDC, baby. Chris Del Conte.
He was really good at TCU. He's done a really good job at Texas. It's not hard, I don't think, to be a good AD at Texas. You probably get the pick of the litter of what you want. Byrne was at Bama forever. He was a pretty good AD, and then obviously Danny White has been a really good one. But they're not household names like the coaches. You don't think of them like that. So, college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. EA Sports.
It's in the game.
Welcome to You're Next. You're next on the block here. Start naming off who you think the best team in college football is this year. Start rattling off the names. Who's the best team in college football? Texas, right. Yep, they're there.
UT's good. Penn State.
Penn State, yep, they're very good. Number 4 on this list.
Ohio
This is
State.
EA Sports ranking. This is their official ranking. So, you do the player rankings on Madden. Oh, he got a 99.
Buckeyes,
they're on there. They're number 3.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's 5. Well done.
Okay. Georgia.
Georgia's 6th. Yeah, all these teams have an 88 rating. 88. All these teams have an 88 rating. Clemson's at 7. 88 rating. A&M, 88 rating. They're at 8th. Oregon, LSU, Miami, Florida, Texas Tech. Your team, Sean, they all have an 86 rating.
Former team.
And then coming in at number 1.
Joey McGuire didn't get my godson.
Wait, we didn't already list number 1?
We did not list number 1.
Okay.
With an 89 rating, the Alabama Crimson Tide. In no world does anyone think Alabama is the best team in college football this year. Not preseason. Nobody.
Suck it, Bobby.
Nobody is putting them number 1.
No, I think this is reflective of the culture and the way people view it. There's still a bunch of like Heaven's Gate cultists at Alabama and in connection
running
to
the
that,
video game
SEC.
world.
Oh, yeah.
Over there at EA, they've invaded.
Yes, absolutely. Alabama has invaded everywhere with that toxic poison that people just think they're the greatest thing. Now, look, yeah, they put together some great football teams. Like the Saban, like you talk about the 2012, 2013, like that era, they were great. The problem is just everybody treats them as like, oh yeah, that's who they are now.
That's who they are now.
It's like talking about as if it's the same thing that drove me nuts about the Chiefs last year, where the Chiefs were not as good last year as they had been. And everybody's talking about like, no, that's still the same exact team. It's like, no, it's not. Alabama's a good team. Alabama talked about as if they are on a level right now with Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, whoever else is just wrong. They're not, and they haven't been for a few years.
It's the coach, man. Like when Bear Bryant retired and Alabama brought in Ray Perkins, they went 8-4, 5-6, 9-2, 10-3. And they fired. They bring in Bill Curry. 7-5, 9-3, 10-2. And they fire him and they bring in Gene Stallings, and he got back to cheating. All right, and they wound up winning the national championship 2 years later. And then guess what? When he retired, Mike DuBose, 4-7, 7-5, 10-3, 3-8. It's about the coach. You can't just say, oh, well, Saban's gone. They're still Alabama. Well, no, not necessarily.
Agreed. I'm glad everybody's coming around.
And they lost their quarterback.
John Shire's done a really nice job at
their
Duke.
running back, Bobby.
There we go.
Shire's done a really nice job at Duke, right? Duke's Duke, but it's not Coach K Duke. Shire's done a good job of keeping that like that. It remains to be seen what, Hubert Davis does at North Carolina after they lost Roy Williams. What's going to happen to Kansas or Bill Self? They're going to get good coaches. But if they miss, they miss.
And there's no Deion or Belichick in the game.
There's no Deion and no Bill in the game. They did not give their permission for their likeness to be in the game. I get they wanted money. I get it.
Deion and Jordan didn't give permission. Deion answered for himself. I'm guessing Jordan Hudson answered for Belichick.
Oh, yes. There you go.
I thought you were thinking Michael Jordan.
No,
for Belichick.
Yeah, I thought for a second too. Texas is number 1 in offense.
By the way, are we going to kill that, or is that an understandable move? I always disliked when I couldn't play with MJ in the basketball video games growing up.
I don't like it. Business wise, maybe it makes sense. Maybe they're not getting value. I don't care. Like there are just some things practicality wise for society and your brand that it makes more sense to just take the loss on.
Yeah.
Alabama has the top defense. Texas the second best defense, and Texas the number 1 offense.
Wow.
But that wasn't all from EA Sports as to why college football of 2026 is canceled. The top 25 toughest places to play, the stadium rankings. A&M was number 1 on this last year. I guess in a year, they dropped 10 spots to number 11.
Oh.
Makes absolutely no sense. Now, they got LSU.
Jimbo.
Yeah, they got LSU at number 1. They got Penn State at number 2. Those are generally considered tremendous environments. I've been to LSU.
Well,
I've never been to Penn State.
No.
I have been to the State Pen, though. But I've never been to Penn State. But I've been to LSU. I think it's loud. It's cool. Yeah, well, great. You know, I think the tailgate's better. It didn't hurt that we beat the crap out of them.
Did you go to LSU at night?
It was not at night. It was not at night.
And y'all beat them down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was not at night, though. I shouldn't say beat them down. We beat them. We didn't beat them. Okay. But it was good. I mean, they gave me gumbo in the parking lot.
Very nice.
You know, they shared. Ohio State 3, Georgia 4. I mean, A&M got absolutely in I know 11. That's garbage. Georgia 4, Bama 5. Bama's not a good environment. I'm sorry.
Bryant
Bama
Denny's
is the Yankee Stadium of football. It's a cool place. It's loud, but
is it corporate?
It's not corporate.
Okay, what's the Yankee Stadium comparison?
It could be louder. It could be louder.
And they do roll call.
The fans are so spoiled. Yeah. The fans are so spoiled. It takes a lot to get them going.
Yeah.
You go to an Auburn game, I mean, all you got to do is get near the quarterback and it's loud. Clemson, Florida, Oklahoma, Oregon, Michigan, Texas A&M, Tennessee, Texas, Florida State, Wisconsin.
Michigan feels low at 10.
Yeah.
RJ
South
hates
Carolina.
Michigan, though.
I hate Michigan. I don't like it. It's like, get a second level. Okay, be a real stadium. Get a second level.
So what was 1, 2, 3?
LSU, Penn State, Ohio State.
Okay.
That's right this year. The only I might say Penn State should be above LSU, but I mean LSU is number one is
because
fine.
of the team this year.
Just in general, the idea of if Texas were gonna have to go into one of those environments, I wouldn't want to go play in either one. But the one that would probably make me think there's a little bit more of an edge would be Penn State. But Penn State and LSU are clear top 2 to me.
Trey said, I believe A&M is a tough place to play, but what big-time games have they won there recently? It's regarded as this impossible place to win at, yet teams beat them there all the time.
Well, that's just because that's a lot of that's the team.
Well, you got to factor. I think you got to factor in the team.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the ranking should never change, right?
Now, Georgia's won 32 straight at home. That to me is pretty. It's like a home field advantage. It's pretty good.
But I mean, is that again? Yeah, if we're factoring in is that just Georgia's awesome, or is that oh my gosh, there's something here in Georgia that's different?
I agree.
But LSU could be a mid football team, and I think you're having a tough time beating LSU in Baton Rouge.
Urban Meyer or Bill Belichick?
Urban.
I agree.
Urban Meyer was on the Triple Option podcast, and he said he was offered a GM job, and this is why he turned it down.
I had a school come see me this year and asked if I wanted to be the GM and a couple other phone calls. And you start to think, okay, they actually came to see me. And so I said, yeah, we'll meet and I'll sit down with you guys. And I said, okay, what is the job description? They said, well, basically you handle all the, you meet with all the agents of the 17, 18-year-olds. And I thought, I'd rather step on a rusty nail and pull it out what in the, but if that's what you got to do, Jim, God bless you, brother.
So that's basically the job description of the GM. What idiot thought it'd be a good idea to get a guy who doesn't want to work to be the GM? This is not a semi-retirement job. The assistant GM with Steph Curry and Trae Young, that's a retirement job. The GM of a football team at the college level, you've got to go and do butt kissing left and right. Who wanted to hire that dude?
Doesn't seem consistent across programs, like what we're calling GM. It seems like different programs have different applications for it. When he just said that doesn't sound like what Michael Lombardi's doing at North Carolina. It sounds like Michael Lombardi's basically just doing roster construction and scouting. And so I wonder how many...
But I think he does have to manage the payment.
Yeah.
You have to be an accountant.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then you have to deal with the agents.
But for that, what Urban just described, that almost sounded like he was like a cap expert is what they wanted him to go in there and negotiate for us and stuff like that, which is less about talent values. I don't know why you'd want Urban doing negotiations.
I wouldn't. I mean, I would think that, from a recruiting standpoint, he could recruit, but how much of recruiting is, hey, you're going to play for me?
Right.
Not for, hey, I'm going to recruit you to go play for Hugh Freeze.
I mean, how many of these kids right now care about Urban Meyer, and the only thing they know is a photo of him in a bar and a disaster in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I mean, think of time. How quick. So the kids that he's recruiting are 17 years old. When Urban last coached a college football game, they were what, 12? Are they watching? Are they paying attention? My 12-year-old does. I don't think my 12-year-old knows who coaches Tennessee, and he likes Tennessee. Like, I don't think he has any idea.
I feel like Urban is going to get disrespected over time as a college football great.
Yeah.
He's a Hall of Famer.
He's the second best coach of this era. It's just behind Saban.
Say it again.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's better than Dabo.
He's better than Harbaugh.
Better than Harbaugh.
And he's developed such a reputation as kind of being a jerk.
Yeah.
It's lost so much that when you hear him talk football, it's really impressive. Like when he talks about how to break down and build a team.
There it is, the College Football Kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Another example of filthy Delphia being absolute trash, and I love the new law that says if you bully, you can't drive. It's PP in the morning with Peyton Phillip Russell next.
Hey, if you missed any of The Fan...
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manna. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, 8:20 on a Tuesday. Every Tuesday at this time, a little pee-pee in the morning. It's about to be a little stinky in the morning with this first story here. Philadelphia, the awful city of brotherly shove, worst city in America. Ooh. They're about to be put on the map here. Well, maybe they'd be taken off the map.
Bobby and RJ would protest this.
I like Philly. I do.
I do like it.
I would not live there and I wouldn't go out when the sun goes down, but I would like during daylight.
Parts, that's for sure.
During daylight, downtown's lovely.
Well, we'll
good
see
airport to connect through.
Yeah. Okay, is it? We'll see if you want to visit Philadelphia after this story. There's a new meaning to the word filthy here. We often refer to Philadelphia as a piece of dump, and this time it literally is a piece of dump. The garbage men in Philadelphia have gone on strike, so there are just mounds of garbage all over the street in some neighborhoods. You know, left turn, right turn. It's just garbage everywhere piled up on the streets. It's been like this for almost a week now because there's no one there to simply take the trash. And Aiden has some of the video footage up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You can just see everywhere you go, it's just mounds of trash that people can barely walk through. And so it's starting to stink there. And look, it's getting hot there. It's in the 90s, so now it's hot garbage. People are seen just driving around, hauling their trash bags out onto the corners of the streets. And here's actually some audio of a resident in Philadelphia who is obviously he's fed up with this garbage.
Rail! Look at this shit, Rail! Look at this shit, Rail! Look at it! Look! Stop playing with us. Get them people their money. You got this grass, trash. Grass, trash. What the is up? Sherelle, I'm not playing. I done been everywhere. Get them people their money, man. Give it to them. Look at this. The 18-wheelers. U-Haul wheelers. This Rel. I'm tired of it.
And Rel is the mayor.
Sherelle Parker is the mayor.
So she's in some hot water right now because, I mean, then what do you do if she does end up, paying these workers? Then what's her first job? All right, go get all the trash that, has caused with the issue.
She told the people to fill your cars with garbage and take them to the dump.
Okay.
That's what she said. She said start filling your cars with garbage and take them to the dump. But completely ignoring the fact that like 30% of Philadelphians don't even have a car. Right? It's a walking city.
That high?
It's 30% like it's high, like of homes. They don't have it's a very high number. Like what are you doing? Like, you can't just tell people even if it's 28%, don't tell people to fill their cars with trash.
Right. I'd have to have a truck, and then I'm going to spray that thing out afterwards. I freak out if I take I won't even take my garbage bag out without like keeping the can under it in case there's a dripping, because I don't want it on the floor. And you want me to throw that in my vehicle? The timing of this, I love it. I love it for Philadelphia to suffer, because this is kind of like if NFL players struck before the playoffs. What's a better time to go on garbage strike? The summer for the 95-degree stank, as you wrote in the email last night,
stank.
or before a humongous event comes to town to embarrass you.
Yeah, that would do it.
Wait for, if they had the Super Bowl right now, that'd be incredible. Or the World Cup.
The national media up on it's
a convention.
Yeah, according to CBS News, 33% of households don't have a car in Philly. Like that would be bad. You do it during that, but this is more inconvenient by far for the local residents because of the stank.
Yeah.
If you want to get it, fixed quicker, I bet you doing it before the big event, because it's the embarrassment that would bring the city and the national coverage.
Yeah, I'm specifically, the first thing I thought of was like if the RNC or the DNC is going through there one year and you just go on strike and all those people in town have to watch, that would be the worst time.
And some of these like corners of the streets, like it's by apartments and housing. Like, what if you just happen to be that person? Like, you got to be smelling that stuff, even if you're inside your house. So, I mean, it's just a really awful situation.
When I moved to Sunnyvale, like the Facebook pages, Neighborhood Watch would be like, there's going to be a stench at 5 or 6 o'clock. And it freaked me out a little bit. None of it was true, but it was like, there's a plant, or if you're by like a chicken plant, like in Maryland, all these chicken plants. Oh my gosh.
Awful.
It's a sentence. It's a life sentence.
Yeah, and that's why like I would never live in Jacksonville, which we've trashed before. Literally, that smell just radiates through the city. That just creek water smell. Yeah, it smells like creek water everywhere.
The marsh. It's marsh.
It's disgusting.
You never know how important people's jobs are until you piss off the garbage men there. So don't do that, Texas.
Sanitation engineers.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on, Peyton. Don't be insensitive.
Well, we go from Pennsylvania to the great state of Tennessee. RJ Choppy's great Tennessee Vols. The state of Tennessee is taking a stance, and Sean liked the story here, on you scumbag kids that bully each other. Yep. This is a first of its kind. A law in the U.S. will suspend driving privileges for Tennessee students who bully other students. Round of applause. Incredible.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I don't know how it's going to stop the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old bullying, because they don't have licenses.
It's got to put a hold on your account. Your social, got to put a hold on there.
Here's your NTTTA card suspended. But this is one of my biggest fears with my kids. And I'm worried that I'm going to go over the edge of asking them to prevent bullying, not just to bully. But I'm like, am I going to get them beat up or step into the wrong person or in trouble one day? But I'm weighing that in my mind to be like, I want you to also prevent the bullying if you see it happening. But I love this. I absolutely love it. Does it say how it's going to work? Like, you have to get in trouble at school and then they're going to pass that on to the DMV?
So this could be bullying in the classroom or even cyberbullying, because more and more kids nowadays are on social media. And so if you have evidence of it like that, I guess you submit it. But how awful would it be to get denied? Because I imagine this is something that goes on your record.
Although with today's kids...
Yeah, define bullying too.
That's the thing.
I want to define it.
I don't know. How are we going to determine?
To me, this is, look, I'm a child of the late 80s, early 90s. Bullying to me is 100% physical.
Oh, no.
Like that. When I was a kid, that's what bullying was. Like, you were not a bully if you made fun of somebody.
Well, we didn't have the online world, though.
Right. No, I get it. I know. So it's different, right? But when, I never thought of people who made fun of kids as bullies.
It says here.
Now I think of people who would go up and just
Well, I think we
dead leg you
we just
or
think of it
whatever.
as ball busting.
Well, yeah, right.
We think of it, but
as ball busting.
Tennessee says as part of this, they said that their research shows that teens who are cyberbullied have a 50% higher risk of suicidal thoughts.
But that is a great question. How are you going to define it? Like on Twitter, it's tough to define. If you're like, hey, this person should be suspended for this or that, or this one loser account that I wish Elon would just do away with. I haven't seen him for a while, so hopefully he has gotten suspended.
Probably in jail.
Twitter jail. But in today's world, it seems like taking away the license from a kid is not a punishment, as kids don't want to drive as much.
The amount of kids that are 16 that don't run to the DMV to get their driver's license. Like my kid's already got his he's already got the appointment made.
Yeah.
Right? He's 6 months away. He's already got the appointment made. The day he was allowed to make it, he made it. But there are plenty of kids that are 16, 17 who don't even have the license. It's expensive, the insurance, I get it.
And I don't think I can't take away your license for you might have to be a 2-time offender for this. Not just once. What are you making a face for?
So Tennessee's legal definition, according to Tennessee.gov, of bullying is unwanted aggressive behavior that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. The behavior is repeated or has the potential to be repeated over time. That feels very broad.
Yeah. To me, it's kind of like porn. Like we'll read a story, or you hear of a story where you're like, dude, like it just it gets into my skin and it makes my skin crawl or infuriates me, and I'm like, all right, that's instant. But this is gonna be very hard to define.
And they say the imbalance of power involves either the use of physical strength, access to embarrassing information, or popularity to control or harm others.
So yeah, if you pick on someone, get ready to learn how to ride a bike, you loser. Now, do you guys think with disciplinary?
You called him a loser.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
now you can't drive.
Dang
yep.
It. Sean,
take away your Mustang.
Sean, you're going to have to drive me to work tomorrow morning. But do you guys think when discipline actions come up in schools, do you think they'll ever bring back the paddles?
No.
Everyone says history repeats themselves. I don't know. I kind of now. I mean, I'm going to say that, and then my kid's going to end up going to school with a paddle or whatever. But I don't know. It'd be something to throw there. But yeah, I don't think we'd ever really go back there.
Never.
No. They're trying to take away paddles at homes, much less schools.
All right, it's PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. One more story here, guys. We got another TikTok prank gone wrong. Kids just have to ruin everything nowadays. A simple prank of ding-dong ditching couldn't just stick around. Kids nowadays are going to the extreme, and instead of just ringing a neighbor's doorbell, they are kicking the door and banging on it, and they're running away. So it's aggressive ding-dong ditching. Did you guys ever ding-dong ditch as a kid? I imagine you guys did.
No. And now there's cameras.
Yeah, now
everyone has cameras nowadays.
There was that story in Georgia where ding dong ditching, that was all it was, got somebody shot and killed. So I mean, yeah, no, we had somebody do this to our door about 2 years ago, something like that. Like, I mean, bang hard on the door.
Caller ID ruined it. Caller ID ruined the prank call. We used to prank call all the time.
Star 67.
Yep, I was about to say that's how you just conceal your number.
I sprint out of my house once every 2 months because I either got some punk ass kids riding their bike through my driveway, and yesterday this random guy just walked through my driveway, and I jumped out of bed to run out there to be like, what the hell are you doing? But I feel like he didn't look like he was trying to cause trouble, but I felt like he just kind of got lost. He was focusing on something else, whether it's a cell phone or something, and he just walked thinking my driveway was the regular road. But I'll get these random kids or a car doing this full speed half U-turn in my driveway, and my wife never once. Yeah, Bobby pulled the U-turn. My wife was like, "What are you gonna go out there and get shot?" I'm like, "You can't just be. You're on my property. You're on the state's property since I'm paying the property tax." But no, I would like to have a carton of eggs if this happened to me consistently, just to open the door and try to knock these kids unconscious by hitting them in the head.
You're in a bad spot, too, because you're in the corner. So you are the natural turnaround point when someone goes, oh, I've reached the end. I'm not supposed to be here. So you're going to get a lot more of those spinning into your driveway.
And last thing on this, these pranks have taken place all over the United States, but also right here in Texas, down in Houston. Law enforcement in Houston have tried to warn parents to educate their kids on the dangers of doing a prank like this, where obviously, it could end up with someone getting killed, because everyone has guns nowadays. If you break into someone's home, and that's the thing, they've also stated this, that if you kick down a door and your foot, by law goes inside their house, it's a burglary charge.
Woo!
It's bullying too.
Yeah. and you'll lose your license in
Yeah.
Tennessee.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time with Peyton Phillip Russell here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. It's Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Bobby says it's time for the Cowboys to quit playing and just sign this player. That's next in Below
The Belt.
right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
RJ 153, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
If you're gonna sign him in 6 weeks, why not just do it now anyway? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Before we talk about the player that the Cowboys should just go ahead and sign right now, since I'm guessing they're probably going to sign him here in 6 weeks anyway, Kirk Cousins is one of the quarterbacks featured in Netflix's second season of quarterback. What did you think of the first season? It was, who all was it? It was Cousins, Mahomes, and then who was the other
Mariota.
one? Mariota. And so last year, I thought it was decent, but you remember they had so much trouble getting anybody to commit to doing season 2, to the point where they were running back Cousins. They got Burrow, and then the other they got is Jared Goff, which I think they probably scored well. A lot of the previous people who got the series in advance as it releases today, a lot of people were saying that Burrow is a big star in this. Like comes across really well.
Okay.
And Goff already, we know he's kind of a funny interview and some of the stuff he does. And Cousins' storyline is the most fascinating because they had no idea when he committed to it that he was going to be followed around with the Penix stuff. And so some quotes are starting to come out about that as Netflix has dropped the series today. And this is the clip that's out this morning of Kirk Cousins reacting with the Netflix staff to the selection of Michael Penix.
Wasn't expecting us to take a quarterback so high. At the time, it felt like I had been a little bit misled, or certainly if I had the information around free agency, it certainly would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. But I've also learned in 12 years in this league that you're not entitled to anything. It's all about being able to earn your spot and prove yourself.
Which sounds about like the Cousins answer you'd probably expect.
He sounds like a really good dude.
That's generally been the testimony across the league about him, is that he's a good dude. Now which is why, again, it's so surprising that Atlanta didn't. They knew they liked Penix. They didn't be like they weren't upfront about that at all. I don't understand why. I still have not been able to wrap my head around, and Atlanta has not given a good excuse as to why they went and signed Cousins anyway, if that's how they were going to use their first pick. It doesn't make sense because Penix right now is play now. He's already, 42 years old? He's super old. He's ready to play right now. He was probably the most pro-ready in terms of his game to go right now. And
honestly, him and probably JJ with the age and the fact that JJ was in a pro system.
Yeah, but the fact that Cousins, he gives the political answer there, but the fact that he's willing to just directly say, even before he had been benched in this scenario, that, I would have chosen somewhere else.
And that's why they didn't tell him.
Yeah. But
they
why?
wanted to sign him.
And that's the thing. If he says no, what do you care? I don't understand. Get a different bridge quarterback to lead up to Penix. Why did you need Cousins for that?
Because give me the other quality of quarterback equal to Cousins that was out there and available. This still happens rarely. It's not like, all right, I'll just flip it to someone else. Cousins still was a good quarterback.
Sure, but in terms of the investment you made, you were willing to lock yourself into a pretty massive 2 to 3 year deal, depending on when you could get the escape hatch, just in the name of getting you by until Penix was ready.
The Atlanta draft quarterback decision will be an all-timer that we laugh at, and we should not forget anytime soon.
And if if they knew they were going to do this anyway and they still did it, and they didn't tell him. It's like, do you really want to start off like the whole with a lie? Like, you just blatantly lied to him. That's toxic.
But the Falcons this is going to remind me now of like the share your location argument. Like people are going to reverse it, where the Falcons can be like, oh, now you're going to laugh at us for taking Penix because he's already playing.
Right.
Well, that doesn't absolve you of signing Cousins. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, and this whole
one of the moves was dumb.
Right. They also, like, if they had signed Cousins and then they get him in there and it's like, oh boy, well, he ain't going to be ready this year. Like his ankle's going to be hanging on by a thread. Like, okay, I get it. I don't have a problem with them drafting Penix.
Yeah, all of this assumes that
I have a problem with them doing both.
My issue. See, I do. I wonder how much of it was.
You didn't make fun of the Falcons. If we go back and find that audio after draft day, you didn't make fun of them for drafting Penix.
I don't think it's ever. I
guarantee you that you did.
Well, here's the thing. I think what happened is they signed Kirk, and then they realized that his ankle or his Achilles just wasn't coming along, and then this thing like kind of fell in their lap. Like I don't think they expected to get the guy they wanted.
Well, they took him at 8. You could even argue as a reach, and then I would argue back bad medical eval when it was a question about Kirk in the offseason.
So that's the thing. All of this assumes that the Falcons are telling the truth, which is we intended to sign Kirk and we always had Penix near the top and we intended on taking Penix the whole time. Somewhere in there could be a lie. I don't know where they profit from that. They probably don't want to admit they invested in something that they found out later they didn't like, or they don't want to look like they panicked and went, oh, Penix is better than we thought, and we figured this out late in the game.
Everything the Atlanta Falcons, I'll agree with Michael Lombardi on this and Belichick. I don't take the Falcons seriously right now as a front office and organization. They come across to me as a joke with many things that they've done.
Yeah, and that's, across the board, whether it be through their player selection, other things. They've got so much wasted talent over there over the last couple of years. Where they've got genuinely talented players who just they can't cultivate an entire team
in the G-Bag division.
Yeah, exactly. Of all divisions, I do think, and as the NFL Top 100 goes along, we'll probably get into this a little bit more. I do think Atlanta's going to be the trendy pick this year, though. Like, everybody has the trendy dark horse Super Bowl pick of like, I think they're going to make it. Like, where somebody's throwing out a random Cleveland in previous years or something like that, where it's like, why are people throwing this one out in a handful of individuals? Like Orlovsky's going to tell us, I bet at some point, like Atlanta's going to win the Super Bowl this year. That's what I would anticipate. All right, the Dallas Cowboys are in dire need, in my opinion, of a cornerback because they don't have any clue who is playing any one of the 3 spots. They know Bland will play one of them, but they don't know where yet. And they don't know when Diggs will be back.
And Bland is going to be fine health-wise to start?
Yeah, Bland should be fine.
Okay.
Bland, though, they don't know if he's going to play nickel. Is he going to play outside? What's he going to do? When you start the season, you're probably going to be without Trayvon Diggs. You're probably going to be without Savon Ravel. And if that's the case, then you could be running out there week 1 with Bland and Elam and Carson. If for some reason Diggs' rehab is going a lot better than they thought, maybe you're out there with Diggs and Bland and Elam, or Diggs and Bland and McQuam. Who knows? The point is you don't know who's playing where right now, which means essentially you have none of your corner spots locked down, even if you know Bland has one of them. So with that in mind, it's a gut feeling more than anything else. I really do think we're heading towards a Stephon Gilmore return at some point. The Cowboys historically, we've been out at training camp when they've flirted with Anthony Barr during the offseason a couple of years in a row, and they were always like, oh, it's one of those things that I guess will never happen. Then we got out to training camp, and you remember it was like 4 days into camp, they bring Anthony Barr in there when they're like, oh, this clearly is not, our linebackers are not good. Bring Barr in here. They did it with Malik Hooker. They thought their safety group was fine. They got in there. They went, nope, not good. Go sign Malik Hooker, who we've worked out a couple times and passed on. And then they did it last year with Carl Lawson. They'd worked out Carl Lawson a few times. They end up signing him midway through training camp when they think, yeah, this is not going to work for us. I think similarly, they're trying to convince themselves they think their corner position is fine. And that, no, we can hold this down. We liked Carson last year. Elam's a former first-round pick. Diggs will be back at some point. We've got Ravel back at some point. And Bland is obviously great. What do we have to worry about? And I think when they get out there at practice, similarly to previous years, they're going to look at the first 2 practices and go, this is not good enough. And we got to do something. And I would guess that's going to end up being Stephon Gilmore.
His PFF last year was a 64 in the green, 93rd out of 222 corners.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not terrible. I mean, you can get by with that.
No, it's top half of the league. You don't. Tyre Elam was not top half of the league last year. Kalen Carson was not top half of the league last year.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Now he had given an interview recently. Stephon Gilmore did. He said, "I want to play this year. It's just got to be the right situation." This was on the Money Down podcast. He said, "It's got to be the right situation for me. I'm not just going to sign anywhere. I still love the game. I still can contribute. It's just got to be the right place." And you mentioned there Gilmore's numbers for the age that he is, which he will be, if he's not already, he's going to be 35 this year, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll be 35 in September. So basically the entire year you're going to be playing with a 35-year-old cornerback if you get him. But he has shown that while he is in a decline, he's not the defensive player of the year anymore. He is not below league average anymore. Even if you were to get league average out of him, that would be stable and steady enough that I would feel more comfortable with what the Cowboys are rolling out there as an entire team if I know that Gilmore's in there. Now, Gilmore was really well liked in the locker room. Now, his best buddy's gone at this point, Brandon Cooks. That's who he was really tight with. Brandon Cooks is gone. But he was really well respected in the locker room, really well liked in the locker room. He is a guy who grew up a big Dallas Cowboys fan. When he saw Dallas had traded up in 2012 and they went to go get Morris Claiborne, he was upset by that because he thought Dallas was in a range to take him, and when they moved up, it made it clear to him that he wasn't going to go there. And so coming here had kind of like fulfilled a dream for him. And if he's out there sitting there, and Dallas clearly has corner issues, I don't know. It feels a little like negligence not to at least have a workout with him.
Bodies. Have bodies.
Are there... go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, like that's... Especially at positions of premium importance, I think it's important not to just walk in with the bare minimum. Like, you need to have a lot of healthy or serviceable players, because that is the ultimate weak link unit. Like, that secondary is only as strong as its weakest part. And the offensive line.
Who are the other available corners?
So I think, let me see if he's still available.
Charvarius Ward?
No, Charvarius Ward went to Indianapolis.
Byron Murphy?
No, they've got the one who is available right now who's been connected to them pretty frequently is Mike Hilton. And Mike Hilton is a nickel guy. He's a little undersized. He's 31 years old. He's got an injury history. But, I mean, he can play the nickel for you. You can put Bland where you want him, and Hilton can take over the nickel. It's just, there's no telling how stable that'll be.
ESPN on July 1st ranked their updated corner market. Rasul Douglas was number 1 last year with Buffalo. Asante Samuel Jr., whose dad just came out and destroyed the Miami Dolphins, saying, "I don't want my kid to go there." Mike McDaniel has no control. There's Mike Hilton at number 4. So there's like 3 names amongst the top 4 in terms of the still available free agents at corner.
Yeah, and like Hilton would make a lot of sense because he can play inside, and that would allow Bland to play where he wants. But to me, their familiarity with Gilmore, the fact that he liked being here, the fact that he's still a solid player, I think Gilmore would make a lot of sense. And so I ultimately think 6 weeks from now, if he's free, they're going to get to camp, they're going to go, we need another corner, and he'll be here with a workout.
Below, B-Bell, every day at this time on your home of the Cowboys with our insider, Bobby Roberto, here on Sean and RJ. Rangers lose another heartbreaker late in Anaheim, but RJ Choppy has midway point overreactions or not in Major League Baseball. Bruce Bochy is in the final half season of his career. Baseball led us to analytics. Will they lead us away from it? And Pittsburgh should trade Paul Skeens and then sell the team. Baseball overreactions or not, with some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Texas Rangers next.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
say in order to remember.
The 3-2. Ball 4. He missed just a little bit outside with a fastball. That forces in Rengifo, and the Angels win in walk-off fashion on a walk-off walk by Nolan Shonowell. 6-5 the final score.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a walk-off walk to lose a game? And it's terrible, crushing fashion to lose a game in a walk-off walk after you had tied it in the late innings. It was the 8th inning they tied it up, and all of a sudden, and they got it tied up on their own kind of unique way. A strikeout, reaching first base, and then all of a sudden it's
Josh Smith.
Yeah, you get a double on the line, and it's a tie game. And then you give it up, leadoff double, walk, intentional, and then all of a sudden here you go, and it's ball game with a walk-off walk.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have been a very deserving victory last night if they would have won it anyway. Because,
right.
Jake Berger with his 3rd strikeout of the game and just flailing at a pitch he had no business. And then almost not running out of the box. The whole way he made it to first was because the catcher, panicked and thought he didn't have as much time, so he, makes this wild throw. He would have just, Bassick talked about it, if he would have just measured up and thrown it, Berger's out because he didn't run out of the box.
I thought Bassick did a great job detailing the pitch tipping that deGrom might have been doing, or maybe something more nefarious that they had picked up on. They got into their pitch comm. They could hear things.
Tell us about it, Oral.
Because Soler spat on 2 really good tight sliders from deGrom. One on a 2-2 pitch and then one on a 3-2 pitch. Now, the 3-2 pitch they called a strike. I think it may have been a little out of strike zone, but it was very, very close. But those are 2 pitches that Jake generally gets guys to swing at. And, he was so on them. It's like he knew they were coming. So, I don't know if Jake was tipping pitches from the stretch, but Bassick did a good job, I thought, detailing that.
A-Rod had a really interesting video last year where he talked about the ways that pitchers tip and, some of the things you look for. And he had said that one of the things that you look for is, he had talked about that the grip between the fastball and the change, that he said you'll usually see, if you look and can notice their forearm being a little bit tighter or the way they hold the glove, that'll a lot of times tell you if it's a fastball or changeup, just because of the way they're gripping it, trying to hold on.
Boy, that is some elite eyesight if you could really do that. You're 60 feet away. Can you really tell, if my hands are spread out a little bit more versus
I would guess if there's anybody that could do it, it's the people who can time up baseball pitches with their eyesight.
Right. That probably would be it. Yeah, that's a very good point. So it is Diamond Cavs here on 105 to the Fan. We are just beyond the midway point of the season. The All-Star break is at the end of this week, right? So it's on Sunday, and then we have the All-Star game next week. But we have hit 81 games for every team and beyond that. So let's do a little MLB overreactions or not at the midway point. Woo! Pittsburgh should trade Paul Skeens and then sell the team immediately.
The city of Pittsburgh should sell him?
Yeah, the owner. He should be forced to sell, by the way. But trade Paul. You're not going to win. It's actually the smart thing to do, because by the time you're ready to win, he's probably 30. But trade him anyway. Get a lot for him. You can get the most for him. I can't think of another player that in the last 20 years, other than maybe Mike Trout, that you could get more for than Paul Skeens right now.
I'm trying to decide how much I would want to punish the city of Pittsburgh, and I was looking up their attendance.
Yeah.
And they've been basically 25th or 26th over the past 3 years. And not dead last.
No.
Not bottom 2. I still remember the electricity there.
Great.
When they had their playoff run. I love that park so much that I don't think I want to see that park go away. But you're just talking about that ownership selling.
The ownership, if they trade Paul, they should be forced to sell the team. But they absolutely, from a baseball standpoint, should also trade Paul Skeens, because they are so far away. He would bring back a ton.
It's an overreaction right now. You can't, a year into the Paul Skeens phenomenon, just go let's see what we can get for it. There's plenty of time. He won't hit free agency for a while. He doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. I don't think you can bail on a talent like that. Let's save that for Nico.
Are they always at the bottom of payroll spending?
Right, basically.
Yeah.
They've been in the bottom 5, I think, for like the last 6-7 years that I've looked at. So there you go with Pittsburgh. Next one. Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani are as dominant as Bird Magic. If they both win the MVP this year, which they are likely to do, they would have won 7 of the last 10 MVPs.
Ooh,
7 of the last 10?
Yeah, because it's 5 years, right? Because
Yeah.
there's one in each league. So if they win the MVP, of the last 10 MVPs that have been awarded, they would have won 7 of the last 10.
The difficult thing to do here is judging the championships in baseball and the weight of what you can do versus the control in basketball.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like, but then maybe you just rely on the MVP. Like, it is insane. Like,
Yeah.
the Shohei run, we're going to have to start having some real all-time discussions. And then you got Judge, who you were saying even last year, despite Shohei is even having a better year than Ohtani at the plate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the plate,
And it wasn't close.
It wasn't really close.
Judge is essentially, if you look at OPS plus, Judge has essentially been Babe Ruth. Like in the last couple years, he has put up like Ruth-like numbers.
Crazy.
How many MVPs did Bird and Magic win amongst them?
Magic won 3, didn't he?
I think Bird won 2.
80. He won.
Bird won 3
times.
and Magic won 3.
He won 3 in a row. Bird won 84, 85, 86. And then, like you said, Magic won the 3.
And
So-
this would be what for Ohtani and Judge total?
This would be
7 out of 10.
Judge's 3rd. And then I think Ohtani's 4th.
Yeah, not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction in terms of like the quality. It's just I don't know that you can, like you were just saying, I don't know that you can separate what the championship back and forth between those two had to do.
But Ohtani just won 1.
Right. It doesn't feel like the same dynamic. Like in terms of quality, yes, but it doesn't have that same sort of feel to it.
How are you phrasing the question one more time?
That if they're as dominant as Bird Magic.
You got to remove impact too. You can't have the impact discussion. Obviously, that's saved basketball. But I'll say not an overreaction. I'll give them all the credit they deserve.
Sure. Yeah. By that standard, not an overreaction.
All right, next one. Cal Raleigh hitting 60 home runs as a catcher should win him the MVP, regardless of what Aaron Judge does.
Because of the physical wear and tear.
toll of being a catcher.
Because when we were growing up, catchers, I thought of catchers as power hitters. I thought of catchers as someone capable of hitting 30 home runs.
Yeah, they were largely capable of that. And now you're seeing, catchers. Well, we until Joe Mauer, you never had a catcher win a batting title.
Right, but like as a power hitter, similarly, I thought of catchers as having pop. They weren't big average guys, but I always felt like Charles Johnson or
Right. They were mid-20s guys all the time.
Yeah, now Pudge,
Piazza, obviously, Pudge, and tons of guys.
Fisk, Bench, Yogi, Lance Parrish, Gary Carter, and then you got to get to Salvador Perez, 8th on the all-time catchers list to get to a current player. Brian McCann in Atlanta, Posada, Javi Lopez. These are like 90s guys.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not giving it to him. I'm not giving it to him no matter what Judge does.
Cal Raleigh's OPS when he's catching is 1105. In 91 plate appearances as a DH, his OPS is 744. So he's 400 points higher when he catches.
Wow. Corey was comparing his RBIs to what we said. The Rangers' offensive MVP, Josh Smith, has 22 runs batted in.
Crazy.
What's Raleigh's?
72. 74. No, 74.
And he leads?
He leads
60 at catcher?
60 at catcher.
And is he catching a lot of games too?
He's catching quite a bit.
He's catching the vast majority.
Yeah, he's catching.
What's your answer to it?
Man, 60. So if Judge is over, if Judge bats 350 with 58 home runs, I don't know how he doesn't get it.
Judge?
That might be the highest batting average to home run we've ever seen.
And Raleigh's average is what, Bobby?
He's 268.
Yeah.
It's a big difference.
Catching can't outweigh 325 to me.
Yeah, and I mean, Judge is still going to be Judge is at 33 homers right now, and Raleigh's at 35.
You give more credit to the batting average or the wear and tear of the physicality? You're biased because your son is catching right now in Alabama.
He is. I
do give you props for that. I mean, catching sucks.
The wear and tear is tough. Now he's doing it in Seattle, right? He's doing it in Seattle, so it's a temperate climate. You know, it's not like he's Pudge doing it here, where he had to get an IV after every game. Yeah. You know that's more impressive than what Cal's doing. But I mean, they make no mistake. I mean, just the physical toll that takes on your body, the ability to be able to play the next day.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. That's tough.
Which he is on pace at the moment to hit 64 exactly.
Wow,
he's gonna break. I think they were saying on KNC break Bond's first half mark. Like
pre-All-Star break,
there.
yeah, I think it's at 37 or 39. All right, overreactions or not. Baseball led the analytics charge 25 years ago, Moneyball.
Ooh.
And it will lead us away from analytics in sports over the next several years.
That's a really interesting question and topic.
Thank you.
I think it's still an overreaction. It always depends what you define as analytics as well. You know,
yeah, that's
like
true.
Analytics are always going to be throw high fastballs to Josh Young. I count that as an analytic.
Yeah, that is.
So a scouting report,
yeah.
right? And I think scouting reports in baseball hold the most weight. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, like on a game, like how to approach an opponent. Yeah, I would say so.
It's especially in terms of attacking a weakness.
Yeah,
yeah. So that's never going to go away, and it shouldn't go away. I think what's going to go away is the analytics says launch angle, the types of swings or the all or nothing. Is it ever going to go away in Are we ever going to go back to mid-range jumpers?
Who's closest to death, basketball or baseball?
Death of what?
Just popularity.
Who's in the finals? Right,
I think basketball's closer because whoever's going to lead us away is going to do it by their sport bottoming out with the analytics, and basketball's closer to people are tired of what analytic basketball.
I think basketball is in a worse state when I watch game to game.
So
I'm more entertained by basketball overall, but what they're doing with the chuck it up threes nonstop is in a worse position than baseball going a little bit more small ball.
I think one of the other problems basketball has is that right now your teams on the rise are in Oklahoma, Minnesota, and then in baseball you've got Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge in the two biggest media markets on, they were just in the World Series. That's going to help the sport. It's not going to help the NBA to see Minnesota in the NBA Finals.
It's an overreaction because I think basketball is going to do that. I think the way basketball's product has gone is going to be more likely to drive people away from analytics as damaging the product.
All right, overreaction or not, Bruce Bochy is in the final half season of his managerial career.
Not an overreaction. I actually think this is it.
I agree.
Agreed.
I think Boch will walk away afterwards.
I'm dumbfounded.
Yeah. And now, is it Skip that takes over? Who knows? But I mean, he came here to do a job, and regardless of how it ends this year, he definitely did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine he's probably out, and then next year we're looking at Skip Schumacher as the manager of the Rangers.
A thought-provoking baseball midseason overreactions or not on the home of the Rangers with Diamond Cavs and Ralph James Choppy on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Part 2 of my favorite football off-season list is out. Do any Dallas Cowboys make this one? Find out next. Red Zone, your football fix on 105.3.
Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Where's Franco and Franco? If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-4817-323-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Cavante Turpin was driving 97 miles per hour, which led to police pulling him over for the 2 misdemeanor charges of gun and marijuana possession. That came out courtesy of TMZ, so nearly hitting 100 for Cavante to be pulled over, and that's what led to the arrest. That's not improvement. Jerry, 97 in a 70 in his 2022 Dodge.
Yeah, so he had that, which is, I mean, I guess that's 27. It's like that could be reckless driving. Then you obviously have the gun in plain sight where it needs to be, I guess, hidden in a vehicle. And then, you know, the marijuana, which, like, you know, any of those three.
Marijuana was in the center console. Gun was in the back. Plain sight, as you said.
Center console?
Yep.
Oh, so all you got to do is search. All right. Yeah, this is one of those, it's like, you know, all three of these, you know, none of them is really going to get you in trouble. I guess the 97 is probably the worst charge. Reckless driving. I mean, you could lose a license if you get enough of those.
Depending on...
Reckless driving is worse than the marijuana possession?
I mean, marijuana, what is that?
Or the gun?
I think the gun is the worst.
Well, gun is a nothing unless he's not allowed to have one.
That's the thing. I don't think he's allowed to have one.
No, that would, so yeah.
And regardless, he definitely wasn't allowed to have one with the weed.
Definitely not.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
I'm
like,
saying individually. I'm just saying individually. You add them all together, now it's like, okay, you got 3 bad ones there.
I think what car you get pulled over in as a professional athlete is actually the bigger concern over the embarrassment of the speed.
Okay.
So when I saw 2022 Dodge, I was thinking of RJ Choppy and what Dodge is. Like, would that be, are people going to make fun of him for that being an old vehicle? Unless it's some souped up awesome. Is it a Viper? Viper still a thing?
I guess it could be a Viper. It could be a Challenger.
Okay.
It could be a Hellcat.
Okay.
You know, you got yourself a Hellcat, even a Durango Hellcat. I mean, that thing's hot.
All right.
PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
There you go.
Yeah, why not? I mean, aren't the 26s out already? Like, and we're talking about a 22 that's 4 years ago. You're still talking about your USFL car or whatever.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Unless he got a used one.
Probably could only go 97. He was trying to go 110 in it.
Stop it.
All right, my favorite football list of the summer is out yesterday. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, talks to executives, coaches, and scouts to rank the top 10 at the different positions of the National Football League. Yesterday was running back Saquon, of course, number 1. have you all cheated and looked at the list?
No, but I did write down names that I was thinking of.
That's fine. Number 1.
Chris Jones.
No.
Wow.
Not Chris Jones.
Okay.
Let's see. I have no idea. It could Vita Vea.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. Lowest ranking was 5. Last year's ranking was 3. And people just in awe talking about this guy. Racked up quarterback takedowns while facing a 75% double team rate, higher than any other interior lineman. The Giants saw him improve his ability and that's the worry of the Giants, their defensive line. I thought he should have been Defensive Player of the Year, said a personnel director. He's a true zero technique nose who can occupy doubles and neutralize the run. I think he took his pass rush to a different level. Would have had double-digit sacks if Brian Burns and Kayvon stayed healthy. I forgot they have Brian Burns. And then you add Abdul Carter to it. Dexter Lawrence, number 1.
And he's deserving. I'm stunned they didn't put Chris Jones at the top. But yeah, Dexter Lawrence, I don't disagree. He's the best.
Chris Jones is number 2. Highest ranking, 1. Lowest ranking, 4. Last year's ranking was 1. He is age 31. By the way, Dexter is 27 if you're worried about that long term in the NFC East. His 20% pass rush win rate is tops among interior rushers, as are his 62 pass rush wins.
He had a couple years ago, Dexter Lawrence was number 1 in the NFL among defensive nose guards in quarterback hits with 31. The next closest at the end of the year among nose guards was 6.
His usage rate, though, is higher than several tackles on the list. All right, number 3.
Jalen Carter.
It is.
All right.
Jalen Carter. Highest ranking he got was 1. Lowest ranking was 4. A year ago, evaluators around the league projected big things, validated that faith. 4.5 sacks, 9% pass rush win rate. Not gaudy, but he's the classic need to see him in person player. Quote from a veteran NFL coach, young player, elite tool. He only had 4.5 sacks and 9% pass rush win rate. But this coach said, think his best is yet to come if he can keep his life in order, has Hall of Fame type ability and instincts.
And he's shown up in big games, too. That's the other thing. I think it flashes in our head so much because of what he does in the big games. 6
batted passes. That ranks 2nd on this list. An area for him to improve, consistently winning his one-on-one matchups. Number 4, Bobby.
Let's go Quinnen Williams.
No.
Rats.
That's what I was going to say. Cam Hayward.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, AI's out of names.
Justin
so
Madubuike.
AI's out of names.
I couldn't tell you who. I couldn't name another defense. Mozzie Smith.
No, Bobby.
No Justin Madubuike. Wow. Let's go Jeffrey Simmons.
Jeffrey Simmons, number 4 from the Tennessee Titans. Lowest ranking, unranked. Highest ranking, 4. Last year's ranking was 4. 5 is Quinnen Williams. Highest ranking was 3. Lowest ranking was 8. Last year's ranking was 2. He's 27 years old, going on 3 straight Pro Bowls, 23.5 sacks over that span. NFL personnel staffer, quote, true 3-down player, talented inside rusher who is fully capable against the run. One complaint is he gets pushed around in the run game. Number 6, you have not named him yet.
Have not named him. DeForest Buckner.
No.
Christian Wilkins.
No. NFC.
Aleem McNeil.
West.
Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams. Highest ranking was 2. Lowest ranking, unranked. Last year received some votes. Madubuike in Baltimore is 7. DeForest Buckner, Indy, is 8. Vita Vea, Choppy, is 9. Highest ranking was 2.
Oh, really?
From someone on this list for the big fella out of Tampa. Cam Hayward is number 10. Honorable mentions, again, scouts, coaches, executives, ranking position groups around the National Football League. Christian Wilkins, Derek Brown, Zach Allen, Kobe Turner from the Rams, and Osa Odigizua.
Hey!
Got a vote.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, he didn't get an honorable mention. It was in the also receiving votes category.
I mean, that still is look. You're placing, okay, or you're just others
placing. There you go.
You're in special thanks too in the final credits. That's not bad. You still made the credits.
877-881-1053. Cowboys will get named tomorrow with the edge rushers.
Is somebody you paid $22 million, whatever it was. I can't remember what the number was at this point. But somebody who you paid north of $20 million to, and we all felt like it was a deal at the time. Would you wish to see them getting more votes than just being outside the top 15 at that position?
I'd like to see an honorable mention,
Yeah, that'd be nice. An honorable mention.
But he needs to be there. He needs to be at least in the honorable mention after this season.
He's so disruptive. He's not finishing a lot of plays is the thing. He makes life hell on opposing teams. It's just he's not going to rack up a bunch of raw stats.
Well, hell, didn't you just say at one point he had a 9% pressure rate? Was it Jalen Carter?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jalen Carter was 9%, and he had 4.5 sacks. So
there you go.
RJ has a problem with Tom Brady.
All right, so Patrick Mahomes has talked to Tom Brady a good amount this offseason. Tom Brady gave him some advice, it just motivates him. He even goes as far as saying that, he wouldn't give away exactly what Tom talked about.
And, tampering.
We've talked a lot this offseason about Brady and his ownership/announcing gig and how it's not going to be able to last long term. And I've never really cared much about the tampering side of it. I mean, he's doing a job. He's a part owner, whatever. But and part of this, you guys know I was always Team Manning over Brady. But those two developed like a very close friendship to the point where, like, in that Peyton's Places, Tom was like, you told me and kind of showed me about this one route that I wound up running with Gronk over and over and over again. It was unstoppable. It was called the trap pass. I'm more of a trap music guy, but this is a trap pass. Right? And it worked. It's going to send Gronk to the Hall. But that's player to player. Like, a lot of players are friends in the offseason. This is Tom, the owner, can't be giving advice to chief rival Pat Mahomes.
I agree.
Like, this is
I'd have a major problem if I was a Raider fan.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Tom going on the field. He's a pro, whatever. It's Tampa. I mean, he's Tom Brady. Like, if Tom Brady if you want to go play for Tom Brady, he doesn't have to convince you to go play for him. But Tom Brady, the owner, can't be giving advice to a AFC West player.
You're fine if it's Caleb Williams.
I mean, I'm more fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm more fine. Like, the in division, I mean, that's like...
I agree.
That's like your next door neighbor, man. Come on.
You know what? This is why he should just pick one of the jobs, though. He needs to just pick whether he wants to be an announcer or pick whether he wants to be an owner. Like, there's no other setup where we would, like, accept this. It's so weird. And, I mean, fine, he can talk to Patrick Mahomes, but that's the thing. People are going to seek out his advice because he is the greatest of all time at the position, so people are going to seek out advice to talk to him, and that's going to be a conflict with where the Raiders are, whatever else. He's got to talk to people for production meetings and different things like that. He'll be on the field. It just creates too many potential problems that he should have to pay. I don't know why they're overlooking it here with this one, especially for a league that went out of their way to spend $25 million to suspend him like 10 years ago for some balls that were 90% inflated.
Now, listen, next week is the All-Star game. Jake deGrom is going to be sitting in the bullpen or sitting on the bench next to, Hunter Brown, Astros. And they're going to be talking pitching. That's okay, right? These are professionals. It's not owner to player. Owner to player just seems dirty. If Chris Young is out there talking to Framber Valdez about how he threw this, that's not cool. If it's player to player, it's for some reason it's like collusion, can't collude between the players. It just seems less problematic.
Bobby is still confused over what the Washington Commanders are doing with Terry McLaurin.
I don't understand why you are screwing with this dude. So Terry McLaurin, a report yesterday said he's still unhappy about the lack of progress that's occurred. So this is not just it's not done yet, but we're chipping away at this. They're not making progress at all. Terry McLaurin is unhappy about this. As of now, is not planning on showing up or doing anything with the Commanders. That obviously could just be a bluff. But this is a dude who was the only stability you had in the final Snyder years was him. In fact, I went and looked it up after. There's 16 receivers with 5,000 yards between 2019 and 2023. Only 2 of the 16, DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin, didn't have their quarterback make the Pro Bowl at some point during that run. And even still, the quarterbacks that DJ Moore had were Teddy Bridgewater, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Cam Newton. They're not great, but they're getting you by.
He had 13 touchdowns last year, his 5th straight season of 1,000 yards.
And it's when he gets a quarterback that's playing competent, he gets 13 touchdowns, puts up the numbers. And there are certain guys that you reward, certain guys that you pay for what they're going to do for you. McLaurin's a guy you reward and show organizational stability, especially when you're close right now. He's not over the hill or anything. McLaurin's ready to go right now, and you're in an area of contention. This, to me, feels like an old-school Snyder type of move. And it makes me wonder how much the Commanders have really changed if they're going to dig in on this. They still got time, obviously. Could be negotiating. But if this gets into training camp and he's still not there, like, now I'm having questions about how healthy the Commanders actually are as an organization.
Well, would you say the same thing about the Cowboys with Micah?
That's their MO. That's their operating. This is Washington. This is a chance for Washington to show this is a new era.
Yeah, I think you're overreacting to it a little bit. They're probably arguing. I don't know. McLaurin seems like the type of guy who would not be that unreasonable about his contract demand. He is 30, and what are we arguing about? Like, if he wants top 3 money, you can't get that. We got to draw a line. So we don't know what the number has been and what they're arguing over. That's obviously the most important thing.
Right. Generally, if it's top 3 money, though, that's usually like something that it's basically a phony number that's created. It's just something to quote in the media a lot of times. And so to me, it's like you're either being just unnecessarily difficult on structure or you're just not ponying up the money to pay him.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece. Crosstalk on a Tolo Tuesday is next.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, so I'm bringing crosstalk back because I have an emergency situation that's happening.
Oh.
Well, that might be too strong. I am actively in the middle of getting frauded right now.
Oh, no.
RJ's your man.
So one of my credit cards, they had charged something fraudulently at Walmart, and I was like, how in the world did that happen? So I got a note this morning, or a text just a minute ago. It's like, oh, you've changed your address on your credit card. And I was like, the hell I have.
Yeah.
And this person went on fashionnova.com and spent $623.99.
Dang. Kyle, yo.
I don't know.
Thanks a lot, Kyle.
I don't think so. But here's the thing. You guys can help me out with this. They want the stuff to go to their house, right? So on my account right now, they've changed their mailing address, primary phone number, and primary email. So I went ahead and called the phone number. They didn't answer as a voicemail. So I called them back just to see if they'd answer this
Was
time.
it a generic voicemail?
Yeah, but it directed me to like a real mailbox, and I left a voicemail. But like,
what'd you say?
And I said, hey, I think you're actively in the middle of frauding me, and you probably shouldn't have left your address and your phone number and your email, because we're just going to turn that over to the cops. So,
hey, it's Tiger.
Yeah. So I was like, that feels like a mistake. So Do you think?
Oh man,
we
of the
should just-
people in the building to try to. I mean, I think the top two are in here that you don't want to defraud.
Well, Bobby's number one. Easy.
Well, Kevin figured out Bobby's Bonds prank, so Kevin may be one.
Oh, yeah.
That showed, intellectual superiority,
right.
and he beat him in the rap battle. So it's kind of 2-0 against Bobby.
And he's petty and vindictive.
So the person's
He's not
number
as vindictive
starts
as Bobby.
with a 937, and then it's 99.
No, wait. I need to protect you here. I can see Spittle getting worried about this.
We're a criminal.
I love Fiona Apple.
I just don't think you should do
good one.
all
Good-
of the
really good
number
one.
right
Okay.
now. I need to say that before you go ahead
Okay.
and name the last four
So
digits.
you're saying give out the number one digit at a time each
I
segment.
think he's going to give out the email too and the address.
Oh, okay.
Update.
Hey, Kevin. I work in fraud for Bank of America. A lot of time they port other people's numbers, and the address is usually a home for sale. Oh,
That's exactly what I was going to get at, is that the address on there is likely not where they
Show
are.
us the address. Bobby will look it up and tell you whether it's legit.
Okay, here
Bobby, come around here.
Since I read it on the air.
No,
I don't think
just
you should
got
say
told
it.
not to.
I don't think you should. I'm
so
looking
here's
out
their
for you.
address, phone number, and email.
Yeah.
If you want to track any of those people, yeah, that one in Ohio. That's not me. Okay, thank you.
In
Ohio. I could see that. Leave it to those Ohioans. I would the rudest fans.
They're eating the dogs.
Are
Very
people in
rude.
Ohio the rudest
Oh,
people?
they're trash talking fans. We don't trash talk college football. Sean knows this. He went to a Vanderbilt Alabama game. He tried to bait him in there. We don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't do that in the SEC. We don't trash talk. We just go out there and we either win or we lose. We go home.
So what do you
they're
think
rude.
the police are going to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah, I mean, look, they got like other
Cavante Turpin to deal with.
crimes and stuff. Yeah, so let me ask you about
Your
that.
bank would probably do something
Yeah.
more than the police would.
Oh,
So-
the bank is gonna. I have Bank of America as well, and I have like 1,000% faith in that process.
I'm sure it'll get fixed. It's just really annoying, and like you take it personally. Like the whole reason I got
You took it personally.
Of course.
Oh,
Look,
yeah. It
the
feels
whole
violated.
reason I got fired from Blockbuster is the story of what happened, but I took it personally like they were stealing from me.
True.
And that's why I chased after them and kicked in their car window.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Taking it personal. I don't think it was directed towards you.
You're probably
It
right.
feels personal.
It
It's like when
feels
your house
personal.
gets broken into. You feel like
Yeah. That they targeted you
Okay.
and they're like, I'm going to steal
In
your
the
Nintendo
Kevin
games.
Hagelin court of law,
Yes.
what would be your appropriate and exact punishment for this individual?
death.
Seems
that
extreme.
seems like a win a little too far.
It'd be harsher than Diddy, but go ahead.
Oh, man.
He's still in jail.
I think so. Good
Yeah.
question.
That is a good question because I know the way I want to answer it, but that's disproportionate punishment.
Yeah. Let's see how fair you are.
I think I should be able to take $950 of their stuff now.
I thought it was $600.
Well, because of the other Walmart charge too.
Yeah, and interest.
And I should be able to tell everyone exactly who they are.
Oh.
And everything like that.
I think that's totally fair. So they should have to pay $1,000 fine to you.
Correct.
And have their identity revealed.
Correct.
Bob, what are we finding over here in
It's-
over in the crime department?
It's like it genuinely looks like an abandoned townhome.
Oh, dang it.
Squatters.
Squatters
Squatters
rights.
Squatters rights.
Squatters rights. They got
Yeah,
a
they
right-
probably have rights
They
to
have
steal
probably
your
rights to your
stuff.
stuff now.
That's just what houses look like in Cleveland.
Oh.
Wasn't there.
Corey travels there a lot.
I have been there frequently.
So,
There's some nice places though.
but like, Sean, you and I have things in common.
What?
Actually, I think we have quite a few things in common.
Very religious.
You could see not just that, but you could see how like taking things personally can be both a good thing and a bad thing, right?
Yes.
Like it'll drive you
Yeah.
to do better things, but it can also be your downfall.
But speaking of the religious stuff, I
Oh.
I came across, just random Twitter. I don't know where my algorithm has gone and all the bots, but
God, mine's full of breastfeeding.
What?
I wonder why.
yeah, I don't think it's a.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no!
And I was reading about revenge, how we should not be thinking about it was
I know.
it was like a Bible verse
You're right.
page, and it was talking about how it should not be vengeful.
You're right.
And-
I fall short of where I should be all of the time.
Yes.
You're
In
right.
fact,
You're right.
You're supposed to be kind to your enemies because it'll heap burning coals on their heads. Is what the Bible
But my
says.
question
Maybe.
about all that is like, is God vengeful enough? You know, like, is
Old
he
Testament God is.
Is he? Is he gonna exact the
Abraham God was a.
What's his level of revenge compared to our level of revenge?
I mean,
If he
there's a
is
whole like
when they go to
doctrine
heaven,
about
is it
the
gonna-
afterlife.
What's
where-
that?
There's a whole doctrine about the afterlife where people end up in like flames for eternity.
But for what? Like, is what this person did to Kevin just a slap on the wrist?
Once you repent, you're fine.
See, I don't.
No, it's
the
just-
repent's not enough for me.
No,
I
there's
should leave it up to the big fella. But
So you don't trust God with this important of a scenario?
yeah, I just
You're
want to
like,
know what the scale is.
Well, I mean-
if the scale is our scale,
Don't
don't do
past
any.
the bouncer, man. You got to get past the bouncer.
Well, we've all done. Look,
Don't
I've
do
done
anything.
bad things again and again and again. But do you try to get better from that?
Right.
Like,
There's-
I got arrested for shoplifting when I was a kid.
Whoa!
What
So
did you
you were the
shoplift?
fraudster.
How old were you?
I was in middle
What
school.
do you think he shoplifted?
Take a guess.
What do you think he stole?
Gum, chewing gum, Wrigley.
No, think about him.
Star
cards.
Trek.
That's Star Wars.
Star Wars kit or whatever they're
But
called.
no, it was a box of cards.
Baseball
And we
cards.
got-
It was a box of cards.
We got
A whole
greedy
box.
because we had stole a box the day before, and so me and a friend decided to do it again. 'Cause
Was
I-
this at least the 1990 Leaf?
Oh, I wish.
That was a good one,
It
right?
was a Donner set, not
Oh,
worth it.
Police are on their
way, mofo.
And you shouldn't steal. So we've all done bad things. Just try to get better. So I hope Hannah H. Lane or whoever it is tries to get better.
Yeah, Bassick would have already read the social.
Oh yeah, no. Bassick would have read the social, and Bassick would have already talked about well, no, they're going to the worst level of hell. That's where they go. So yeah, that is what they deserve. And so
You
that's
think
where
there's like a not so bad level of hell.
there is. There's split theories. There's theories that there are like levels to the punishment, and then there's also the idea of just no, here is the line, and you are either going here or you're going there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one level where you get a cup of water, it just doesn't satisfy you. And then the next level down, you have to watch the people drinking the water, and you're like, I wish I could have that, even though you don't know.
One of my favorite things that Corey's ever said on the show was about pretzels, and he said pretzels are the food they serve in hell.
Terrible.
And I like that you still
With
got
no
some
water
food
because of the heat.
in hell.
Yeah,
These
it's so
pretzels are making
dry.
me thirsty.
They are.
It's a no-sleeve Tolo Tuesday with Corey Majors and the KNC Masterpiece. What's coming up?
I'm sorry I messed up Reddit, Bobby.
That was a great crosstalk.
That's good.
It's better than Bobby's
The
guy.
best and worst case defensive scenarios for the Cowboys coming up, and the three best quarterbacks who never won a Super Bowl. Kevin's been working on this thing for quite some time.
Oh my
I'm
God! You
excited.
stole Bobby's
No.
algorithm.
No.
You stole my crosstalk. Now my list.
Okay, you know for a fact I have not stolen
No,
your
I know.
list. Because I love
Because the math probably isn't right.
No.
Tell them the
his-
math is right.
His math is right. He's been doing an excellent job. I told him yesterday I'm a math nerd, so I might enjoy the process of the formula more than most people, but I'm super intrigued by this. This was just another list I saw, just a generic
Best three that never won?
Yeah, that never won the Super
So
Bowl.
do you count pre-Super Bowl? Like Otto Graham never
No,
won.
let's in the Super Bowl era. So unless you want to count somebody who never won an NFL championship either, then I'd listen to that.
Well,
did Otto Graham win an NFL
He
championship?
won. Yes, he won a title,
won a
but it wasn't a
bunch.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right? So
I would just say a championship from that perspective.
I mean, is there anyone close to Marino?
Okay, but who would you put at 2, though? Because the list I saw had Phillip Rivers at 2, and I thought
Man,
that was insane.
Rivers was one of the first names that popped into my head.
Was Jim Kelly better than Phillip Rivers?
Yes.
Romo, obviously.
Oh, not Dak?
I think right off the top of my
Dexter
head,
Quinn.
without thinking too long, Kelly, Rivers, and Marino are the three that popped to mind.
Rivers that high?
What about Matt
Rivers
Ryan?
was really
RJ?
good.
Remember when you
Yeah, I
said
can't
Matt
put
Ryan was
I
one
can't
of the
put
10
Rivers-
greatest quarterbacks of all
Warren
time?
Moon?
I can't put Rivers ahead of Ryan. Ryan would have to be on there because he actually, I don't know if you're aware of this, Bobby, but he actually got to one as opposed to Phillip Rivers, who was
Romo West.
just
Yeah.
north of Chris Paul in the loser category.
Right. And
The only
then,
thing Phillip Rivers did consistently was make children.
no, you're 100% right. Like winning titles is what matters. That's why Brady is 3 times better than Peyton.
Okay. Okay, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
See, once you get to 8, once you win a Super Bowl, we don't count. Okay, you either won or you didn't.
Oh,
there's no level.
Oh, the number doesn't count.
I love this.
Whether you win the Super Bowl doesn't matter.
No, only if you win one.
Oh,
if you win 7, 7 and 1 are the same. There's 2 rooms.
I like it.
There's 2 rooms.
No, I like
winners and losers.
Man.
There are no separate wings in the Hall of Fame. It's all one wing. You either win or you lose. And now Matt Ryan and Philip Rivers are both losers. Okay, they are.
Wow, he has to get his license.
But at least Ryan is a closer loser.
It's a closer loser.
If you're only look, we just talked about levels. It's either you get there or you don't, and then
Did Philip Rivers win an MVP?
No,
Was he
it's
second
It's
ever?
it's a stunningly thin list of guys who didn't win a Super Bowl who we would think of as great.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Most of the list is Franz Harkington is the only Warren Moon. Those are the only names being considered.
The KNC masterpiece with Corey and whoever standing next to me after his identity theft is next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Kane.
This is amazing. This burger.
You knew the show was starting.
They have a Cinnapig roll that is like a giant cinnamon roll with some bacon crumbled on top of it. And, God, this food's good right now. Oh, man.
Oh, new sponsorship coming in. I can feel it. Well, that is, oh, man, Corey Majors. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing today?
Doing great. I got this burger.
Are you going to continue to eat that in this segment?
I'm hungry this morning. So, yeah, it was leg day, and that got me all hungry. But, yeah, Kevin, you've had your identity stolen.
It would appear as such.
And that could send you off into a very angry fit, if you will.
Why doesn't anybody ever steal somebody's identity and do something good with it?
Very Michael Douglas in that movie where he lost.
Oh, yeah.
He was fed up or whatever.
Because he got cut off. Falling down.
There
It's
you
called
go.
Falling Down. And then he goes on a rampage across Los Angeles because he snapped.
Isn't it wild that the only thing keeping us from snapping is the desire not to snap? Like, that's so weird to me is, yeah, at any point we could just be like, I'm done. I've had it. But they're like, I have reasons not to. But it's basically the desire not to.
See,
whatever your reasoning is, whether it's your mortgage or your family or love, whatever it is, it still is, you could still do it. It's just you desire not to because you desire those other things more. But we could all snap at the same time.
So
now that right there is some psychological warfare. If you were able to get everybody to snap at the same time in one state, can you imagine?
I hope that doesn't happen. I have an answer, and then I also have a question.
Right.
My answer is it's definitely Jess that at times keeps me from snapping. And then also, what do they sell at Fashion Nova?
Clothes.
Just clothes? Like,
Yeah.
are they nice clothes?
Yeah, it's like it's one of those places that has like incredibly good deals at times that you're just like, how did I get like 6 different outfits for $85?
Oh, this person was not shopping on a budget. They were
shopping on Kevin's budget.
They spent $623.99. Also, what do you think about this? Take the fraudster's email and subscribe it to a lot of inappropriate things.
Yes.
Oh, that is an interesting idea. That is.
Subscribe it to the RNC and the DNC conventions.
Oh, yeah.
Have both of them.
Everyone will be mad at them.
Mhm,
yeah. No, I can see that.
Yeah. No, that's a good. And sign it up for a LinkedIn because you get all the LinkedIn emails and nobody knows how to log into LinkedIn.
I'm just gonna put it for a whole bunch of Evites. So they're just getting invited to all these things. You're like, I don't want to go to that, Chip.
You could put it on the 105.3 The Fan KNC Masterpiece email list where we reply all, which is it's coming soon. I'm pretty sure within the next year or so we're gonna have this thing locked
the
in.
next year or
I'm
so.
working on it, guys.
Okay. All right. So we have actual content while somebody is in the midst.
Somebody said all I see is Corey flexing his muscles every time. I appreciate it.
All right. Here's what I'd like to request for Tank Top Tuesdays.
Tank Top Tuesday.
So my littlest son goes to this gym that I call Baby CrossFit. And one of the things they do there is they say muscles up and then they fire up their arms. And so I would like if at any time Alec or I today say muscles up, you flex for the camera. I think that'd be super fun.
All right. That's fine for me. I can manage, I believe.
Fantastic.
I like that.
Yeah. All right. So what is the Cowboys' best and worst case defensive scenario for the upcoming season? And one of the reasons I've wanted to kind of get into this for a while is I was reading an article about it, wanted to kind of expand on it, maybe go in a couple of different directions. Do you want to start with best case scenario or worst case scenario?
Let's go with best case scenario. Let's start there.
Best case scenario. Tell me if this is what you envision. And this is not necessarily a just results driven. This kind of talks about player progression as well. Best case scenario, healthy cornerbacks and improved run defense and the eventual return of the healthy Overshown. Does that feel like the best case scenario for the defense?
Healthy running backs?
Healthy cornerbacks.
Cornerbacks. Improved
run defense.
And overshot. Okay. That is a great case scenario.
Okay. Ooh.
Defensively. Because the healthy or the good run defense, improved run defense. Now, that's an interesting question because what is improved? Marginal improvement?
Okay.
Drastic improvement?
I have an answer for that. All right. So, and maybe we can see what we settle on as the correct spot here. Last year, Cowboys finished 31st in scoring defense and 28th in total yards allowed.
So nobody was scoring on them or getting yards. Is basically they were at the bottom of a.
Well, in this scenario, that is bad.
Oh.
That means you were the next to worst.
Dang it.
In terms of scoring, and I believe the 5th from worst in terms of yards given up. All right, so
Not good.
Under this contention, I tell you they moved to 16th and 17th.
Mm-hmm.
So literally middle of the pack for your defense.
Well, based on the improvements I need from the offense, if that happens and I get those improvements offensively, this is fantastic. To go to 16.
Yes.
Kevin, I told you yesterday, if this defense is a top 10 defense,
oh my God,
we're the league's in trouble. All right.
agree.
If it's a top 10 defense, and that's where I would say Overshown's on the field healthy, and you can just trust that he's healthy for the season. That makes me believe that it's there. Now they do still have some holes in the secondary. It just feels like when they're healthy, the holes will be filled.
Okay.
It feels that way.
So I think that's actually going to pick up in the worst case scenario in just one second.
Right.
But last year, what do you think is the average the Cowboys gave up yards per carry? So average carry for the entire season.
5.5 yards per carry.
That would be among the worst in the history of the NFL. So good news, we didn't do that. Bad news, we didn't do well. 4.8 yards per carry.
All right.
Which is horrid. Let's say we can get it down to 4.1.
Okay.
So you're talking 3/4 of a yard drop per play?
Yep.
That feels like a pretty darn good improvement.
Yeah.
Maybe they're shooting for something even better, but
Yeah, if you have a healthy Overshown, I think you're helped yourself defensively in the run game. Obviously, the dudes up front, Osa and Mozzie, or whoever's next to whoever those two guys are going to be, that's going to be an important factor. But Kevin, one of the other huge factors on this is if you've gone back and watched the Cowboys get run over, it's been times when they're running at the edge and they run at Micah. And they're like, we know that Mike is good. You can push him around.
Yes.
He's trying to get to the quarterback. We can flush him out of a play. And yeah, he's fast enough to make, to catch up to it. But getting him out of the way gives us that 3.1 yards or whatever it is.
Look, if you give up 3.1 yards per rush next season, you're going to be amazing. And I think you're a true Super Bowl contender. I'm not kidding about that. But even at 4.1, that is a massive leap forward. By the way, I understand why you might be skeptical from the 214. How do I know I'm listening to the real Kevin on the radio and not the fraud? I will say, and I really wish
Some
that
people have texted in and called you a fraud before. So
that is true.
Yeah, all of us have been called that many times.
I really wish that American Airlines and I guess Citibank would have checked to see, hey, you have the same address on both your credit cards from us. One of them just changed to Ohio. We should probably not allow that.
Alec, he just said something. He just said the name of the credit card, which is the one I do believe he showed us yesterday.
Oh,
remember
yeah.
He was like,
That's
look
not,
at this.
That's not the one that got frauded.
I'm so excited.
That's not the one that got frauded.
Oh, okay, all right. I just figured since it was that one, I was like, what happened? What if it was caught on camera or I stole it? I'm not going to steal it because I don't know how to do any of that stuff. But
I appreciate that.
You ever see people that can just look at numbers and remember them? They're just like, I remember that credit card number now. Have you ever seen that? Like, or heard the stories of waitresses and waiters that are like, they memorize credit card numbers and then use them for small purchases around the world?
Diabolical and impressive. I would just say I'm the wrong person to do that.
Yeah.
Because even if there's a convenience store charge for like $7.48, I'm going to be like, wait a second. Who made this charge and when did that happen? I don't recall this.
Why didn't they round up?
From the 214, Kevin. My wife had her identity stolen last year. Somebody in Arizona bought a car for $20,000 under her name and social, and then they paid it off, and her credit score went up. See, why doesn't that happen more? Like, let's say it's a couple years ago,
and her credit score.
Yeah, let's say it's like 3 years ago. Somebody stole Alex's identity over the summer, and they took 4 summer classes, got A's in all of them, and all the credit went to Alex's college numbers. It went to his GPA. Like, why doesn't that happen?
Even better,
more
he
often?
starts a business that benefits Alec later on. He's like, I went to college so that I could help you with your future endeavors.
Okay, from the 817, Kevin deserves this because he manipulated John Wick versus Rambo competition last week.
That's right.
People will
Ohio.
never forget about this.
From the 817, we all know this was the work of Derek Holland.
Oh, that's right.
Man.
He knows Ohioans.
All right. Worst case scenario. Are you ready? Because the best case was really good.
Best case.
But the worst
We were
case,
able to stop the run.
We were.
We're good in the secondary, which I believe this secondary is going to be tough. I think they're going to be tougher.
Okay.
And Overshone is healthy. All right. Those are the best things.
So my worst case scenario, Overshone doesn't play all season. Neither Diggs nor Ravel are healthy, and the run defense is still bad.
It's disgusting. Thank you,
I agree.
Mike McCarthy. Appreciate it. If Diggs nor Ravel are healthy this year, which that would be that would hurt because I think that a lot of people expect Ravel's going to be available. Listening this morning, it did sound like there is still some Gilmore interest if needed. Does that make sense? He loves the Cowboys. He's been around
You don't
here.
believe that he just showed up at the facility to hang out?
I don't believe that he just... I love that Jerry said that. Like, I really do. I think, hey, I like to think that guys just like to come hang out at our facility because it's amazing here.
Like LeBron at the Cleveland Cavaliers facility?
Hey, how often will you look around here where you just kind of randomly see... like Babe will be walking down the hallway, or Derek Hall. We got people walking. People like to hang out around here. I get it.
Probably the fraudster.
If Overshone's not healthy, I'm already expecting that.
I am too.
So that doesn't affect me as much. Like, it doesn't affect me as much as the best case scenario.
Okay.
Like that one. That outweighs it by far. If you haven't fixed the run defense, then I have. Now this is a front office problem that they keep going, well, we're getting coaches.
Yeah.
But you're not getting players that fit what the coaches need. I'm hopeful that Eberflus has designs on what he wants to do there. It seems like bigger bodies is what he needs. But I'm not certain that the Cowboys front office thinks that it's important to invest in that area, but they do definitely need it. So if that doesn't happen, Kevin, that is a bad scenario, and it's going to be a long season.
And the potential for the run defense to still be bad, I'm hoping, obviously, we're all hoping it's phenomenal, but Solomon Thomas can be a good player. He also probably undersized for what they're hoping he's going to do for them. We're excited about Jack Sanborn, but that and Kenneth Murray, it's not exactly like the rest of the NFL trembled in fear when you made those moves. Although we've heard there are some folks in Chicago who are disappointed that Sanborn left for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a reason that he was undrafted. And can he, you go back and look, Kevin, the first round draft picks are the guys that are going to always get opportunities.
Yeah.
Sanborn's getting an opportunity because he fits what Eberflus wants.
Right.
He probably plays really hard for Eberflus, one of those kind of personalities. But how much, where's the peak? Where's the ceiling for him? Hopefully, he just keeps blowing through all these ceilings. That'd be awesome if he does that with Eberflus again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we were talking about it in the cross. Who are the best 3 quarterbacks who never won a Super Bowl? Plus, if you guys want, NFL quarter century team. All of it next right here on The Fan.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shotgun, blitz, Marino right side, goes deep, flag is down, catch is made, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So we got a couple of different things that we can go through right here. Who are the best three quarterbacks who have never won a Super Bowl? Now, in the crosstalk, they were discussing the idea of retired quarterbacks. I think we open this up to all quarterbacks.
Oh, Dak.
And if you want to, that is your choice.
Patrick Mahomes. He hasn't won one since 2 years ago.
Patrick Mahomes has definitely won a Super Bowl.
Did he win last year?
No, but if you've ever won a Super Bowl as the starting quarterback, then you are not eligible for this. So, who are the best three quarterbacks that have never won a Super Bowl? Corey Majors.
I mean, I think definitely the number one is Dan Marino, even though he's retired. It's Dan Marino easily, no matter what, because that dude right there, you go look at all the passing numbers. Now, granted, his second year in the league was probably his greatest season ever.
Yeah.
And then he kind of fell back to earth after that. But Dan Marino gets that. And Dan Marino's also one of those that, like, personally, you kind of feel for him because you can see.
Why is that?
He was in that movie
Ace Ventura.
So he was he put Jim Carrey on the map.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he had the isotoner sales in Miami. Who sells gloves in Miami? Like, that's impossible. So him. And then I'm going to go Warren Moon. I don't really have a current day I gotta think about a current day right now, Kevin. Give me a minute.
You wouldn't? Okay.
I got Warren Moon and Dan Marino as my top 2 right now.
Okay.
Though those
but
are
it's
my
3.
That's my
So,
top.
Who's your third?
Got to get one more. I guess I can go with Jim Kelly because he got to the Super Bowl a whole bunch of times and never won it.
That is true. All right, Alec, who are your top 3 quarterbacks to have never won a Super Bowl?
Crap. Now Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow.
Just going to start naming every quarterback that hasn't won in history. Going to go Bobby Belt style. I mean, obviously Dan Marino is up there.
Is he? He's the undisputed one, right?
He has to be the undisputed one at this point. I am intrigued. I don't want to have the conversation yet, but if Josh Allen were to retire today, you stack him up against the competition that he had in the AFC, you start to have those conversations of he was really, really good, just really unfortunate. But yeah, Marino's number 1, 2 and 3. I'm gonna have to ponder.
Do you have because the new players, do you have Josh Allen as a unfortunate because he's up against Mahomes and that one situation where in overtime he kind of got screwed?
Sure.
But Lamar Jackson, not unfortunate as much as him and his team have just stumbled against other opponents too.
Okay, and that is intriguing because I was going to ask if for y'all Josh Allen automatically goes ahead of Lamar Jackson. And look, I definitely think that Josh Allen got jobbed, but I think that was a divisional round game as well. So even then, you still have to, if I remember correctly, you still have to make it through the AFC Championship and win a Super Bowl. So he still had a couple more games to go. So let me ask you about 5 quarterbacks real quick. Donovan McNabb, Dan Fouts, Steve McNair, Carson Palmer, and Warren Moon.
Yeah.
You said Warren Moon.
Yep.
Any of the other 4 get consideration for you, or like, that's great, you're good, but you don't make the cut?
Donovan McNabb definitely is there in consideration.
Okay.
But I also give Andy Reid a lot of credit for what they accomplished.
Okay. Did you feel that way before he went to Kansas City? Because I'm epically fascinated by Andy Reid.
I thought Andy Reid was a phenomenal coach then.
Okay.
I thought Donovan McNabb was... I didn't understand why people weren't as high on him coming out of college as I was. I was like, dude, he's a big body. He can throw. He doesn't have to run, but he can run. Like, I was like, there's a lot of good qualities.
He was the
here.
number 3 pick.
Yeah, right? I felt like people were down on him when he got drafted, and I didn't understand that. But it's Philly, they boo everything. So,
true.
But during that time, I was like, he had T.O. was the one receiver he had, right? Name any of the other Philadelphia Eagles receivers back then. Pinkston? Like, you were just like, I don't know, just thrash. You had a bunch of names that you threw into the mix. So I thought Donovan McNabb was good, but Andy Reid had some great design.
So one of the reasons I brought that group up is because Fox Sports had a top 10, and they only use retired quarterbacks, which I think is boring. So Donovan McNabb was 10, then Fouts, then McNair, then Carson Palmer, then Warren Moon. At 5, Fran Tarkenton, because I know he went to the Super Bowl at least 3 times, I think maybe 4 times, and lost every single time. But their top 4 is Jim Kelly, Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers, and Dan Marino. And I think it's insane to have Phillip Rivers up that high.
You hated Phillip Rivers.
I mean, no, I just thought Phillip Rivers was Romo West.
Okay.
And Romo is not in this top 10. I don't think Phillip Rivers should be anywhere near this high. I would definitely have Jim Kelly above him, obviously. I think we all agree that Dan Marino's number 1. But even in terms of contemporary quarterbacks, I am much more inclined to either think Burrow or Lamar or Josh ahead of Phillip Rivers.
Who would you compare Rivers to right now? And let's say when he played, Brady and Manning were in his way.
Yeah.
You have those two in that conference, and then he's also in that conference just on the West Coast. And now you have Mahomes, who is kind of Brady-esque, where he's there all the time. Who would you call?
I would go with his eventual pseudo replacement, Justin Herbert. Where like, I get it. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the numbers look good, but you know what? Let me know when you won something.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good comparison for those two guys.
All right, Alec, your top 3 quarterbacks that have never won a Super Bowl.
I don't want to defend the Phillip Rivers pick, but I think I know.
That's fine.
No, he's not in my top 3, but I think I know why they put him in there. Because didn't it feel like we always knew what we were going to get from him? It felt like he was consistently good enough to where he could have won. And it was year in and year out. It felt like I knew exactly what I was going to watch every time I watched him on a Sunday. So I kind of understand it in the longevity. It felt like he had so many opportunities to be good enough, but he wasn't. So I wouldn't put him in that list. But Marino, number 1. I start to think about Matt Ryan a little bit for 2 or 3, agreeing with the list because of that MVP season.
Okay.
And of course, that Super Bowl, we all know it's a tale as old as time. We've already beat that dead horse into the ground plenty. But Matt Ryan, I feel like, didn't get enough respect over his career for his body of work.
And I know Choppy feels that way too.
And I feel like his teams weren't always that great around him. But the one year that it was a loaded team, he should have won it. I would put Jim Kelly in at 2 and then Matt Ryan at 3.
Okay.
That would be my top 3.
Okay.
Dude, I'm having a real hard time right now because I want to ship one out.
Oh.
So I can put one of these other guys in.
Okay.
And it's Allen or Jackson, and I can't decide which one.
Which one goes in?
I'll look at one stat and I'll be like, all right, it's Lamar Jackson. And I'll look at another stat and I'm like, crap, it's definitely Josh Allen. And I understand now. I mean, we do it all the time. I understand the national debate about these two guys.
Sure.
What about his interceptions? Well, what about the touchdowns?
I get it.
What about and it's just a back and forth with these two guys, and neither one of them have won it yet. And then I'm like, but the purest quarterback of those is Burrow. Now that I had Burrow into it, he's the purest stand-in pocket quarterback, where these two are good pocket quarterbacks, but even better runners. And none of the other 3 guys that we have in Marino or Warren Moon or any of those guys weren't runners. They didn't run the ball at all. They wanted to stand. They had Thurman Thomas. All right. They had all these good running backs that they were able to deal with. So, except for Marino, Parmalee was like his best running back that he had.
He had some good receivers.
Yeah.
Super duper, baby. What is our decision?
I can't.
I have to make a decision.
All right. I'm shipping out Warren Moon, who I think is a great quarterback, and I'm putting in Josh Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be my and I'm going to have Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, and Josh Allen.
Okay. Now, actually, you know what? I'm going to get back. I'm going to get back to you because I don't. Alec, do you feel like that maybe is not? That's a tenuous answer. That's the first draft of his answer, right?
I feel like we could get 7 different drafts by the time the show ends today.
Okay.
So I think he just needs to make a decision and stand on it, because if he overthinks it, it's going to change even more.
Okay.
Joe Burrow numbers.
I might just say today is maybe not the best day to be salty with us, especially if you don't have the facts on your side. But let's go ahead and tackle this. The 469, Rivers has better stats than Marino. Okay. I'm going to get into that in just a second. I can't wait. And then they followed up. I lost all respect for the show. It's this show. I do that a lot too. I can't wait for the Chargers to come to town and smash Dak this year. And that does what? To prove anything about Phillip Rivers?
They could just be excited that the Chargers are going to do that.
Okay, but they also said they lost all respect for this show because Phillip Rivers had far better stats than Dan Marino. Oh!
And what?
My God! First of all, I think this is probably the entire reason that Bobby is doing his project, talking about era adjusted. If you are simply going to look at like touchdown to interception ratio and not factor in that the NFL has done everything they can to make things significantly easier for offenses like over the 20 years that pass over that, I guess that's great. Well, fine. Let's go past that. What year was it that Phillip Rivers won the MVP? Do you remember what year that was, guys?
He never won one.
What?
Oh.
What year was it that he set the all-time record for most passing yards in a season?
I don't think he did that.
Oh, my gosh.
He did have 4,700 yards passing one year, though.
Hey, That is...
He was in that average about 4,000 yards.
See, and that's really impressive.
42.
4,700 yards, you said? I don't know what season that was, but at least 20 years before that, Dan Marino, in a significantly tougher defensive environment, had 5,084 yards passing. But you know what? Let's go back to the stats thing. Let's not be unfair about this.
He had 48 touchdowns that year. Dan Marino
Unbelievable.
Did. And by the way, in the 4,700-yard season for Phillip Rivers, he had 30 touchdowns.
Phillip Rivers led the NFL in passing yards one time. Good job. He also led the league in passing touchdowns as a co-leader one time. Dan Marino, he led the league in passing yards 5 times. Led the league in passer touchdowns 3 straight times. If you don't have respect for the show because you just don't like it, that's fine. But if you don't have respect for the show because you don't understand the information that you're talking about, you need to shut the hell up.
Kevin, this is the numbers that kind of are crazy to me, because if your quarterback is throwing 17, 21, 23, 23, 22 interceptions, how long is that quarterback sticking around typically?
Yeah, in that era...
But Dan Marino also threw for 48, 30, 44 touchdowns. So interceptions and touchdowns, those were poor. He had poor numbers interception wise, but touchdown wise, he was making up for it. That's the first time in NFL history that teams were like, crap, what do we do?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know he's throwing a bunch of interceptions.
He changed the game.
But he's also throwing all these touchdowns and yards, and he is the offense for this team. That's a fine career that Dan Marino had.
And just if you want to put Phillip Rivers in the top 3, that's fine. But if you're like, I lost respect for the show because Phillip Rivers is better than Dan Marino, that's an insane opinion. That is a fringy opinion.
Lamar Jackson's 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions is insane.
All right.
Dude.
Then I'm going back to you.
That is an insane number right there.
This is your last chance.
I'm getting rid of
Corey.
Jim Kelly, who's been to 4 Super Bowls, and I'm replacing him with Lamar Jackson. Now it is currently Lamar Jackson 2, Josh Allen 3, and Dan Marino 1.
Okay,
That's
you
where
said
I currently stand.
This is the end of the segment. This will lock your vote in forever.
Joe Burrow definitely deserves to be in consideration on this, Kevin.
He's going to bump Dan Marino out for Joe Burrow. I can feel it. You can feel it's going to happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Hey, guess what?
What?
Now the Dodgers stink. Next on The Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Or launch one into left center. This is way back. Goodbye. There's your answer. Christian Yelich, opposite field blast, his 18th. And now Dave Roberts can use a position player. 9-0 Brewers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. By the way, looks like probably about 15, 16 minutes, we're going to talk to one of the newest Dallas Mavericks, Ryan Nembhard, as he gets ready for the Summer League.
I think their first game's
Thursday?
10th? Yeah.
Is that Thursday?
I think it's a Thursday, Kevin.
Okay.
Today's Tuesday.
And it's the 8th.
Add 2 days.
I feel like you could just, feel confident about Thursday. Now, he also went to Gonzaga.
I have great questions about it.
Do you want to ask him about the beaches
of the West Coast
of Gonzaga? I think you should. All right. For Baseball Nuggets, what happened to the Dodgers? Now, I realize a good chunk of this could be talked away to the 18-1 defeat at the hands of the cheating Astros, or at least that's what Oral Hershiser told me in history.
Dude, I don't know. Last night, Mike sounded like he was on board with this regarding the Angels.
Oh!
I think I might need to go find it. I think Mike spent an entire inning saying he thinks that they know what's coming.
So the Brewers defeated the Dodgers last night 9-1. Consider this. In the Dodgers' last 4 games, they have a run differential of -31.
Oh.
In just those 4 games. That is the worst in a 4-game span for the Dodgers since, give me a guess. How long do you think it's been?
1972.
Ooh, you got the last number right and the first 2 numbers right.
1982.
1932.
Good gosh.
When they were the Brooklyn Dodgers. And just 1 year removed from being the Brooklyn, I don't know, something else.
Yeah, what a year that was.
I can't remember. So 1932, when they were the Brooklyn Dodgers, that's the last time they've had a run differential this bad over 4 games.
And that's just a 4-game span.
Correct.
I don't know what their worst ever run differential was, but over a 4-game span, that's not good. That many runs is very bad, unless you're scoring 40 runs. Then it's different.
Oh, I think we might pick Baseball Nuggets up in a minute, because right now we bring to you one of the newest Dallas Mavericks. It is Ryan Nembhard right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, man. Thank you guys for having me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for jumping on with us. So what are your, I guess I'm curious because obviously, as you can probably guess, we've talked a whole lot about Cooper Flagg. What are the Summer League preparations like for you when, it's not a given that this is going to happen or that's going to happen? You're going to have to fight for and earn a lot of the stuff that you're shooting for.
Yeah, I'm just excited for the opportunity, excited to get going with the guys, practicing for the last couple of days. And, I'm just excited for the opportunity to play basketball at the highest level. So I'm enjoying the process. Was there anything in particular that interested you about Dallas? Or I'm sure you had multiple teams interested in you that pushed you towards the Mavericks. Yeah, for sure. Just the personnel. I feel like it's the place I want to be. I feel like they showed their interest in me, and then a lot of great players over here, a lot of guys to get the ball to and make my job a lot easier. So a very intriguing spot, and I'm super excited to be a Mav. Do the Mavericks come to you and say, "Hey, what are your thoughts on this Nolan Hickman guy?" Or did you go pitch him for him? Nah, I don't think I really had to say too much. I feel like Nolan's body of work has speaks for itself, and I'm excited to have another Zag over here with me. It just makes it a little more comfortable for me, and he's a great dude, so excited to have him part of the squad.
For the longest time, I thought Gonzaga was a West Coast school, and then one day I said that, and I was laughed at. When did you know where Gonzaga was?
Wait, Gonzaga is a West Coast school.
Well, I think I said near the beach, and then everybody was like, "It's not near the beach."
Okay.
So I learned that.
I learned it a long time ago, honestly. Before a lot of people, my brother was recruited there, so I've known about the Zags for a lot of time. It's a big brand now, so I love the Zags family, and was glad to spend my last 2 years of college there.
Man, that was kind of set up like a trick question by him, huh? When he's like, you're like, it is on the West Coast.
Yeah,
that even threw me off for a second. I was like, oh, Dip, is Gonzaga not in Washington?
Yeah,
I was really threw me off.
The beach community of Gonzaga, and everybody was like, "No, Corey."
Right.
All right. Do you have, in terms of summer league, not just Thursday, but going forward, what are some of your goals? Like, I get it, like, play well enough to make the team. That makes a lot of sense. But are there any particular things for you as a basketball player that you want to have, like, either the ability to show off or maybe even show that you've improved at?
Yeah, I think just show some of my abilities defensively. Be able to guard guys, get under guys, make it tough on guys, and always, when you're playing basketball, the end goal is to win. So we're going out here to try and get wins over there in Vegas and come home with a bunch of wins for the guys. So I'm just excited to get on the floor and get rolling.
Do you think they put the summer league in Vegas to find out which younger players can handle the distractions of the outside world?
Yeah, for sure. They're testing your character a little bit out there. So, got to be on your P's and Q's and understand that you're there for a business trip. So you can't be indulging in all the extra stuff out there in Vegas.
Okay, and I understand that, but if you ever went back to Vegas just for fun, do you think you'd be more like, I'm here to see a sporting event or like a show like Cirque du Soleil or like play some cards? Like, if you were back there just for fun in a non-basketball environment, what would you be interested in?
Yeah, I'd probably hit the casino a little bit, probably go to like a UFC fight or something out there, hopefully at the Sphere or something. So, I feel like that's what Vegas is all about. So spending money and go out there to lose, win, or just spend money in general. So,
is there any part of you that feels like you need multiple NBA contracts to afford going to the Sphere? I heard it's really expensive.
Is it? I'm gonna let Big Bro handle that one. He'll take it down,
You've mentioned him a couple of times, and I'm guessing people are probably familiar, but if they're not, you're talking about your older brother, Andrew. Obviously, just a heartbreaking situation across the board. When you talk to him after Game 7 of the NBA Finals, do you talk to him as a competitor, or do you just talk to him as a brother and not be like, oh, man, that fourth quarter was really tough or that injury was tough? Or are you just like, I'm here for you?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm here for him. Obviously, we know the magnitude of the situation and obviously wanting to win, especially getting to Game 7. So I'm just there for him to talk his brothers on some regular stuff, and eventually we talk about the hoops of it all. But right away, just, brotherly stuff.
That discussion though, is there a lot of picking at his brain to see what that experience was like? Because we've been fortunate to see it around here in DFW, but the experience of the NBA Finals is just very different.
Absolutely. Definitely always trying to pick his brain, see what he's seeing out there, and obviously he's been in the league for a little while now, so there's a lot I can take from him and I can apply to my journey. But also it's my own journey and my own opportunity here. So I'm looking forward to diving into the NBA life and learning a lot more about it.
I'm always curious, Ryan, about being a rookie and coming into a league with dudes who've been professionals for 5-10 years, depending on where they are, and how you feel when you're around those guys. Do you feel like, hey, I'm kind of new, I'm just gonna be quiet and kind of observe? Is it, I've been with ballers before. I've been around this game for a long time. How do you feel when you walk into a room with all these veterans?
Yeah, I feel good. Obviously, especially out here with the Mavs, you got seasoned vets, superstars who've been in the league, won championships, MVPs, all that kind of stuff. So, but at the end of the day, I'm excited just for the opportunity, and these guys are all peers at this point now. So treat them like peers, have fun with them, get to know them, and don't obviously look up to them and learn from them. But at the end of the day, they're your peers in this. So it would just be fun to be around them.
Is that difficult to do? Like, I hear what you're saying for sure, but is it difficult in your mind to be like, okay, I'm a peer with Derek Lively and Kyrie and Anthony Davis. Like, I definitely hear what you're saying, but is that a difficult kind of balance to pull off?
I think maybe at first, first couple times you're in the gym with them, maybe it's a little bit of a, like starstruck kind of thing, maybe. But I think as you go and as the year progresses, it's like they're teammates and you get to know them, you get to make fun of them, you get to enjoy laughs with them and just be friends at the end of it. So maybe at first, but I think that'll go away pretty quickly because at the end of the day, we're all here playing hoops and all for one goal at the end of the day.
And Kevin, obviously, once you dunk on them, they can't say anything.
Yeah,
to you,
exactly.
so.
I might go get one of them.
Now, hey, here on the KNC Masterpiece, every Tuesday this summer is Tank Top Tuesday. And so I've been wearing tank tops every Tuesday this summer. You kind of wear tank tops for a living. Do you wear tank tops all the time? Or, like, I know the jersey's got like the tank top. Do you wear them all the time? Or are you like, no, that's only for the court?
Yeah, more of a court thing. I'll rock them sometimes here and there in the summer. Probably rock a couple in Vegas since it'll be super hot. But, yeah, mostly on the court for
I think I'm going to try to get him in on Tank Top Tuesday is what I'm trying to do, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'll rock with that.
There we go.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, I was about to joke. It doesn't sound like it's going well. So let's see if my attempt, there was an old Dallas Stars coach who every time we had him on, we are always looking to learn more about the world. He would tell us a Canada fact. Now, I know you were born there. I know you've played internationally for Canada. I was hoping you could help share your wisdom with us and tell us a Canada fact.
Canada fact, I'll probably say beaver tails are the best dessert up out of there. They're like the best food from Canada. Beaver tails.
Yes. Yes, beaver tails.
Okay.
Yeah.
What all does...
You guys ever had a beaver tail?
No. Yeah, what is that?
Kind of like a fried kind of breadish kind of thing. You put like cinnamon on it. You put like apples on it. You can put a bunch of different stuff, chocolate, Nutella, whatever. So it's really good. You guys should check them out.
Yeah, it's like a little pastry. It's kind of like a fritter or a
kind of like a funnel cake.
Yeah.
Like a funnel cake a bit, but like not really, but kind of.
Okay. That was a fascinating description.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my hope and dream, and hopefully we can share this together, is that you make the Mavs, and every time we have you on the show, you can give us a new Canada fact.
I'm rocking with that.
There we go.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
perfect.
And then it'll be on a Tuesday. We'll have tank tops on.
My
It'll
God.
be so much fun, Ryan.
Oh, I hope you'll still come on with us anyway. All right. Thank you very much. I know you got a lot of work to do to build up for the summer. We really appreciate your time, and Mavs fans are excited.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Ryan Nemhard right here on 105.3 The Fan, who, by the way, way more open to the Tank Top Tuesday than I anticipated.
Yeah, so today in practice, Kevin, he's not wearing the tank top as much as it is just the short sleeves, the cut off sleeves. I see a video right now of him at practice.
Okay,
and it's the cut off sleeves, but he's rocking it. He's got this thing going. I'm proud of him already.
This is how I know that Corey is a pro. You were able to seamlessly point out that tank tops are essentially what basketball jerseys are, and so you wear it all the time.
I know you wear this all the time, but
I thought that was a really impressive transition, Alec. I don't know how you felt about that. I liked it.
You're shockingly good at this. In those scenarios, I would not have thought of that, so I just tip the cap that I'm not wearing.
Appreciate it.
All right, well, there you go. All right. So Ryan Nemhard, the newest Dallas Maverick, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I know I ran down the Dodgers, but actually we have a whole lot of other baseball nuggets that we can get into. Let's pick that back up next right here on The Fan.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did a little bit of juggling there, and we just talked with Ryan Nembhard from the Dallas Mavericks as he gets ready for Summer League play, which opens up on Thursday. So I wanted to pivot back if we can. And you know what? Another sponsor shout out. Reliant Air Conditioning. Once again, part 2. Still gimmick-free AC repair and replacement brings you the rest of baseball nuggets.
When do you think Tank Top Tuesday is going to get a sponsor?
I think you're on your way.
We need sponsored tank tops because Alec, I'm running out of tank tops. I realize I only have like 5.
I'm amazed you do not have more. Can you get them at Fashion Nova?
I didn't really think that's where Kevin's fraudster spent all his money.
Yeah, just give me your card info and I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll go take care of that, Kevin. But yeah, I think we need some KNC Masterpiece tank tops, some 105.3 The Fan tank tops. It's summer, baby. Okay. And Ryan Nembhard supports.
We'll see what we can do.
So
I don't know what you want me to say.
I want you to say you're going to go kick down the door and tell the boss you demand tank tops.
Man, what a weird hill to die on. Spin a like demand tank tops. Well, we were going to give you a raise, but if that's what you want instead, that's better. So does Tim Horton, do they do beaver tails?
I would think so. I would think so, yes.
Tim Horton and Ryan Nembhard present to you Tank Top Tuesdays.
I like it.
I think we got something. Also, do you think when they invented the beaver tail, they would know both components of that word would?
While not officially part of the Tim Hortons menu, they are a popular Canadian dessert often enjoyed alongside Tim Hortons coffee.
Oh.
So they're not necessarily there, but I'm sure that everybody up there knows how to make a beaver tail.
Okay. Do you guys want to move into the joke-free zone? I think we need to, just for a minute.
Sure.
So we talked yesterday about NFL Cares and the Texans.
Yes.
And the Cowboys.
Yes.
All donating money for just the disaster in the Hill Country. And it feels like just every day you get updated numbers, and it is just sadder and sadder and sadder. So the Texas Rangers announced that they're going to donate $1 million to the Central Texas flood relief efforts. And then the Houston Astros also said that they are going to commit $1 million to support relief efforts in Central Texas. And then, sorry, I know this is not technically baseball, just while we're in the flow of that, the 3 Texas NBA franchises said that they are teaming up and they are going to donate more than $2 million for the flood victims. And I'm fascinated to see how that goes because, like, short term, obviously it makes sense how you use the money to help, like, rescue efforts and everything like that. And then long term, so unfortunately, I feel like you're going to need to build up funds for probably a lot of these families that unfortunately lost a lot of people.
Yeah, and I did in the Rangers announcement to support short-term and long-term relief and recovery efforts. And I will always give Jeff Bannister credit for me changing my mind when the floods happened in Houston.
Okay.
Bannister, I believe, was on with us, and he said, guys, it's not like going down there and just, helping them right now.
Yeah.
6 months from now is when the rebuilding begins.
Right.
3 weeks from now is when the people are at their quietest mentally, and it's so loud, and their depression starts to. These extra weeks after are when people need people the most, and that's where I'm hopeful that, like, those funds can get funneled into the areas of helping with the mental health aspect of it and the other things that come along with. I didn't realize while the adrenaline was happening where I was really suffering.
You know what? I'm really glad that you said that, because I had a friend who had talked about how her mom died. And one of the things that she said that was right in line with your point is it's when the meal train stopped.
Yep.
And so, like, you know what? If you've got somebody in your life who, whether it's a death or something else tragic has happened, and maybe it's been a couple months or something, maybe just reach out to them.
Yes.
And be like, hey.
Always check in.
Still thinking about you.
Always check in, man.
Now, for the Dodgers, Kike Hernandez, left elbow injury, has landed him on the injured list. We might talk about them again more later in the show, but they have had a plethora of injury problems this year. And I just told you, how difficult their run differential has been in the last 4 games. Now, let's talk about another one of their pitchers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto last night went into the game with a 2.51 ERA. He lasted all of 2/3 of an inning.
Oh, man.
He gave up 4 hits, 5 runs, though only 3 of them were earned. Also had 2 walks, gave up a home run. Probably won't surprise you to know that it is the shortest outing of his career and raised his ERA by more than 1/4 of a run. So, ouch.
It's going to be better for him in the future, Kevin. I'm betting.
Look, at this point, the Dodgers are probably just happy every time any of their pitchers can make a start because of all the injuries that they've run into. Manny Machado last night for the Padres got his 2,000th career hit. Let me ask you this, just on feel, although obviously we can look up the numbers as well. Do you feel like Manny Machado is a Hall of Famer?
Oh, man. I thought he was on track to become a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
2,000 hits. How old is he right now?
He is
30.
Why not get that number? He's 32.
32. I don't quite think he's done enough to be a Hall of Famer.
He's been top 10 MVP 5 times, top 5 3 times, though never won. He's a 2-time Gold Glove winner, 6-time All-Star.
Bryce Harper is what you're saying.
And he won the Platinum Glove, which I know people don't talk about that as much. I always think that's the coolest. If you win a Platinum Glove, they're like,
what's a Platinum Glove?
That's the best of all the Gold Glovers.
Okay.
So, like, the positions all get a Gold Glove, and then they're like, and you.
Do you get a
were
Gold
the
Glove
best.
and a Platinum?
Yes, you do.
I want 2 trophies.
I mean, it's just a plaque, I think.
Oh, it's a plaque, not a trophy?
I think it's kind of a plaque with like the glove kind of coming out of the trophy.
Oh, those are the best.
If I remember correctly, though, Alec, I don't want to shock you, I have never won a gold nor a platinum.
No, it's
glove.
kidding me?
It's a little glove.
It is not just part of the trophy.
Yeah, it's a
oh,
little glove.
neat. Okay,
so
that is actually way cooler than I thought.
Is that
I thought
Rawlings?
I thought it was the trophy with the glove like coming out of it, but Tori just showed me a picture. It looks like a standalone.
If you're a Wilson or Nakona guy, do you take the Rawlings trophy and just throw it down? You're like, I can't put that up.
No,
my Nakona people are gonna be mad.
I just asked them to make me a nice little platinum or gold patch that I can just put over the Rawlings one.
I like
right?
it. I like that's a good idea. No, that's pretty cool though. Yeah, even still, I know he's done a lot of things and he's been looked at as one of the best at his position for a very long time. I just feel like there's something missing from his career. It's probably the World Series championships, like stack them in the MVPs. Like those are things I think are just kind of missing for him.
I just wanted to throw this out there. We'll probably get the opportunity to talk with Bruce Bochy about this some tomorrow. You have the Major League Baseball draft coming up on Sunday. So you've got rounds 1 through 3 of the draft coming up on Sunday, and then rounds 4 through 20 will be on Monday. You can catch the first 3 rounds on MLB Network and ESPN. Now, next,
we got to draft all the players.
You know what? Actually, there is some thinking, and this is what I'm fascinated by. There is some maybe more wonderment this year than in previous years if the Rangers would go on more of a big hit, big miss prospect.
Okay.
You know, because like they have kind of, you know, the last few drafts, you've seen a lot more of like, hey, we think this person can maybe be here sooner.
Yeah.
And they have a higher floor and all of that. But I know there has been some discussion that perhaps maybe
go
they
back
would
to
take
the old ways.
Yeah,
a little bit.
maybe they'd take a bigger swing in the first round.
Okay.
We'll see about that. And actually, you know what? Maybe we need to reach back out and chat it up with Kip Fagg this week.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm looking now. Since 2019, it's been college guys. College.
And so,
which was not their MO for a long time. It was always like, hey, how can we stash this high schooler?
And but even with the Kamar Rocker one.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Even with
felt weird.
Even with the Kamar Rocker one, that was part of a built-in deal to pick up a high school pitcher in the 4th round, which unfortunately has not worked out very well thus far. All right. We talked about the Nationals cleaning house yesterday. Is there a team that you think would be most likely now to fire their manager next? Now that the Washington Nationals, they've moved on from the manager and their GM, which team do you think is most likely to make the move next?
It's like all of them have done it, right? Like all the ones that needed to so far have been like, we'll see you later.
I still think there's one out there that they've had a catastrophic season, some controllable, some not, that I wonder about.
Would you say the Baltimore season's been catastrophic?
So, yes.
Compared to what they obviously were supposed to be.
I definitely do, but I thought Baltimore already made some moves.
Yeah.
So I was going to go with the Atlanta Braves.
Okay.
So I think the Atlanta Braves and Brian Snitker might be next up on the block. If you have questions about the Royals, I get that as well because they have had a very disappointing season, but you're right. The Baltimore Orioles has been a catastrophe season.
This might be a longer conversation, and I'm sorry, I don't know if I've seen it on the run sheet. Bruce Bochy, when he's not going to be ever fired.
I would be
agree?
inclined to agree with that.
Are we just kind of accepting that this could be it for him this year? Are we all kind of in that boat where we're just kind of like, let's let him play out this season, and we'll move on from there?
I think my guess would be he's earned the right that if he's like, you know what, I do want to manage next year, that I think they would be like, okay.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Because I'm in this place where I'm just like, I just presumed it 2 years ago. He's managing for 3 seasons.
And that might be the case.
And I don't know if like because he won you a World Series.
Sure.
You know that he's capable of doing that frequently. And you are sitting here battling yourself looking at this team. They've underperformed.
Yeah.
This team has underperformed.
I agree. What did you hear? What was the phrase that Chris Young used yesterday? I don't think it was confounding. Maybe it was. But yeah, he talked about with G-Vag, like what a perplexing season that it has been for the Rangers.
And so whenever these conversations are happening, my mind is like, the Rangers' outcome right now suggests that a manager should be looked at a certain way. But you're not going to with Bochy. It's a different place right now for this team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day plus the ultimate garage sale next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind you, tomorrow, the G-Bag Nation will be doing their show from 2 to 7 at Shell Shack off of North Henderson Avenue in Dallas. Shell Shack's going to be giving away 40 limited edition Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys to the first Tolos on site. We saw that. We saw one of those up here at the station. It is really nice. So tomorrow, G-Bag Nation, Shell Shack off of North Henderson. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, I'm dubbing this the ultimate garage sale. Except there's no garage in sight. Just a Disney castle. How about that?
Side question. Do you like the garage sale, the yard sale?
I don't mind it. I've found some good bargains, and the one time that we ever held one before we moved houses, I made some pretty good cash off of some like old video games and stuff. So yeah, I was like, okay, people kind of paying more than I expected for some newer like generation video games, like PS4 games. I was like, okay, cool. Made more money than I expected.
One of my side hustles back in the day was estate sales. I had a friend who he ran a little company where he would do estate sales for people, and our job was to say yes or no to the offers and make sure people just didn't steal stuff.
Okay.
I made some pretty decent money doing that. It was pretty nice. So.
See, my dad went through like an estate sale phase. I think it was during the pandemic where he was just doing the online ones, and he was just running up auctions, trying to get some cool stuff, maybe like a little furniture piece to put in the house or whatever. And he stumbled across the craziest thing. I got to see if I still have the picture. He had a fishing trophy that was owned by Babe Ruth.
What?
What?
That's awesome.
Yeah. And
it was made of platinum. It was a little platinum glove with a fish on it.
That's amazing.
Apparently, like, there was a certificate of authenticity with it and everything, but apparently in his free time, he was a big fisherman, and he won some sort of local bass fishing contest or something. And
did he buy it?
He tried, and he lost the auction, and he's still kicking himself to this day that he lost that auction.
I would too,
But
man.
It ended up selling for an absurd amount that he probably wouldn't have been comfortable paying, but every now and then he'll just be like, remember that dang bronze fish? Should have bought it, man. Should have bought it. And I'm like, yeah, you should have, because it's one of the most historic, like, baseball athletes, really, in history, owned it. It was awarded to it. Crazy, but we'll get to that here in just a little bit. Something that Disneyland does that I am intrigued and I want to experience at some point. But question of the day, gentlemen, we're not going to the National Day calendar, even though it does say today is National Cow Appreciation Day. I forgot Corey can moo very well. So if you see a cow,
that is incredible.
Make sure you appreciate it today, because it's their day.
What if I just like walk through the steak section at Tom Thumb? Can I?
Yeah.
That kind of feels disrespectful.
What do you mean? I'm gonna treat that steak nice.
Yeah, I think he's paying his respects.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you guys this.
Oh, no.
Somebody kills you and they cook your body, but they're like, hey, I'm going to do a really good job with it. Would you feel good about that?
I'm the highest part of the food chain, so if somebody was able to take me down, congratulations to them.
Especially in a tank top, you're at the highest part
on
of the food
Tank
chain.
Top Tuesday, for real.
Yeah.
You're the
This is when I have my
highest part of the food chain.
cow, not so high on the food chain, Bo.
Man. That just reminded me of one of my all-time favorite tweets, where it was a video of, it was some barbecue place here in Texas, where he had like the knife ready to like slice up a brisket, but then he just grabs it instead and it just falls apart. And someone quote tweeted, and they're like, if cows saw what we do to them in the afterlife, they would revolt.
I'm
They
begging
would
you,
absolutely
I'm high on the
revolt,
food chain.
because it is just disrespectful sometimes. But the question of the day, gentlemen, what's a hobby you've always wanted to pick up? 877-881-1053. Because I discovered that one of my old teammates / friends in high school, Sebastian, can play the guitar very, very well.
Ooh.
And he has just started posting Instagram reels of it. And I'm like, when did you learn this? Like, and apparently this has been like a since childhood thing. I'm like, and we're just now, the world is just now experiencing this. And you're very good at it too. So I kind of got a little bit jealous. And then I told this story yesterday in our meeting that I have a pretty big friend group that has expanded to my buddy Chandler. No, like it's just expanded into like whenever we have these outings, it's like, oh, I think it's going to be like 5 people, ends up being 25. And I'm like, who are you people? And it's usually like, okay, well, one friend went to school in Austin, so it's a bunch of friends from UT. And then one went to Texas Tech, so it's a bunch of friends from Lubbock. And it's like, okay, I'm meeting all these people. And one that has consistently been there has almost 1 million followers on TikTok.
Wow.
So, and he took a video with me on the 4th of July. We were watching the fireworks show. So I was like, oh, let me go see if he posted that. And that's when I found his social media outlets. And I'm like, oh, I knew he did social media. I didn't know he did social media. And he's very good at it. So that's one thing that I've wanted to pick up, and I'm going to start this week. I'm putting that out there now.
You gonna buy a guitar?
No, I actually own a few.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he said a few.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that got passed down to me. I didn't pay money for that because I can't play them. But I do have some if I want to pick that up. But social media is something I really want to work on. My presence on social media sucks. On my personal pages, I don't update life enough. Like, I think my last Facebook post that was not like work related, that was just, hey, here's what I'm up to, was probably 1.5 years ago, something like that. So I want to get into the TikTok scene. I want to get onto the Twitter scene and actually be like a quote unquote creator and put some solo, like, you know, sports content and wrestling content, music, pop culture, all that stuff. I want to try it out. I started buying the equipment over the weekend. Going to start doing some of that stuff. We've got AEW All In on Saturday, so that might be a fun start to do like a, go with me to All In and see what it's like, and some sights and sounds. So at Alec on the radio, ALEC on the radio is all of my social medias. I just fixed that last night because I realized my TikTok was a different username. I thought it was the same. So everything is now at Alec on the radio. I'm going to try to do more stuff. I want to get to a point where I'm at like daily posts and videos and stuff, recaps of what's happened in the week. So if you have any ideas of stuff you want to see, you would like to hear from me, 877-881-1053, hit my DMs, Alec on the radio. I'm open to content ideas. I want to be more, creative. I want to put that power into the world.
AM and your DMs. Is that what we're going to call that one?
I like that, actually.
There you go.
Yeah. Maybe that's a bit we start doing, is where people can like ask questions or send ideas into the DMs. So we've got AM's DMs.
I like
There you go.
Yeah.
Maybe we do that
AM's
like once a
DMs.
week or something. We hit the DMs and get some listener feedback and ideas.
I like that.
Kevin, what have you always wanted to do that you don't do?
I know this will probably crush y'all's spirit and your souls. I always thought it would be fun to get into coin or stamp collecting.
I don't. My dad has a very extensive coin collection that he gave me. And I've went and looked to see, we have a couple of very valuable coins. And he was looking for them back in the day. It's fun, especially whenever you have that big old jar of pennies and now you're like, okay, I got to go find that one. And you're digging around for it. And then maybe you do find one that's close to it or something like that. It is a lot of fun.
Like, because I don't want to be that person who's like, oh, if you got that Buffalo nickel, you're set for life. And somebody kind of rolls their eyes at you. Like, I want to be able to tell you, well, that depends if you got it off the 1917 Denver Mint or, whatever. Like, I think that would be super
Yeah, there is a quarter, I believe, that's made out of real silver. There are a couple of different, I think there's a $50 or $1 made out of real silver. Those different types of prints, if you will, are pretty unique, so that's cool. But I don't know any I wouldn't know coins across the world.
Yeah,
I'd be like, oh, this is a dime.
But I feel like I would learn.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Always wanted to be good at golf. And have the time and ability and effort to go do it. I love playing. It's really enjoyable. I just don't have all of those other things that are important to, like the money.
Yeah,
that part of it's very important.
It's a very expensive hobby.
I was gifted a set of clubs, and I'm pretty sure that those are clubs that are for my kids. They're too short for me. So that's what I would deal with there. But always wanted to do that for sure. That was, and maybe one day I will be able to.
Okay.
Maybe one day I'll be able to pick that up.
Kind of randomly in the past couple weeks had that itch to try golf again. And there is a driving range literally like 3 minutes from my house. They have it totally shut down now because they're doing like a whole facelift and renovation. So I'm like, man, there goes my good excuse to try to pick it up again because it's right there local. I'll find another place if I really, need to scratch that itch. But it's right there. It's so convenient. But a hobby you wish you would have picked up at some point, you still want to pick up, 877-881-1053. The 940 says sports betting. Good for you, because I'm too scared to get seriously involved in that. If I make my way out to Vegas or something, I might put like a dumb futures bet down for $10 just to say I did.
Those are fun, for sure.
It'll always be for fun. It won't be to actually try and achieve anything. It's just going to be to say I did. I still have never stepped foot inside of a casino in my life. Yeah, that's just one of those things that especially people my age are like, really?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't do that right when you turned 21? I'm like, no. Like, I just haven't thought to do that. From the 214, this is one I've actually wanted to as well. Rock climbing.
Rock climbing's fun. You ever go into the rock climbing place and see the professional ones that like sprint up the walls?
Yes.
Those dudes are insane.
I'm amazed.
I counted like 6 seconds. I was like, how did he do that so fast? And I actually may have been adding more seconds. And we just sat there and watched this dude train the whole time. We should have been doing something else with our time.
See, that might be a question for another day. What's the Olympic event that even when they do poorly and you can tell they're disappointed, you're like, that was the most amazing
pretty
thing.
pretty special.
Because they'd be like, oh, that big slip. Now he finished in 6.1 seconds. And I was like, that was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, that's me with track is whenever you see somebody, they don't even make the podium at all, but they're still running within the 10-second range on the 100 meter. And you're like, that's still inhumane how fast you are running. And they're like, nope, worst performance of my life. My career's over.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I would kill to do that. That is amazing.
Somebody said making river epoxy tables. Have you ever seen these?
We have one in our house.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think
fancy.
it was like a Craigslist pickup by my dad where it was just like, hey, I'm moving. This thing is heavy. I don't want to take it with me. Take it off my hands, please. And it was like, this is actually really nice. So he just kind of polished it up a little bit, and
That's a great story, Alec. I'm gonna pause you on that.
Oh no.
Is he telling the truth about that?
So far, Alec has multiple guitars.
They were just handed down to him.
Yep. He owns a golf course that's next to his house.
I do not own
River
the golf
epoxy
course.
table that he found on Craigslist.
Yeah.
I didn't find it. My dad.
And his dad is always bidding on stuff for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah,
Do you think they're secretly loaded?
His dad almost had a Babe Ruth fish.
Oh, that's a great point.
Almost counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and that's about it, Corey. So I don't want to hear that.
The
Alec,
epoxy
is your
tables
dad
are
rich?
cool though.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No.
Remember, his dad steals all the stuff from this company.
No, I don't know about that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't here that day. You weren't here that day.
I was here that day.
Oh, you were here. No, his dad.
I
does
got a
not.
box of pens or something,
Does not.
that I could
Never mind.
donate. That's about it. Outside of that, I don't get many things.
Sorry, Tank Top Tuesdays really got screwed
Tank
me up,
Top
guys.
Corey cares less
We're
than
not
regular
set up like you think. This is just some ill-advised. I mean, we all do it on eBay and stuff. We look at an auction, we're like, we're going to run this price up because we can. And then we're like, it's over $200 now. I probably shouldn't be doing that. But speaking of places
Alec,
that
I just want to tell you Corey's an asshat. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I've known that for a while now. It was when the height jokes started. But something that you could run the prices up at and probably make some good profit at, gentlemen. I didn't know this existed. Disneyland does an annual lost and found sale.
What?
And it's a bargain hunter's dream where it's a massive resort, right? So people are bound to accidentally drop something or leave something in a hotel room or whatnot. So this time every year, and the New York Post has like a whole article about some of the findings that people have found and whatnot, where you can actually go and just browse like bins and stuff that are just people's lost items that never got claimed.
Imagine you could find a pair of those Derek Holland sunglasses you love so much, and you can get them for like $3 or $5.
And speaking of that, a TikTok user by the name of Magical Soul Foodie said that they have found 3 or 4 pairs of designer sunglasses at these events that have then been resold on a secondary market by them for $300, $400, $500 a piece. So you can actually find some valuable stuff that people are probably mad they lost, and you can get it on the cheap, go and flip it. Or hey, like this one person said, they actually found the original owner of said item and sold it back to them. So you can make some quick money.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NFL quarter century team. Let's discuss as part of Gridiron Gravy right here on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a quick update on the fraud. All right. So somebody did charge $600 to Fashion Nova this morning. They tried another Fashion Nova purchase for $600+, got stopped, and then they tried one for $828. Also got stopped. So good for us.
Good.
We're doing it.
Proud, man.
We are doing it. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And let's start with the NFL all-quarter century team. Now, Yahoo put this out there. If you had to think of all the Cowboys in the past quarter century, is there any players that you think would merit consideration or selection for the all-century team?
Zach Martin.
Zach Martin is, in fact, one of the two guards along with Alan Faneca. I would argue he's the only he's the only guy who was all Cowboys that is on the list.
I think DeMarcus Ware's a Hall of Famer. Is he considered on this?
DeMarcus Ware,
who is not an all Cowboy.
So here's the thing, and I know this is going to sound weird. I consider him an all Cowboy because he left for like 5 seconds at the end. Do you know what I'm saying?
A Super Bowl with those?
Yeah, I realize that. We don't win Super Bowls anymore. DeMarcus Ware was one of the honorable mentions for edge rusher.
You're kidding me.
I am not. So here's my question. The two that got picked were Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. Would you put DeMarcus Ware over either one of those?
Probably over TJ Watt.
Okay.
Not over Myles right now. I feel like Myles is kind of the prototype, of everything that you want in a defensive end.
Sure.
TJ Watt can't put his hand on the ground, right? Isn't that the old saying?
Lord knows we wouldn't draft him.
But DeMarcus Ware he was an exceptional defensive end.
Now, here are the other honorable mentions. Julius Peppers, Von Miller, Terrell Suggs, Jared Allen, and Jason Taylor.
Okay.
So,
man, that's the
group DeMarcus Ware is in. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a powerful group of ends, edge rushers.
It probably won't surprise you to know Tom Brady is the quarterback.
Over Mahomes?
Yes, Mahomes is in the honorable mention category with Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, and Drew Brees.
Drew Brees makes sense.
Running backs, LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, and Javonte Williams. No, I'm just kidding. It's just the first two. LaDainian Tomlinson.
I was like, hold on. Who changed their name from Javonte Williams to something else?
No. LaDainian Tomlinson and Adrian Peterson. That's it. Just those two. Who didn't make the list? Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Marshawn Lynch, Clinton Portis, and your guy, Frank Gore. Wide receivers, Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, and Terrell Owens. That's the other one that I count as like a part-time
sometime Cowboy.
Yeah.
He was, I hated playing against him. Whenever he played for Philadelphia, I hated it even more. When he played for San Francisco, I hated it, but I didn't have to see him twice a year. And I hated it because it was an old feud. And then he went and stood on the Star. Then he went to Philadelphia, and I was like, cause all the chaos you can there, bro.
Right.
Do all the sit-ups in your driveway that you could possibly think of. And then there was the day that I believe it was Brad Sham asked about T.O. to Bill Parcells, and I was standing right next to Brad Sham. And after Bill Parcells said his answer, I went, we're getting Terrell Owens.
Yeah.
And then we got Terrell Owens, and I was like, oh, crap. This is going to be chaos. And it was.
Yes.
You got the entire
You're right.
experience. You
Of
got
awesomeness?
Yes, because he was great while he was here. And then sometimes he had alligator arms.
Yes. And then he was like, that's my quarterback.
And then he didn't show up to things.
Yes, that is true. The tight end was Gronk, offensive tackles Trent Williams and Walter Jones. Already told you the guards. Center, Jason Kelsey. And the defensive lineman, man, think about this. And I realize this kind of manipulates the process because your edge rushers are Myles Garrett and TJ Watt, but you also still get 3 defensive linemen. Aaron Donald, JJ Watt, and Warren Sapp. So obviously that is a just terrifying front.
Yeah. I don't want to be the quarterback across that. Even if I do have the Zach Martin, Kelsey line.
Man, what a battle that would be. Now, you mentioned one of these players yesterday in the injured category of if you could fix their career to be injury-free. Luke Kuechly is on the linebackers list along with Ray Lewis. And then the cornerbacks are Darrelle Revis, Champ Bailey, Charles Woodson, with the safeties as Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu, because you apparently get 12 players on defense. Special teams, Justin Tucker, Shane Leckler, and Devin Hester. So there is your all-quarter century team right there. Dak Prescott, he says, I am healthy. I will be a full go for training camp. He told reporters that today and said that he's expected to be fully cleared soon.
All right,
so
let's go.
He's healthy. He's not fully cleared yet, but he will be fully cleared and ready to roll for training camp when obviously lots of physicality will happen.
Training camp's where it's all at, man.
Is it?
And we're going to be out there covering in about 2 weeks, Kevin.
That's true.
The best coverage you'll get.
I agree.
DFW.
I agree with that. I just think maybe physicality is not the name of the game at training camp.
Well, because staying healthy is the name of the game. You got to make it
fair.
to the season.
Oh, that's absolutely
Can't
fair.
figure out how to be tough, though, by not being tough. Like, that's just
It's a
reality.
confusing dynamic of you have to stay healthy and also get ready for the season by not being physical to stay healthy.
It's like, what's the best way to protect those little spots on your hands that get calluses? By getting calluses.
Yes.
Get calluses, and that's how you get tougher.
Now, I know that you have, I think you watch quarterback and receiver, right?
Yeah.
All right. Second season quarterback, I believe, is back today on Netflix with Burrow, Goff, and Cousins. If you're so inclined, should be up there now and good to go.
I'm hearing Kirk Cousins in his second run through this, by the way. You know, he was in the first season of it.
I thought he was very personable in the first season.
I believe there is some discussion of the controversy with Michael Penix being drafted. Because I just saw the line a few minutes ago, Kevin, that was like, had I known that was in their plans, I would have gone somewhere else.
Okay.
And he says it in the nicest possible way, like Kirk Cousins does. And the reality of that is, you absolutely would have. You would have done something different rather than go to Atlanta.
We'll see what happens here, but Terry McLaurin, his status was updated by Jeremy Fowler, said he's still not happy with where things are. He wants a deal. And look, their camp starts on July 22nd. It's looking more and more like maybe he won't be there when it starts. Although, as we know with the Cowboys, that by no means says that you'll miss any regular season time whatsoever. All right, let's go back to the top 100 for the NFL. Number 88, Andrew Van Ginkel, and Quinnen Williams is 87. Let's go from that to Corey. You sent this over to me, and it doesn't sound great. Asante Samuel Jr. Where might he go? Well, here's what Asante Samuel Sr. has to say about the Dolphins. The Dolphins, quote, had no reason to trade for Jalen Ramsey other than that they're sensitive. There's no leadership in the Dolphins organization. Mike McDaniel is a pushover. Chris Greer, the general manager, has no backbone. These guys over here, the Miami Dolphins, they're running this team like a little league team. Ouch.
Yeah. Look, man, the conversation piece that was for real this time, we were changing the culture, unlike last year when we were lying about it. Somebody actually said that. And now you have this and just the chaos with Ramsey. Everything that the Dolphins have done this offseason, to me, makes it look like it's spiraling out of control.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniels is going to be gone pretty soon. That's the vibe that I'm getting. I know he has a really good working relationship with the GM.
You think this is last year?
And I know you can point to quarterback and be like, every few days he has a concussion. We don't know if he's going to be on the field or not. I think this is going to be it for him this year because he has to find some control. And I mean, Quinn Ewers is his next best option. He's screwed.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Rangers. Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Didn't do that right.
You can, though.
Did I say Rangers?
Yep.
And Angers is where I was clearly
that would
going.
Be Anger, but
Brian
Anger.
The Rangers and the Angels and a true walk-off. Next on The Fan.
They say
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Rangers, Angels from last night if you want. Or we can move to some bigger picture MLB stuff. Obviously, we've talked about a lot of big picture Texas Rangers stuff over the past couple of weeks. But you know what? I'm going to give you something positive. Something positive. We need something positive to get this started. Give me cut number 2, and we can pretend like the game went our way for just 1 second.
Josh, a pinch hitter in the 6th, was hit by a pitch. Swings here and lines one to right. That's a base knock, and the ball goes all the way to the wall. Berger hitting the bag at third. Tony Beasley waving him home. There is no relay throw. Berger scores standing up on the double to right by Josh Smith, and we're tied at 5.
We did it, Corey.
That should have been it right there, Kevin.
We tied the game.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Did it not turn out for us after that? Okay, I guess.
We lost 6-5, Kevin.
I guess play
in
cut number 3.
Okay.
The 3-2. Ball 4. He missed just a little bit outside with a fastball. That forces in Rengifo.
All right, we might take a break from playing.
Yeah, no more audio, please.
Yeah, we might take a break from playing audio for a minute. And this is somebody that I know there were many other reasons that this happened and why you got into that jam and everything, but Hobie Milner had the walk. And if you go back to just a few days ago when we'd kind of had our Rangers MVP discussion before this past Monday, I think you could have made, like a week ago Monday, I think you could have made a really strong case for Hobie Milner. Then he gets just freaking lit up in the extra innings game against Baltimore. Then he can't hold the runners on in the San Diego game. So back-to-back losses in extra innings. And I realized it was just one batter, but he came in with the bases loaded and walked somebody. It was like a literal walk-off. And yet another disappointing loss in a slew of disappointing losses for the Rangers this season.
It's a frustrating season. And my question to Boach right now is, how long does this season feel? Because
that's a good question.
When you're winning, you're like, oh my gosh, this feeling, I never want it to go away. Whenever you're losing, you just kind of give up. You know, you just kind of just go, okay, we're only going to win 15 games this year, which would be ridiculous. But we're only going to win a few games this year. But when you're in this kind of place, it's long. And you're just like, are we ever going to win again? Once you win, you start asking yourself, yeah, but how long is this going to last?
Yeah.
And so I feel like this season is starting to feel like a very long season already because you don't have enough consistency to be confident about yourself right now.
And look,
but then again, you're still right there, close in terms of your 500 record
and the wild card,
and a run, a win streak could change everything for you. So that's the frustrating thing even more.
Like, this is the kind of team that you have to dispatch in the Angels because they're probably sitting in the same situation where I think the Angels have had maybe a better season than some people anticipated, especially since they lost their manager. But they're thinking maybe we could make a run at it at a time when the Rangers, Chris Young, you heard it yesterday with G-Bag, is desperately like, guys, give me a reason to keep pushing for this team and do something at the trade deadline. And then you see loss series after loss series, late game loss after late game loss.
Give me a reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around.
Who sang that?
I'll let you figure that one out.
I want to say Bonnie Raitt, but that's probably not right.
Mike last night had 2 rants that I thought were worthy of discussion.
Okay.
Rant number 1 was that the Angels knew what Jacob deGrom was throwing.
Oh,
and
well, Hershiser right there.
A couple of reasons he was saying this. One, he said, Toronto had something on deGrom where they saw something. Maybe he is tipping his pitch a little bit. That was one thing. The other thing was maybe it's that they had an extra day to watch some film on deGrom. Maybe they see something or know something about his sequencing, but there's something. He was like, there's something. The swings are too healthy. And deGrom doesn't usually have healthy swings against him. That D'Arnaud home run was too healthy of a swing. Like, he knew what pitch was going to be there. And it was fun to kind of entertain that thought just a little bit. But yeah, last night the Angels did swing against deGrom like they had confidence, which we don't typically see.
This is the most runs he's given up in a start in almost 3 months.
So that was... And that's why
it's still not a lot.
Mike was like, I just don't know how to explain it. Like, you don't see it from this guy that often. So that was one conversation. The other one that I can't decide if Raymond was uncomfortable with the way that Mike was going at it, or if they had. Sometimes I think that he and Mike talk before the game, and they're like, "Hey, that's a really good point. Bring that up and let's discuss it in one of these longer innings."
Okay.
But the concept was, he thinks players are, he said, whenever we would go to spring training, we would stand around for hours. We would stand around, we would do nothing. If you wanted your conditioning and standing, you got it in spring training. He said now everything's so efficient in sports, in baseball, that you get to spring training, you start working immediately, and you're working on this, all of these things. Your day is as efficient as it's ever been because you get there at 7 a.m. and you work all the way up until game time, and then you know what you're supposed to do at game time. Bam. And he was like, I'm starting to wonder if we're fatiguing players with all this stuff. And if it's just, hey, show up, stand around and be a baseball player and do what baseball players do. Sometimes we stand around, and then whenever it's time to go up to the plate, we hit the ball. It's not as complicated as you make it be. And then Dave Raymond was kind of like, hitting a baseball is difficult, though, and playing this game is hard. And so they just had a back and forth with this. And I was kind of curious on your thoughts on, we've discussed with Boone coming in, and Bochy's mentioned this. There's just too much sometimes. Sometimes you have too much information and you're overthinking it. Marcus Simeon's talked about this recently, where he's like, I'm just trying to do the things that I know I've done well in the past, instead of letting it get all cluttered. Do you think maybe a reprieve a little bit from get there at 7 and work your butt off because somebody else might be taking your job, and just maybe relax a little bit and just go up to the plate and hit the ball?
I see the appeal of what you're saying, or the possibility of what you're saying, but don't you think this feels like something that is not going to change just because of how routine everyone...
Yes. Yeah, and I don't know if Mike's right. You know, that's the thing. I don't know if that's the correct answer. As the game has evolved, we've seen more additions of these things, of analytics, of studying a little bit more, of taking extra hits here and there. And, you know, one of the things about taking extra hits is you got a guy like Hellman, who goes in there, and he's got to be there at 7 o'clock to show coach that he can be part of this team.
Yeah.
Haggerty could be taking his job, or any of these guys are there they're trying to outwork each other all the time.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if there is a little bit of fatigue from that. It was an interesting conversation, and then I know I'm going to see on the fan text, these guys get paid millions of dollars to just show up and hit the ball and stop whining about it. It was Mike asking this question, and I was a little curious about it.
You know what Stephen Jones would say to that, right?
24/7,
No,
365.
yes, but also they pay their players too.
At the end of the day.
Yes, exactly.
From the 682, so Mike's saying take a load off and hit dingers. Pretty much what I heard.
Is that what you took away from that?
I thought it was an interesting conversation.
Okay, but actually, it's kind of funny that you said that, take a load off and hit dingers, because that has actually not been the case. We're looking at a historic run of potential shutouts this season.
Yes, we are.
All right. So, and this is team shutouts, not individual pitcher shutouts, because obviously we don't really get that anymore.
Yeah, batting is down.
Yes. So in 2019, there was 268 team shutouts across the entire season. This year, and that season also featured the highest strikeout total in history.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
This year, we're on pace for 365 shutouts. So almost 100 more.
That's as many days as there are in a year.
That is true. 3 out of every 4 years. All right. So,
here's a leap year.
Yes. I was actually thinking about a conversation I had with somebody at the lake about leap year, and it turned sad really quickly.
Did y'all talk about the movie Leap Year?
No, I don't think I've seen that, but I was about
Okay.
to make a leap year joke, and then the person I was talking to was like, I remember that was a leap year because my dad died on February 29th, so you might not want to joke about that. And I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, I won't.
You were like, I wasn't going to joke about your
it wasn't
dad.
going to
I was
be,
gonna joke about Leap Year.
Exactly. So, the current record is 359, and that was set in what was then known as the dead ball era, 1915. So,
well, yeah, of course.
Major League Baseball is on pace to have more shutouts than they did more than 100 years ago, when offense was so hard to come by that they literally called it the dead ball era.
Pretty sure those baseballs were made out of like duct tape, just rolled up really tightly.
And they had the gloves that didn't really close all of the way. So, yeah.
And they just left their gloves on the field. They just set them down wherever they were and went back to the dugout and were like, my glove will be out there. Nobody's going to spit on my glove or trip over it, or it's not going to affect the game.
And so, even if you like factor in for more games played, like over, obviously we expanded the baseball season, but the only season right now in the live ball era that would have a higher percentage of potential shutouts was 1968. And I believe that is the year where Bob Gibson kicked everybody's ass and they're like, we got to make a change to the mound. That's how drastic it was. And that is the exact same thing that you're looking at this season.
Kevin O'Neill Cruz.
He throws the ball fast.
He hits the ball hard too. Has officially joined the home run derby field.
Oh.
There are now 3 spots left in the home run derby. So there you go. O'Neill Cruz has decided he's throwing his hat into the ring.
Is it okay that I'm still kind of sad that Pete Alonso's not there?
Yes.
And I always like it when there's a Ranger there, even if I don't actually think they can win, because then I feel like I can root for them.
So Josh Hamilton was the most impressive Ranger home run.
That was
right?
Incredible. And he didn't even win.
Didn't it feel like all of our representatives, like we're known for hitting power, and then our guys show up there and they try so hard and it just doesn't turn out? Like I expected Doldis to be like a dominator in that thing.
You could see how this year, though, they would look at our team and be like, no.
Y'all probably need the rest.
You could sit this one out.
Sounds like y'all need to take a load off.
Now, you said something earlier about switching managers, and I wanted to bring this up to you. The Athletic has some discussion points and takeaways for the first half of the season. One of them is the Orioles are the most disappointing team of modern times.
Modern?
Yeah. So, look, we've had lots of discussions about the dead ball era and when modern baseball actually starts. But let's just say 1960. So this is a team that a lot of people were expecting tremendous things from. Not only are they 9 games below 500, they have a run differential of minus 82. And guess what? That's including a 3-game win streak. Those numbers are coming off of a win streak. You talked about like just all of the problems that they've had. And 2 years ago, everyone thought, hey, this is the Baltimore breakthrough. You didn't quite get it, but you're like, wait till next year and then wait till this year. And then nothing, man. They have been awful.
I'm sure they're going to turn it around at some point.
You don't
There's
think
plenty
that.
of baseball left.
What do you think is more likely? The Orioles turn it around or the Rangers turn it around?
Rangers.
Good answer.
Jesus.
What?
You always bring that up. Does Jesus return or does the Orioles
That
turn?
is the betting lines in Poly Market that bring that up. I don't know how they come up with those odds. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for what I'm going to call more and more Cowboys questions that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp, because we already did the segment and then we did more questions. So now the only logical thing is to do more and more. And,
More.
Well, that will only happen if we do another one of these.
Gotcha.
All right. Cowboys questions that matter. I will start with this. Who needs to take a bigger leap this season? Mozzie or Guyton?
This is interesting. I still, because I've said this so many times now, if the Cowboys' offensive line is good, this can be a very good team. And I say good as in just better than last year. Everybody across, like, Cooper Beebe's got to be better.
Right.
We give Cooper Beebe a lot of credit for being good and serviceable last year. And it also, because Guyton wasn't good, it takes a lot of everything off Cooper Beebe's plate. If everybody was good, Cooper Beebe would have been a point we would have been looking at going, he needs growth. So Tyler Guyton is a key to that because he plays such an important role at the position. Kevin, I don't know if you've seen the story. He's been working with Tyron Smith at a little bit of a camp, kind of similar to the OL masterminds that Duke Manyweather does. Tyron Smith's got his out there in Vegas, and he's been working with him not just on like the mentality of the position, but he's definitely like, hey, ask all the questions you can. Let me show you how I strike, where I strike, the reason I put my hands here, and all these things. Tyron Smith was fantastic during his career. He was he was pleasure to have, to be able to learn from him. And DeMarcus Ware even talks about how he learned and how he taught him. Those things together. If Tyler Guyton can just pin himself to Tyron Smith's hip and ask questions and learn from him, I think he's going to take that big step. I need Mozzie to be good. I need Tyler Guyton to be better.
Okay. Alec, who do you need to take the bigger leap this season?
It's a weird question to answer because it's two really important things to me. Stopping the run and keeping my quarterback on his feet. So which is more important to me? Yes. But to give you a fair answer, I'm going to say Mozzie because of how long it's taken. Tyler Guyton, it's year 2. And I think he has the talent within himself already. Like, I do think he will be good at some point in time. I hope it's this season. I'm not going to predict it's this season yet, but I do hope so. With Mozzie Smith, it has been such a slow burn, it feels like.
Yeah.
And, you did invest a first-round pick in what you would call the not-so-sexy position.
Right.
So you expect, just as a football fan, you expect that if you're going to go to a not-so-sexy, what people don't think is as important as an offensive lineman, as a receiver, so on and so forth, I need him to be good right now. I need him to be good today. So I do think that because the clock is kind of running out for him, I'm going to say Mozzie.
Now, I want you guys to pull up the Cowboys schedule, and we'll get to this question in just a second. But in the meantime, somebody did ask who will be the next player to get arrested before week 1. Do you believe the Cowboys will have one more arrest before the season starts?
No. That's it. I think they get the one every year.
Okay.
And that kind of sets the, I better not. So I think, but Kevin, you know this. Ray Lewis told us a long time ago. He said if there's a strike and there's a long period of time, there's no football.
Right.
Crime. And so I feel like it is kind of that window between where the OTAs and mini camps are and when the season start or whenever training camp starts. There's that window of crime could happen. And I think that's what Ray Lewis was kind of warning us about. So, but I say no more.
All right, Alec.
I say no more.
Oh, Alec, he said no more. So I'm sorry you don't get to answer.
Oh.
All right. What is the most important game on the 2025 schedule? Game.
September 4th.
Singular.
Against Philadelphia, the opener.
Oh, man.
If you don't win that one, season's over.
Well, they're going to lose that game.
Oh.
So.
Season's over.
Okay, Alec, if you had to pick one game, so believe it or not, game I picked, Week 15, hosting the Minnesota Vikings, hopefully still on Sunday Night Football. We know there has obviously now been a precedent set that maybe you'll pull one of those Cowboys games out of prime time. But they have a weak schedule to start. When everyone's like, oh, this Cowboys schedule is so brutal. Like, take a look at the first half of the schedule. It is weak as hell. So if you don't build up a strong record, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So the reason why I said the Minnesota game is you host Philadelphia. I'm not saying they're going to lose, but you could see that being a game that they might not win. Then they host Kansas City for Thanksgiving. Again, not saying they're going to lose, but that's going to be a brutal game. Then you're on the road against Detroit. So you're looking at 3 brutal games where if you come out 2-1, you're probably feeling pretty stoked. And I think that's not the end of the run, because the Chargers and Washington look like they're in position to potentially be really good. But you come back home after a brutal 3-game stretch. And I think that's going to be a game that you're going to look at and you're like, if we don't win that game, our season is over.
Yeah, I think you can pick a lot of games late there in the schedule too, for sure. Like the Los Angeles one is a really good game to pick there. I'm going to go with the game at Denver. I think you need to win a road game in a stretch of early season road games. Because you're at Philly, at Chicago, at New York, at Carolina, and then at Denver. That's 5 in the first 8 weeks. And so that's a stretch where I think you have to win a couple of those on the road anyway, New York, Carolina specifically, But Denver would be one of those that, Kevin, I think that's a team that you kind of are evenly matched with. They're a talented defense, maybe the best defense out there.
Okay.
And so you're already going to have to, hopefully your offense is ramped up by week 8. And going on the road, how much are you going to hear about Sean Payton all week long, too?
Right.
And Bo Nix. Those two things are going to be all over the place. I think going up to Denver and winning a game there is going to be a key for this team, winning on the road.
Now, Alec, just one second. Somebody said 0-3 starts, in their opinion, then your season's over. If you start 0-3.
You lost to the Giants?
At home. If you're 0-3 with this cupcake schedule to start compared to the back half, your season's over. All right, and I'll just throw that out there. All right, Alec, most important game of the season.
I was tempted to go week 9 against the Cardinals because the last time we lost to them, it felt like everything kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with week 12. You got the Philadelphia Eagles at home. That's kind of right in the meat of the schedule, as we like to say around here, So I've heard. And, division opponent, your second time playing them, it's at home. If you've been somewhat consistent and you've been somewhat good up to this point, there's going to be one of those measuring stick games for me where I'm like, okay, can you really hang? Is it just false hope? They have a winning record to this point. You can put any amount of wins you want there to fit that narrative. If they can at least hang with them, if it's a close game, if they win this game, which on paper I don't think they would, but if they found a way to win that game, that tells me that a lot of things have gone right, and this team might actually be for real because I'm with you. I don't think they win that week 1 matchup against Philly. So if they can split here, I think they have a chance to make the playoffs.
Now, my next question, do you trust Dak Prescott on the deep throw? Because this was something, and we've talked about this quite a bit, that the connection between him and, I'm just going to focus on Brandon Cooks, was just scintillating in training camp. And then you saw it in the regular season, and it looked like they had never played pitch and catch before, ever. And now you have George Pickens, who we've talked about is the third best deep threat in the league over the past couple of years. Do you trust Pickens? Is a separate conversation. Do you trust Dak Prescott on the long throws?
Yes. It's interesting whenever you see he had the 4th best completion percentage on long throws last year.
He did?
It's insanely weird numbers that I saw it was 95.9. It may have been yards average or something like that, but he was the 4th best at it. And I was like, this is a ridiculous thing. But I also don't feel like he's ever really had a receiver like Pickens that can do that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Turpin is a fast guy in space. And when you have a fast guy in space, you can come up with big plays. You can come up with 60-yard touchdowns because you got a fast guy in space. But I need a guy to go up and grab the ball out of the air and beat the two guys that are trying to get the ball from him. And Dak's never really had that. Whether Dak trusts it, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
There have been a lot of times where I'm like, I don't think Dak trusts that guy's going to catch the ball. And sometimes, Troy Aikman learned this, a lot of the great ones have learned, I just got to trust my receiver. It's going to work out more often than it's not, is the hope. And I hope that if Dak Prescott trusts his receivers deep, I trust him because I trust the receiver he's throwing to. If that all makes sense. If he's throwing a Tolbert deep, I don't.
That's fair. Alec?
I'm going to say I trust him this year.
Ooh,
I'm going to say I trust him
it.
this year. And to Corey's point, I've seen those same numbers, and I'm like, that's fun. Doesn't exactly match up to what we might have seen as of late, but it's just one of those things that, Daniel Jones, I think 2 years ago was the number 2 or number 1 best deep ball passer in the NFL. But he still stinks. So two things can be true at once. But I do think having Pickens on the roster is going to help. And I do think that Pickens is going to look a little bit different in Dallas, too, because he's got a better offense around him. He's got better players around him. And I do think that you still see some of that touch, especially on the seam routes with the tight ends. You see that Four is capable of, laying a little bit of touch on the football. He's capable of it still. He needs the time to do it. So it goes back to the Tyler Guyton thing. Is he going to improve? Is Cooper Beebe going to give him the right time? Are they going to run a kind of offense that even commands that? I don't really know yet, but I do think that I trust him to make that happen.
Now, with all that in mind, what grade would you give the entire, like your comfortability with it? What grade would you give the Cowboys quarterback room going into the season?
B minus.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
I was going to go B plus.
Oh, you know what? If you average it out, that's a B. That feels about right to me.
Average.
Yeah. By the way,
kind of like where the Cowboys are, middle of the pack.
Yeah. By the way, and if Yahoo is doing their off-season power rankings and deep dives like on each team, they put the Cowboys at 18. If you care about such things, I just thought I would let you know. Who replaces Jordan Lewis in the slot? This might be the most complicated question just because of health and everything.
Everybody seems to want Bland to be there, but it seems like he's the only healthy one to be on the outside right now.
Right.
So I will go Bland because he's the best option there at being able to turn his hips both directions. Ravel's going to be an outside guy. That's the future at cornerback for the Cowboys there, and there's no way Diggs is going to do that. He's just not. I don't think that Diggs honestly can play that spot. I think Diggs is very good at being able to push a guy towards the sideline, being able to use the sideline to his advantage and catch up and go that. But I don't think when it comes to turning your hips either direction, he can catch up. But I think if the guy turns, he's gone. So I think that Bland would be the best option out of the ones we have right now.
Yeah, nobody else really makes sense at this point. That's an indictment on the depth at the position right now and just the overall health. I mean, if you add somebody in there to the rotation, maybe you can afford to switch things up and try things and see what they look like. I think right now you can't even afford to try. I think you have to put DaRon Bland there because I don't think anybody else is capable of it.
So I want you to consider this because if you're going to, like, let's say you're going to try some stuff, here are maybe some of the options that you would look at. Would you look at kind of converted safeties like Marquise Bell or Wanye Thomas? Would you consider Kalen Carson or maybe not familiar?
Kalen Carson would be a good option.
Yeah.
I know they kind of liked him on the outside too. He called himself the seatbelt and everything.
Ooh, I like that.
But he also benefits from being able to have some guys, the sideline to his benefit. I'd like that. When it comes to converted safety, that kind of depends on how Eberflus wants to run this defense. Because if that's the case, Kevin, and he's going to bring more of that nickel option in there, that safety is going to be more of a linebacker in that world.
Yeah.
Like he can cover, but I'm rolling him off to a safety and coverage, and I'm focusing on what's in front of me in the run game. And so I don't know about that, but Kalen Carson's a good option because he is another cornerback.
Let me get one more grade from y'all. I was just curious because this popped up in the Yahoo profile. What grade would you give the Cowboys offseason? Now, I realize you'll be able to get a better look at it once the season actually starts or probably finishes. But if you had to right now, what grade would you give the Cowboys offseason?
C plus.
Okay.
I think they did good.
Why the sigh? You seem sad about that.
An underwhelming head coach hire, which it could change.
For sure.
Like he could be the guy. Yeah. But that was underwhelming. Underwhelming free agent additions. Decent draft, but also underwhelming.
Yeah.
So it wasn't anything exciting, and that's exactly kind of the way I like it.
Yeah.
Is that they didn't do anything exciting and splashy just for the headlines. It seems like they said, all right, we got holes to fill, and we got to figure out how to do that while also understanding where our cap situation's going to be because we screwed things up, and we got to pay Micah at some point.
Right.
So like all those things, and Micah's still not signed. So you don't have that done. So there's still some loose ends that need to be tied up. But I think that they did okay. They got, again.
I don't disagree.
People will argue they didn't sign anybody. They did. They signed like 9. They got like 9 additions to this thing.
Just people maybe that they knew.
Yeah. You don't know Jack Sanborn.
Yeah.
And you don't. So you're like, that's not a sexy move to me. But I think they did get some work done.
Alec?
It'll be a C+ for now. Get the Micah deal done. I'll make it a B-.
Okay. You know what?
I feel like it falls in line with what we're used to, so I'm like average.
Yeah, look, it's tough to argue about that. You guys have talked about a lot of mediocre grades in here, and I think that's what some of the expectations are for the Cowboys. So I think we need to change pace. I think we need to do a little something different. Now, maybe we can do the moral compass, but also...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053.
Now.
We'll win a pair of tickets to go see 21 Pilots when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on October 20th, courtesy of Live Nation. But also, I don't want you to be stressed out if you don't win right now. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. But also, it's time for the moral compass.
You are my counsel. The one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
So it's been a minute since we've had the opportunity to do the moral compass. There's a couple of different stories that have brought it to our attention, and we need the feedback of the people. Do you want to start with fencing or running?
Fencing.
All right. Fencing. Moral compass question for you. Has your significant other ever gotten you into trouble? And if so, what did you do about it? So, Yasaora Thibus, as you probably already knew, the Olympic fencer, had to go to doping court. Now, I don't know if that's actually what they call it,
Yeah,
but
I'm pretty sure it is.
She was given a doping ban, but she argued she didn't actually take anything. She tested positive for Osterine, and she said no, can't be. They held the hearing. They determined that she was accidentally contaminated with this performance-enhancing drug via a kiss from her partner. The World Doping Association, or I guess Anti-Doping Association, that would be bad.
What did you call it?
The World Doping Association. The World Anti-Doping Association. They don't support this. They were seeking a 4-year ban.
The World Doping Medium?
Yeah.
WDM.
There you go. Mm-hmm. There's 40 of them. They would have knocked her out of the next Olympics. She has now been cleared. She argued that the positive test was an accidental contamination by her partner, and they said approved.
Really?
Yes. So she won in doping court.
Frank Mir should revisit this, huh?
For people that don't know, it's been a long time now. I don't know, like 6 years ago. I'd have to go double check.
I think more.
Probably more. Frank Mir was in a UFC. He was getting ready for a UFC fight, and it was in Australia.
Yep.
And he said the biggest issue they had run into there, and I'm going to quote him exactly, was all the koala bears with chlamydia. Now, he said it like that, which first of all, I was like, I thought you said that word differently, but also it was pretty shocking to hear that koala bears would get down with the get down like that. And they had some problems. And then he got knocked out in his fight. And then he also tested positive for a PED and got suspended for 2 years. It was like a whole thing.
Chlamydia infections or free-ranging koalas can range from 0 to 89%, with overt disease affecting 4 to 40% of the individuals.
Hold on. That's a terrible study that they've done. It can affect 0 to 89%?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I could do that study with an 11% variation for free. It could affect 0 to 100%. I need them to limit that range a little bit.
How do you treat a koala with chlamydia? Not like you treat it with the disease. You're treating the disease.
I know. And do you need to?
Dude,
I don't know.
That conjunctivitis, you don't want that. There, when they have that inflammation in their cornea, their urinary tract infections, reproductive tract infections for the koalas. It can lead to blindness, pneumonia.
You can go blind from that?
Go ahead and mark that. Infertility and even death. You can go death from that.
Man.
So beware when you're in Australia.
Okay.
Trying to find Margot Robbie.
I don't know what to do.
She's Australian.
Yo, I get it. I don't know what to do with any of that. Alec. Was that his Australian impersonation?
I think so.
Okay.
That's how they say, oh no.
Have you ever had a significant other, partner, or whatever, kind of get you into trouble like this Olympian?
Not that I can remember.
By the way, from the 214, Corey's on fire. Don't encourage him.
Yeah, don't encourage it.
That
it's
was
the
when we
tank
were
top
talking Cowboys.
speaking.
It was Cowboys conversation, which I'm really good at.
Oh, yeah, just put the feather in your own cap there, in your own tank top. I don't think so. Not like serious trouble. I know I've had some in the past that like made bad first impressions on people in my life, but like not actually got me into serious trouble. So maybe that's like a canon event that I need to experience that I haven't yet. But yeah, luckily none of them have actually gotten me into a like tough situation.
Follow-up question. Have you guys ever dated somebody that they didn't necessarily get you into trouble, but you're like, I could see that. Like you dated someone, you're like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I definitely have.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Adrian one time, Kevin, at the bar.
Oh.
Her and my roommate's girlfriend were drinking together at my bar. This is at my bar. So they're
have a bar?
Yeah, they're out the patio, having a good time. And then things are starting to close down. And this guy walks up to them and starts trying to hit on them. And they were like, no, thank you, appreciate it. And that's whenever he did the wrong thing. And he called them the C word.
Oh, dear.
In front of me. At which point...
Cancer?
I then came over the top of the bar.
Oh, no.
Ready to, like, as I was coming over with my fist in hand, how it works. That's when 6'9", the big bouncer, stepped in and grabbed the guy and told him he needed to go. And that's whenever I was like, oh. But it was that moment of she was about to get me in trouble because they were, having a lot of fun. And they said the C word, and I couldn't let that stand.
So this is remarkably different than the story my wife told me about when she was in her 20s with some of her girlfriends at the club, and some guys were trying to dance upon them, and they said no and everything like that. And Jess told me that she went up to one of the gentlemen and said, if you don't stop, I'm going to knock your block off.
Oh, wow. I love it.
I don't know how intimidating that was to...
I'm going to clean your clock.
Yeah, to the guy at the moment. All right, next moral compass. This was at a High Rocks race. You'll remember those are the people that make the fake Oreos, I do believe. That's Hydrox. So at the High Rocks race, this couple was running, and the boyfriend kept running when his girlfriend seemingly passed out, and she was unresponsive, and they had to bring the paramedics over, and he just kept on running out there.
He had to finish his race.
Stop it. Do you
Here's what I
agree
think.
with- oh, my God.
Here's what I think. Here's what I'm telling people, too. When I'm being interviewed after this race, I'm telling them she would have wanted me to finish for her. The race, that is. She would have wanted me to complete the race because we've been training so hard for the last however long you train for High Rocks. If you're out there and you do High Rocks,
HYROX,
what's it like? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think he's that bad of a guy. I think he was just he was finishing the mission, and that's what it's all about. You get into something like that, there are risks, but you have to complete the chore.
Alec, a couple things. First off, do you agree with Corey? Second off, are you ever surprised that he's been married this long?
I'm going to answer the second question first. Yes, I am. But that just shows, if anything, that's more of a testament to how well they work together.
Yeah.
The fact that these things can happen and they just understand, which good for you.
Thanks.
Because I feel like there's been a couple situations I could have been slapped by certain people for that stuff. So I didn't try it. But
wow.
I kind of agree with Corey. Because
What?
The question is, what's at stake here?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, imagine it's one of these super big, like, you know, like gladiator races, and there's a big cash
they were
prize at
running
the
this
end.
race like in a bootleg or a fancy looking gym. I don't know what was on the line here, but
Hey, free membership.
it didn't
In
look,
this economy, I'm taking that.
It didn't look like we were advancing to the Olympic qualifiers off.
Maybe
of this
water in
race.
a bag for a lifetime. That'd be awesome.
Maybe a really cool medal to put on my wall. Like, I need to finish the race.
See?
And I'm a runner at heart, so I'm just like, you're always taught, finish the race. If you're capable of finishing the race, which the man in this instance was capable of finishing the race, he
What if
finished
she
the
would
race.
have died?
That would have been unfortunate.
Yeah, bad timing.
Very unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably would have gone, oh, there was nothing I could do to save her anyway.
Yeah. He's not a, EMS guy.
See, okay, but
think.
I feel like you should have made that argument earlier that I'm not a paramedic. What am I supposed to do? As opposed to, I was upright. I'm finishing the race. All right. Do you anticipate a conversation about the future of your relationship after this?
Oh, she's definitely going to say, we need to talk. Or it's going to be something like, I'm going to say something to you and I don't want you to get mad. And that's when you're like, I'm already mad. You shouldn't have said that because you're deciding that I'm already mad before you even tell me. So that's where, I think they're going to have a conversation about where things are. But when I asked the question to her, do you want me to finish races or do you want me to half-ass it? No matter what? Or just when it's on your terms?
You don't think he could have a contingency plan that if she passes out and needs medical help?
What if he didn't notice? I don't know. Did we know if he noticed or not? Like, did he go back and he was like, "Oh, is everything okay? All right, I'll be back."
I believe the story made it sound as if there was enough of a to-do about it that it would have been tough to miss. Because again, this wasn't on some sprawling outdoor course. It was inside.
Hey, if we have that conversation, then my argument against it is, look, I'm not a paramedic. I would have just made matters worse, so I kept running. I would have been stressed out. I would have been freaking out, okay? Because my lady is passed out in the middle of a race. I can't do anything about it. I'm just going to make things worse. I'm going to stress out the paramedics because I'm freaking out. So I'm just going to keep running.
The only thing that helped me finish this race was the thought of getting to you safe.
That's nice.
If I finish this, then it's going to help her, is what I was thinking.
How is that?
She just has to believe it. It doesn't have to be true. She just has to believe it.
From the 240, I agree with Corey. Everybody wants a ride or die chick.
True.
All right. A couple quick basketball updates for you.
You know how women are, right?
Yes, PG. I know. That's who we need to get back on the show. The Pacers did confirm that Tyrese Halliburton will miss the entire season. Paolo Banchero got that 5-year rookie max $287 million. Plus, he also got a player option, the first on the rookie max extension to get that since Luka and Trae Young. And have you seen any of the amazing pictures or videos of Nikola Jokic celebrating his horse? Like, I think he's happier with that than maybe the title. Or it's like really close. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Urban Meyer, Larry Fitzgerald, and Someone's Lying. Kevin thinks it's Urban Meyer. Next on The Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I'd like to again apologize to Alec for earlier today. I feel very bad. Guys, Anthony Davis, oft injured. That's the big... When we talk about Anthony Davis being here, nobody wants to go, he's a really damn good player.
Yes, even though he obviously is.
They all immediately want to go, he's always injured, which he is often injured. According to Shams, Anthony Davis underwent a procedure to repair a detached retina that he suffered during the season. He played through multiple hits to the face last year. He is expected to be healthy for the next training camp. Your thoughts on Anthony Davis, Kevin?
I mean, it's great that he's going to be ready for the next training camp, but that also makes me nervous when there's it's a other different injury besides the ones that you knew about that caused him to miss some time.
Yeah.
And also, I just want to point this out. I think that makes him a badass and tough as hell, where he's like, detached retina, whatever, I'll be back. But also, it makes me nervous.
Alec, are you a fan of Olympic figure skating?
Whenever it's on, I do watch it, so I would say yes.
Kevin, I know you are. You want to be an Olympics figure skater.
I still go back to the fact that with the pairs, even if you fell, there's still a good shot you could get a medal. And I was like, maybe I'm throwing. So hopefully she'll fall one or less times and we'll win.
You really want to pull off the Dirty Dancing.
Oh, yeah.
On ice. That's been one of your dreams for a long time.
If Patrick Swayze was still alive, I would be contacting him about this.
Trivia question of the day. Who was the youngest skater to ever win a world title in figure skating at age 14?
I think it might be Oksana Bayul.
A. Michelle Kwan. B. Tara Lipinski. C. Christy Yamaguchi. Or D. Peggy Fleming.
Well, Alec, it's up to you, because the person I was going to guess was not one of the options.
Oh, no.
Michelle Kwan, Tara Lipinski, Christy Yamaguchi, or Peggy Fleming, the youngest skater to ever win a world title in figure skating at age 14. We will get to the answer at the end of the C block.
Are you positive?
Crap. Yep, I got the card back out, so we're gonna be all right.
Okay.
All right, guys. Someone's lying. Kevin thinks it's Urban Meyer.
To be fair, as a general thought, I do feel like the way you can tell Urban Meyer is lying is that his lips are moving.
Jeremiah Smith, cornerback for Ohio State, said, "I just hate them," referring to Michigan. "For the next 2 years, I promise you, I will not lose to them." Jeremiah Smith. Cornerback Dorian Barney just committed to Michigan. And he said, "I will not lose to Ohio State while I'm there."
Oh.
So, Kevin, this is now two men who are young men who have guaranteed that they won't lose to their own opponent. Who do you think is lying?
All right, this is going to be a bold call. I predict they're both. I don't think they're lying because I think they think that's the truth.
I can see that.
But I predict they will both be wrong. And that
they're going to split.
Yeah, if you tell me that you're going to be there for 3 or 4 years, I feel like there's a decent shot the other team will get a win. Although Michigan has been doing very well against Ohio State.
Yeah, but does that matter on the Harbaugh front? When is Harbaugh's group gone?
Okay, yeah.
And this new group that's taken over. When is that come into play? I don't know.
But I say they both lose.
Okay, all right. That's I like that answer on that one, Kevin. Also, 3-star wide receiver Devin Fitzgerald, son of legendary receiver Larry Fitzgerald, has committed to Notre Dame.
Ooh.
Over Clemson, Stanford, and UCLA. He committed on Saturday to Notre Dame, which looks like the Fighting Irish are putting together a really nice class. I believe they're the 4th-ranked class in college football this year, behind USC, Georgia, and your fellows at A&M.
You probably shouldn't do this, but what percentage, if any, of a bump do you give a player because they're like, well, your dad was the best at this. So, like, I get it. You probably shouldn't, but like, what is it, like 5-8% that you bump that person up?
Yeah, probably so.
Okay.
And with Fitzgerald, I'm just looking at him. I'm probably going like a 20% bump on this.
Okay.
And Larry Fitzgerald, for me, is one of those players that he was one of the first ones for me after high school when I started paying attention to football that I was like, this dude's a dominant. Like he's going to dominate the NFL just like he is in college. High points, everything. He's the best. And now, Kevin, this is where I'm starting to feel old.
Yeah.
Isn't that like we've seen Vlad Guerrero Jr. That didn't make me feel old. Somebody I saw in my 20s and post that and now has a kid who is committing to college, and he's dominant too.
I get that,
and that's one of those things. Who's the player? The player that made you feel old? 877-881-1053.
Oh man, that is.
I'll give you some time to think about.
Yeah, that's a good question,
Kevin. You know what my dream job is?
Actor.
Actually, it's this. This is my dream job. Always
for a while, it was actor.
Yeah, at the station is what I've always wanted, and everybody else. I know people want to work at the station. It's a great place to work. But yes, I did want to be an actor. But recently, the new job of college sports general manager has become a thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's the hottest job in the world because colleges have like endless supplies of money.
Sure.
Unless they're being sued by the government. Then it's a different situation. But they have an endless
politics.
It seems like the alumni have very deep pockets. But whenever you're trying to build a team and you're trying to build a roster in college, it can be a little bit difficult to try and put it all together. I do think that there are some guys that are taking the job of GM and they're like, I am going to build a roster. And that's it. Evidently, Urban Meyer was told by somebody who wanted to hire him that the job entails some other things that he doesn't like.
I had a school come see me this year and asked if I wanted to be the GM and a couple other phone calls. And you start to think, okay, they actually came to see me. And so I said, yeah, we'll meet and I'll sit down with you guys. And I said, okay, what is the job description? They said, well, basically you handle all the, you meet with all the agents of the 17, 18-year-olds. And I thought, I'd rather step on a rusty nail and pull it out I mean, what in the, but if that's what you got to do, Jim, God bless you, brother.
He's talking about Jim Nagy, who recently took on his job as a GM in college. And Jim Nagy said, there's no succinct way to sum it up because there are a lot of parts to this job. But really, I'm here more than anything to help the coaching staff, help build this roster and streamline that process. Everyone says they're trying to go to an NFL model, and my background is NFL. I've never worked in college football before, but I think there are some process things we've brought to Oklahoma that are going to help the evaluation process, and certainly the valuation process. We've never had to really value players. Now, I like we've never had to value players because we never were free to value players.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a chart somewhere that somebody has where they're the under the table stuff, but they never actually openly were able to do this. This is Urban Meyer's like, I don't want to negotiate with 17-year-old kids' agents.
Right.
I do think, though, that part of negotiating with a 17-year-old kid's agent is much better than negotiating with a 17-year-old who can turn at any point.
Yeah.
I know you gave me this car and everything, but see you later. It feels like more agents are going to operate in good faith. And I think that's an important factor, but I can totally see why Urban Meyer would not want to have anything to do with that.
When he used the analogy of pulling his foot or whatever,
Stepping on a rusty nail, like in Home Alone.
Yeah. Do you think it would have hit home more if he said he would have had to pull his hand out of? Do you remember when he was at that bar that he skipped the team flight home for with that gal that wasn't his wife?
Do you think that's what most of the players that this age know him for? Failure at Jacksonville and that?
Actually, I do. And I think they kind of like also remember like him skipping the team flight for like some family mystery. And then he's like, with whatever, that gal at the club. You saw it? And then like, he's such a piece of crap. And you saw it, and then he was like, oh, she's a family friend, and, you know, this is a bad angle. And then they came up with another angle, which means multiple people saw this, and he was trying to oil check her. And you're like, come on, dude.
Kevin.Hagelin@odyssey.com if you would like to email him for reply alls.
And say what? You think Urban Meyer's a good person?
I don't know.
Maybe he's gotten better.
Maybe he has. He didn't sound like, I don't know. They're just, the way he talked about that just made it sound like this is ridiculous. He seems to be, but I get where a coach that coached in college wouldn't want to be a face that's negotiating. He wants to show up and be like, all right, come on, kids, let's play. And I have your career in my hand.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to motivate you. You better be better or you're out of here and you're never making it to the NFL. Like, that's what a lot of these guys had over them. Also, Kevin, new college football 26 from EA Sports.
Yeah, it's like already out to play on preview mode.
And I know you couldn't wait to get this game.
I'm excited that this is back.
According to Chris Vanini, North Carolina is being coached by Hector Luna. And Kirkpatrick, is the head coach at Colorado because Bill Belichick and Deion Sanders did not grant them the rights to use their NIL, their name, image, likeness, for college football 26. I don't like this. This is more of an OCD thing for me.
Sure.
I want, listen, did I fire Jason Garrett whenever I ran the Cowboys franchise? Yes. After 3 Super Bowls, of course I did. I was ready to move on. Did I hire a different one? Yes. But I liked having that coach. I liked the idea of having that coach on the sideline.
Yeah.
I like the idea that I can look over and see Deion with the big shiny shades on. But Bobby said this morning. The value to them is not, you didn't offer me enough money to get my name.
Yeah.
You're not going to get my face with that amount of money.
That's what I think about Deion. For Belichick, I kind of think he's like, what's this fancy doodad that you're talking about? And I don't have time.
Bookface?
Yeah, I don't have time for your shenanigans and whatnot. Like, I think the money thing might have been more prevalent for Deion, whereas with Belichick, he's like, do you know how much money I have? I don't care. I don't want to be in a video game. That's not me.
I do wonder, like, when Bobby said this morning, sometimes the value of something like this, while the number they're offering you isn't that big of a deal, for you and your brand and all those things, it is.
Yeah.
And it can be helpful to you. By the way, Kirk Ferentz of Iowa, Bronco Mendenhall of Utah State, Tyson Helton of Western Kentucky, Charles Kelly of Jacksonville State, Frank Reich of Stanford, Trent Dilfer of UAB, Brian Vincent, Louisiana Monroe, Jason Eck of New Mexico, and Mike Carney of Kent State also are a group that is out on this as well. So it's not just those two. For anybody that's like, oh, screw those guys. I get it, but there's some more of them that won't. But again, like I said, I think it's better for your value with some of these prospects and like stuff like that if you're involved in this.
Yeah, I agree for some of those coaches. For Belichick, he might just tap his Super Bowl rings out there and be fine.
Who was the youngest skater to ever win a world title in figure skating at age 14?
Peggy Fleming.
Michelle Kwan, Tara Lipinski, Christy Yamaguchi, or Peggy Fleming Alec. Kevin has already ceded his vote to you because he screwed up.
It's true.
I'm going to go with B.
Tara Lipinski?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm going with it.
Chris Yamaguchi hung on my wall. Like a picture, not...
Well, you shouldn't have just stopped right there.
Tara Lipinski, however, is the correct answer. Good job, Alec Medford. He is on fire. I believe he's gotten every one right so far. So,
Man, I suck at this.
You're going to get better, though, man. I got faith in you, and that's the C block.
Thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan?
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
accurate depth chart for the guys. You know how you have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 slots? The Cowboys, they're out of slots. And they had to just add all the running backs into the very end and be like, yeah, they're all there. I would rather them add another cornerback. I don't mind Gilmore. I know he's 35 years old. That's old, and he's not quite the same dude he was when he was Defensive Player of the Year. He has, you could see it when he was here. But I thought he was serviceable, liked in the locker room. He's a guy that I can get along with. But they definitely, that position's lacking. Right now, I don't think there's anybody you can add to the Cowboys running back room that's going to change my view on what they are.
Okay.
Right now, it's basically there's some untapped talent. We don't know what Jaden Blue is. We don't really know what Vaughn is. We don't know what Javonte is. We don't know exactly what all these guys are going to be in this system, but that's the group that I'm ready to rock with.
Alec, over reaction or reality, you would rather the Cowboys pick up another cornerback than a running back.
That's an absolute reality, because even though, we always talk about the saying, if you have, X amount of running backs, you have no running backs. I understand that there's not a lot of quality there. You just don't have bodies at the corner position. It goes back to the DeRon Bland conversation from the last hour, is there is an only option for that slot corner, and it happens to be your best available healthy player at that position. So you need the outside to be addressed. Whether it is Stephon Gilmore, I'm fine with that. Does it move the needle? No. It just satisfies me that we did something.
Yeah.
Mike Hilton is a name that's still out there. You bring him in, I feel good about having another veteran body in there. I just need them to address it some way, somehow. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be great. They just need depth.
NFL overreaction or reality, and you have to make this prediction before the season begins. Christian McCaffrey is officially in decline. Now, he just turned 29, coming off an injury season, although obviously season before for the 49ers was fantabulous. But I'll throw it out there. Overreaction or reality, Christian McCaffrey is officially in decline.
I think it's a reality. I don't think you can have that many injuries on your body and be the same person, especially where those injuries are and what he needs, like what his position calls for.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get any easier for him for the rest of his career, but I still think he's talented. And he has a very good coach that knows how to use him, but the level of physicality that it takes to play that position, the level of physicality that San Francisco asks you to play with, and what his body is, I think it's gonna defeat him, because Father Time is undefeated.
I've heard that.
It feels like to me kind of what happened with Zeke, where the mileage is catching up and the brutality of the position, those just don't mesh. They're not made to match up together, the physicality versus how much they rely on him. So I do think it's a reality, but to Corey's point, I think he's still going to be good. He's just not going to be the same guy that got drafted by the Carolina Panthers, and that's fine. But you will notice maybe he's not as daring on some cuts. Maybe he's not as, I'm definitely lowering the shoulder in this scenario versus I'm going to try to get out of the way of this contact so I don't get my legs taken out from under me. It's going to look different, but it's still going to be effective.
NFL overreaction or reality, you get excited about uniform, and go ahead.
My apologies for interrupting you. I wanted to add something.
Sure.
I didn't say that he was washed either. Remember whenever the Tom Brady's washed, Aaron Rodgers is washed. There's a difference between saying I can start to, I see the beginning of the trend down. I'm not saying it's over completely. Back to you.
NFL overreaction or reality, you care when teams tease or announce their different helmets or jerseys or anything.
My Care Bear whenever these happen. Yes, I love it. I think as long as they're cool looking, not like that crappy ones that the Giants put out a while. That was so awful. They were like, we're going back to the 20s. That was ugly.
Because I know the Saints are the latest team to tease that they'll, show you something new.
I love those things, dude. Hold on, let me see. Where are they?
No, focus on that in the break. All right. So Corey says he is a Care Bear. I kind of want to change the name of this segment to Care Bear, not Care Bear. All right. Overreaction to reality or Care Bear. You are interested when teams tease or announce new helmet, new jersey, all of that hoopla.
I guess I'm a Care Bear in this instance because I really do get intrigued because I'm so used to the simple home and away.
Yeah.
Two different things. But I'm the kind of guy that even at the pro shop, when they have the like special, salute to service and the crucial catch stuff that they won't actually wear on the field, but they make a different colorway of the jersey. I'm like, yeah, sign me up. Like I saw somebody tweeted out a picture of the George Pickens jersey at the pro shop, but it's all black. And it's the coolest thing. All black jersey with the blue letters and the blue numbering. That is so cool. It's not anything they're going to wear on the field, but it is awesome. So I care about that stuff, even if it's just for marketing. And even if it's bad teams like the Saints, I'm still going to care because if it looks cool, I might watch a little bit longer than the 10 minutes I would if they suck.
Dude, I did like almost an entire interview with Charlotte, trying to convince her to get the black matte helmets. You know, remember and by the way, that was a lot of fun. I was very fortunate to be able to have a one-on-one with Charlotte and just kind of sit down and chat with her and everything.
Yeah.
But I do get excited about things. Whenever the Rangers are rolling out their new powder blue jerseys or whatever, hey, guess what? We're wearing red hats. Those things are fun to me because it just breaks the pattern a little bit.
Okay. Now, we talked earlier in the show about how Dak said that he was full go, he's ready to go, he's healthy now, he'll be full go for training camp. Now, another thing that he talked about, I like the way he broke this down. He said he doesn't envision it taking a long time to establish a rapport with George Pickens because he's dealt with trades before with like Amari Cooper, Brandon Cooks, and you can like look at the tape and a variety of other things. So NFL overreaction or reality, you think there'll be a pretty seamless transition for George Pickens and the Dak Prescott connection?
I think it's good. I think that's a reality. I think it's going to be.
How'd I hope so?
What I still didn't understand was why Mike McCarthy didn't like his number 2 receivers.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe it was Dak. Maybe Dak was like, I don't like that option or that route. I can't make that throw. I don't know I have no clue. But it did seem like, well, because the head coach is no longer here, that it wasn't the quarterback. So will this number 2 receiver be important? I mean, obviously they went and got him because they felt they needed a good number 2 receiver.
Right.
So I think that Dak can take advantage of this receiver. I think it's going to be pretty seamless.
Alec, what say you?
It's a reality because Corey hit the nail on the head. Like he said earlier, he talks really good Cowboys stuff. I should have expected that. But I do think that he's totally right in the fact that the coaching change is going to allow that to be a bit more seamless than it probably would have with the last regime. Not trying to pile on top of Mike McCarthy by any means, but I do think that there was a little bit of hey, we have a way of doing things. It's going to be done this way, or it's not going to be done at all. And there's probably, at least from what I can tell from the outside looking in, feel like there's going to be more willingness to change and adapt as things go on. You see speed bumps and you slow down a little bit with Brian Schottenheimer. I think that it's just going to be a bit more inviting of a nature for that connection to grow.
Now, I'm intrigued to see where you guys go with this. NFL overreaction or reality? The University of Oklahoma currently has the best set of triplets in the NFL. So that contingent would be Baker Mayfield, Joe Mixon, and CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, at one time in college?
Right, yeah, that is in the NFL right now.
Okay,
that are
gotcha.
Other candidates, if you would like, Alabama, they got Tua, Jahmyr Gibbs, Devontae Smith. LSU has Joe Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and that hurts them.
Let's go ahead and kill that one.
And Jamar, okay.
And let's go ahead and say Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and give it to them.
Oh, no. It's got to be quarterback, running back, and wide receiver. Otherwise, I can see.
Jamar Chase has played running back at times. He's been handed the ball in the backfield, I bet. Let's go see.
Ohio State, C.J. Stroud, Quinshon Judkins, and Terry McLaurin. Georgia, Matthew Stafford, James Cook, Ladd McConkey. There are a variety of other schools that you can go to. Clemson, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, and T. Higgins.
Jamar Chase has 55 rushing yards in 4 years.
You don't get to... Okay, that doesn't count. You don't get to pick that then.
He had -6 one year on 3 attempts.
That sucks.
That's not good.
So overreaction to reality, you will begrudgingly. You should be happy about this.
I think CeeDee Lamb is fantastic. I thought that in college. Joe Mixon has turned into a pretty good player for Houston as well as what he did with Cincinnati. I'll take that. I think those are some really good options. And this is about this is interesting because their college career versus their pro career, fun conversation.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Alec, do you go Oklahoma? Did you hear another option that you like better? And this is not all time or anything like that, just right here, right now in the current NFL.
I like the word you use to describe it, begrudgingly. I'm going to say reality because the devil's advocate in me really wants to say Georgia. Because I know Ladd McConkey has had one flash season
He
so
was
far,
awesome,
but he
though.
was awesome. You've got a Super Bowl winner in Matt Stafford. I really like that, but I think just raw talent-wise, yes, I'll say reality.
Okay, you know what? Since we are on this topic, NFL overreaction or reality, you think betting on Baker Mayfield as the MVP at 40-1
is good value?
Is a worthy wager?
Yes.
I do too.
40-1?
40-1.
I'll bet $10.
Okay.
Feels like he has 2 number 1 receivers, 4 number 2 receivers, and probably 6 number 3 receivers on that team, and a good running back to go with it. So, yeah, why not? Put $10 on that and then throw up a prayer.
Can their defense stop people? I think that's the big question. He had a great season. I'm excited for him.
Okay.
40-1's fun.
Then bonus.
I'll bet $11.
Oh.
I'll go 12.
I mean,
13.
You guys could probably both figure
I'm
out.
a big Care Bear for this one, so I'm going to go 20.
Oh man, that's too rich for my blood.
Bonus NFL overreaction to reality. Then
you can have it.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a true contender in the NFC.
Hey, anybody in that division has an opportunity to win that division.
Do you ever feel like anybody in the NFC could probably figure it out?
I think that division specifically is kind of a wide open area.
For sure.
And I do think that is a good enough team that if they win out of that division that they can make some noise. Do I feel like they're a true contender for the NFC Championship win? No. But I do think that they're good enough to make a good run in the playoffs.
Alec?
The NFC is wide open, so I'm going to say reality because I feel like I mispredict the NFC every year. The teams I think are going to be good end up sucking to oblivion and vice versa. So I'm going to say yes and hope I'm right.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and R.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Strawberry?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 3-2. Ball 4. He missed just a little bit outside with a fastball. That forces in Rengifo, and the Angels win in walk-off fashion on a walk-off walk by Nolan Shonowell. 6-5 the final score.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, the only good Rangers news I can tell you at the moment is that your guy, Cole Drake, was named the Rangers minor league pitcher of the month.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, that is good for him. He's working his way up, man, taking his time. I'll tell you this. Those Rangers have ticked off Brian Broaddus. He threw his headphones just a moment ago.
Okay, fair. You stay up all that time. Hobie Milner comes in, who has been really good except for the last week, and he comes in a tough situation, walks, it's over, and you're like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair assertion of the end of the game?
Yeah. And it makes him look even worse, like that the pitching style that he has, it's all fine and dandy when he's dominating. Once you start losing games via walk in extra innings, all of a sudden your form is starting to really look goofy, bro.
I'll tell you what's disappointing is, like, I'm listening to Jared, and Hicksy with the call, and Jared's telling me, okay, they're walking, they're going to load the bases here. Oh, they got the 212 hitter up.
Yeah.
Base hit to left. I'm like going, how does the damn 212 hitter, like our 212 hitter does nothing,
Yeah.
Their guy,
that could be
got a lot
any
of them.
number of spots
That's what I'm
on
saying.
this team. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's like Jared is like, okay, hey, this hitter, before the series, this hitter's been 0 for 48, and then he's terrible. 3 for 4 the day. And you're like, how come when my team comes rolling in there that all of a sudden you guys decide that you want to be 7 of 11 in a series or some garbage like that?
Remember when the Mavs used to be season high was their name? Because
trust me, you're talking to
Laurie Markkinen again.
No, you're talking to a guy that stood on the sidelines of the Green Bay Dallas games, and Murphy Martin, the public address announcer, that is a now new Cowboy playoff record for receptions. That is a new Cowboys record for touchdown receptions in a game in a playoff.
Them's were the days.
I was like, okay, we get it. I was here for 20 years watching these things, saw them all. You don't have to tell me now,
I know he said a lot of things with you guys yesterday. What was the word that Chris Young used to describe the season? Confounding. So I said perplexing and flummoxing. I was like, I couldn't remember the word.
It is confounding.
Yeah.
And you could tell,
that's a Princeton-educated guy, though, right?
That's true.
Yes. Yeah,
that is true.
My LSU brain was kind of like not wrapping around that
it's
one.
Yeah, imagine Hagee's A&M brain.
Yeah.
That's what we were all thinking.
I was thinking that it wasn't very confounding last night when they walked that thing off.
We're close enough to the point now where it's not confounding anymore. Like, it's confounding in theory, but in reality, you've seen enough to be like, no, I get it. I know what this team.
I'll tell you what. He admitted it. He admitted that his team's probably not going to hit. He did say that.
He did say at this point
we are who we are. He pulled a Bill Parcells on you right there. This is Thanksgiving Day game, for the Cowboys.
Yeah,
and you got beat, and now you're kind of like, okay, this is not going to get any better. He could hope it gets better. And, you would figure if you score that many runs with deGrom on the hill that you're probably going to win the game. But, nah, not this baseball team.
Yeah, it's just, last year it was snake bitten with injuries, and this year it's just now you've lost 6 out of 10 in extras, walk-off style.
Oh, my God.
It's heartbreaking. And I don't know in that clubhouse, how many times can you just keep peeling yourself back up? And it's the job, but it's just human nature, man. They've got to be feeling just broken.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're able to rally, a rare rally late in the game, you tie it up. And what the hell is Chris Martin doing going back out there again after the 8th? Bruce Bochy's one of those guys where he's such a lifer. He's a legend. He's a World Series champion with the Rangers, and of course what he did with the Giants. He's a guy that I don't like to second guess.
Yeah.
That's one that I was.
Well,
I get the bullpen's been taxed, but Chris Martin. It's not Hobie Milner's fault. He was put in an awful situation because Chris Martin stunk.
He's just had a rough week for somebody who, at least from a relief standpoint, you can make a really strong argument, has been the best damn guy you got this season. I think, I don't know. Do you I know theoretically, mathematically, it could happen. But do you guys realistically see a run of baseball from the Rangers by July 31st that makes you be like, yeah, all right, let's go get somebody. Let's go do something. I know mathematically it could happen, but I'm saying realistically.
No, I mean we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it yet. It's just been as soon as you get a glimpse of okay, maybe we found a little something offensively.
Yeah,
they go right back to who they've actually been for about 95% of the season, which is just one of the, if not the worst offenses in baseball.
Yeah.
So it's hard to imagine that they're going to be able to just flip a switch and start going here.
It does seem like whenever it peaks of, hey guys, something's wrong, when it starts to get to that point, the Rangers go, oh, you know what? Let's score 8 runs.
Yeah, let's have like a game.
Up.
Let's have 2 games.
And it's a 500 team.
Yeah, and then after that, there's no sense of urgency.
Right.
Like there's no. It just looks like, and maybe all those even keel personalities that they just don't have that urgency to do it. But somewhere in there, they got to find life.
Now, I got a side question for you guys. This can be hypothetical. Let's say you were talking to somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said who their favorite actor was or like actress, somebody they had a crush on. And they let's just say they said Channing Tatum. Right?
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah. And then
it's a good one.
But then that person said, you remember that one movie he was in with like the surfboard or something?
Surfboard?
Would you think that person has never actually seen this movie and just made it up because they didn't want to say Magic Mike was the reason they picked that? Or do you think they're just not good at remembering movies?
Why are you revealing our conversation like this? This is
Nothing wrong with you. Hey, Corey will tell you there are plenty of things that he enjoyed about Magic Mike as well.
I'm sorry, what?
You'll just have to trust me.
You love
Magic. Was
Magic.
last month, Iggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is maybe.
I like it, Poppy.
It's like it actually feels like an endorsement for they truly just love that actor and nothing about what they do or the movie they're in or the like any of the cast that they're a part of. Nothing matters other than just specifically that person. I can't tell you anything about the movie other than that my favorite actor or actress was in it.
Well, that's downright delightful.
How about that?
Yeah, I appreciate you covering like that. Good job indeed.
Can I just say something about Magic? We were discussing this yesterday. Lucius brought this to our attention.
Magic the concept or like the skill?
Well, there's a new skill.
Gathering?
Have you guys seen this this lady who and we actually ended
That
up
panda gal falling off the unicycle.
Oh, that was sad.
Stop it.
That was
Don't
sad.
ask Brian for his red panda thoughts. They're not good.
Do you think she's a spare?
Not a spare. She needs to say this was a sign that we don't need to come hauling her off in a halftime of a game now anymore.
He says she needs to hang him up, basically.
If
That was the
the
end.
whole bit is stand on that unicycle and juggling plates. The minute you fall off, you're done. You're no longer the halftime show anymore. You're a liability. You're like you could be landing on your back, and now we're going ooh, and then they got a spatula getting her up off the court there. You know.
Well, I think we might have the Red Panda replacement. There's a new lady who's going pretty viral.
Okay,
And
Panda Express.
We're working to get her on the show because we just want to figure out how this whole bit came about.
That's a good joke.
It was. That's what I'm covering my face laughing.
You know, it's for one time in my life I actually make a good joke.
I
and
thought it was very.
and Eric just doesn't even acknowledge. He just like,
sorry.
we're working to get this
trying to get to
make
the-
believe
I'm
character.
trying to get this out for 3
The
minutes.
fire-eating fart chick, remember?
Oh,
eats
that-
fire,
Get to
farts
that.
flame. Yeah, eats fire, farts flame. And this is real.
It's incredible.
It's apparently some form of magic, but she's literally taking a torch and swallowing it. Okay. Then she is sort of bending over, and then launching out 5 separate farts where fire comes out
With a big old smile on her face.
Oh, she definitely loves her job.
She is loving life.
Women, right?
She's passionate about her work, Basky.
She's very talented.
And so I don't know. That's pretty awesome, and it's magic, right?
Is it TikTok?
Well, there's no doubt that
It's TikToking.
D&M
That's what it
Leasing
says,
is
eats
getting
fire,
their
farts flame.
money's worth today, bringing us that crosstalk. Gentlemen, what do you got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thank you so much for asking. We will have a Rangers Players Show at 5:20 today. Usually at 3:20. They're on the West Coast, so we're doing it at 5:20. We got the top 10 coming up at 2:25. Of course, Krusty's Corner at 3:40. It's just going to be a jam-packed show of goodies.
I love it. Roll home
goodies
with your G-Bag Nation. Give respect to Broadus's joke.
Sorry, Broadus.
No, it's like it's not gonna. The whole day is gonna be like this, so I'm not gonna worry about it
Eats
anymore.
farts.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Eat flames every day and fart. And nobody
10
cares.
a.m.
Corey knows ball.
What the hell to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so Anthony Davis had surgery for a detached retina. That sounds very painful. I do have a question that I want to ask the Tolos. When's the first time you had this self-realization? I've had this realization for a while that I need to just get off my chest. Hour number one, G-Bag Nation, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. General's on vacay all week. Send him well wishes on social. He's partying with the family. We got Lucius Alexander, George Carter Freeman, running your video. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on a Toxic Tuesday. But yeah, we got that update just a couple hours ago from Shams. You have Anthony Davis with surgery on that detached retina. I mean, gosh, any type of eye procedure. And I know, hey, Brooks, they took care of us when it came to getting the LASIK. And I was a little bit nervous, but it's been the greatest procedure I've ever had. But anytime it's like retina or I feel for the guy. I feel for the guy. You know, it's like, man, I just hope for a speedy recovery here for our guy AD.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that detached anything sounds terrible. The detached retina, but you also wonder.
The season, he played through.
Yeah, he played through it, so it makes you wonder, like, how actually kind of crazy painful is it? But just on the surface, it seems like one of the worst things that could happen to you. And I'm with you on the eyeballs being really like the two most important parts of my body. You know, you go heart, you go brain.
Those are the balls you're going with.
And then I think, I'd go eyeballs over other balls. Eyeballs or other balls, 877-881-1053. I think it's a guarantee for the eyeballs.
I guess you don't really need the other ones once you've already had the kiddos.
Yeah.
When you went ahead and just took them right out.
Yeah, that's true.
You clipped them.
Yeah. Once you have a couple of kids and a wife, your balls aren't yours anyways.
No, they're gone.
Totally.
Sold them a long time ago. You're right. The eyeballs would be the king of the balls.
Broaddus, do you have any pushback on that? If you could only have two balls, it would be your eyeballs, right?
Were you paying attention?
Yeah, I was, and I was thinking about it because it's. I think I'd go with the eye. I mean, my eyes have not been great, so it might be the.
I'm trying to tell you to go to Brooks.
You're a scout, bro. I mean, you got a lot of mileage on those balls.
That's the problem. Is that I've kind of over the years just abused my eyes.
Has there ever been a deaf scout? That's a good question. Or a blind scout, excuse me.
Wow.
Not a deaf scout. Sure, there has been a deaf scout, but a blind scout.
Probably not a blind scout. There's been some scouts that probably been accused of being blind.
Oh, yeah.
The accusations.
There's usually you should get your eyes checked on most episodes of the draft show. It might be me throwing it out.
Oh, no, there's always somebody, always somebody accusing you of doing something like that.
But, I mean, I got a question of how many of these guys on the draft show can really see what the hell they're looking at. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Some of these takes that happen.
Watching the film with their eyes closed. 601 says, my sister had retina surgery. It's painful AF.
It's the offseason. This dude still gets injured from the 2-on-4. Well, he did play 11 games, and he kind of balled out. I mean, he averaged 33 and 9. Maybe we should have just kept this thing detached. He was crushing so much, but I hope for a speedy recovery for Anthony Davis. We will go around the rim coming up at 420. I mean, these prices are astronomical for the Summer League opener with Bronny and Cooper Flagg, at least Cooper Flagg's opener on Thursday. We'll get to that. We will have Katie George on the show on Friday of ESPN. She's actually covering Big 12 Media Days in Frisco right now, and then she's going to be doing the sideline call for Cooper Flagg on ESPN on Thursday and then again on Saturday. So she's working both games. So we'll talk with her on Friday. But, fellas, I don't even know. I can't say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised anymore when we're watching these games and the way they're ending with the Rangers. It's like you're almost expecting something. Like I jokingly said to Jared, inevitably you're going to play an extra innings game. And he's right. I mean, RSN has reminded us it took till mid-June for them to finally play an extra innings game. Now it seems like every other night it's extra innings, and they fall again. It was not the greatest start for Jacob deGrom. Snapped a streak of 14 consecutive of 2 or fewer earned runs, and the bullpen had to go 4 innings. You had Sean Armstrong. He answered in the 6th, gave up the lead on 2 singles and a double from the bottom half of the Angels lineup. We know what happened with Chris Martin. He came in, had a good inning, and then unfortunately the wheels fell off. Then Hobie Milner comes in, and Shanuel gets walked for the game-winning run. But, I mean, they battled back. They battled back to tie it up. That's been rare for them. It's just one gut punch after another, and it is. I mean, this is who they are at this point, and it's ultimately they're just not a good enough baseball team.
No, they're a team that finds ways to lose games, and kudos to them. Their creativity levels on this has been pretty impressive. They've really ran it up. They're filling up the bingo card on how could we lose a baseball game, especially in extra innings. It's tough, man. It's an absolute beating, and I know Broadus is throwing in the towel. Because he said, hey, it's got to be a sweep. Got to sweep the Angels.
I felt like that you needed to find a way to win all 4 of these games and then see what happens with the Astros. But, man, I mean, maybe you can win 3 or 4. I could say I just don't. The things that, like I say, the bullpen last night, I don't always think it's like the bullpen and the pitching, I think, has been. We all expect to win games when deGrom's pitching, right?
Yeah.
You don't expect deGrom to give up 3 earned runs and all that in 5 innings.
Baskey's talking about him tipping pitches and things like that.
Yeah.
They had a leg up on him last night.
Well, they were ready. And what's just so disappointing is the fact that you mentioned the bottom of the order. You know, it seems like there's always something going on with the bottom of the order. They can't get through that without giving up runs or giving up key hits. And guys hitting 212 and getting key base hits and stuff like that. It's just that part of it's difficult.
Yeah, Rengifo, I mean, d'Arnaud, the catchers have just been an Achilles heel, it feels like, for the last couple of years for the Rangers. That absolutely stinks. But they got to Yusei Kikuchi. They got his pitch count working, 4 runs early on him. He only is able to go 5, and that was against a lefty. Like, I was feeling pretty good overall about where the bats were in the first half of the game. You got Corey Seager with the home run. It's just, at this point, the expectations, they've just got to be, I just don't have any at this point. It's like, hey, if they go on a run, it's going to be awesome. I'll perk up. I'll get excited about it. I just don't have any expectation for it to happen anymore.
Agreed 100%. Did we all get a good laugh going, though, in that first inning when Kikuchi was just falling all over the place?
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty hilarious.
Well, and then immediately Jacob deGrom's got to go out, and the pitch comm's not working. He's taking the hat. He's like, I can't hear bleep. And then you look over at the Rangers dugout, they're all giggling and laughing like, I don't know, maybe there was a prank that was pulled. But it's a brutal time. But we will have our Rangers player show at 5:20. We're waiting to find out who. I'm sure this is one of those days where, like, if you're Rich Rice, it's probably tough to get somebody.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we got maybe we should take some guesses at some point on who the player's going to be, because no one is going to want to talk on the radio after that game and just generally this entire season.
Yeah, maybe it's Alejandro Osuna again. He seems like he's always in a good mood.
He's a joyful guy.
He's a very happy
chipper.
guy. Yeah,
we had a great time with him.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's. I mean, I don't think it's going to be Hobie, and I love Hobie Milner. He's one of our good buddies. We got to have an awesome conversation with him multiple days in the clubhouse. Anytime we went in there, he was very, very welcoming and was always like, "Hey guys, what's up? Local dude, we love you." But man, that's it's a massive bummer. Now, fellas, I started doing this over the holiday weekend, and I realized, my God, I'm turning into my father in this way.
Oh, really? You dropping heaters?
No, I haven't resorted to the cigarettes yet, but I do. Like, we have what is the commercials, and they do, like, you don't want to turn into your parents.
Yes.
And I think those are hilarious.
They are. They're great.
Is that Progressive?
Is it?
I think you're right.
It's an insurance thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And I do feel like inevitably at some point there is a moment where it's like, man, I did something. If you're one of the lady Tolos driving around, like, that's what my mom would do for us. Like, hey, that's what my dad would do. So I started getting the names mixed up. It's already happening. Growing up, this would happen constantly with my dad. He'd be calling me the dog's name. My sister would be my mom.
Yeah.
My mom would be one of our cat. Like, he couldn't get everybody straight, like who's who.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought, how hard is it, to just, it's the names. You look at us. I know, Eric, come on.
Hey, Chuck.
I'm starting to call my daughter by our dog's name. I'm calling my wife my daughter's name. It's just, and then we've got another daughter on the way. So this is just going to get worse for me. But I'm about on the verge of 34, and it's already kind of setting in.
Yeah. It was the same thing in my house. I have 3 brothers, and both my mom and my dad could rattle off 50 names before they got to the right name of who they were trying to get the attention of. Yeah. And I do the same thing. I call my daughters the wrong names constantly. It happens plenty. So I think that's just the nature of the beast. At some point, there is so much that you're responsible for that, there's a little bit of slippage. There's a little bit of leakage.
I'm feeling slippage.
Yeah.
And I don't feel good about it. I feel like, I don't know, is this like a weed thing or what's going on?
Yeah, I think
is that weed?
It's certainly. I mean, I think Nui would probably feel some type of way about this, and there's, but again, I know plenty of people who are totally THC free, and they still can't get it right. So
Q14 says you stopped caring. I think that my care level is almost heightened. Because of
he clearly cares. If he didn't care, he wouldn't even be addressing this. He'd be like, "Who
concerning.
cares? I called my wife my dog."
I'm like, Lila. Oh, sorry, Eliza. Yeah, it's bad, and I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice. But inevitably, I guess we all turn into our parents in some way, shape, or form. But I wanted to be vulnerable and just bring that to the table.
I appreciate your honesty.
Thank you.
In this very tough moment for you, the realization that you are what you have loathed to some extent. Now, people are acknowledging that Eric Nadel had the retina surgery a few years ago.
I remember that.
We're going to have to ask him about that Friday live from the Pickler.
We do. And we will be at Pickler Universe in Carrollton on Friday tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow for our entire full 5, 2 to 7. You're going to want to get out to Shell Shack right off North Henderson, just down the road. The Dallas location, Shell Shack. Okay, we've got 40 Cowboys jerseys to give away. Now, these are really badass. We've seen a couple of them, and it's only going to be, it's like first come, first serve, so you're going to want to make sure you get there early. But come on out to Shell Shack tomorrow, and courtesy, of course, of our friends with Crown Royal. So it's 40 limited edition Crown Royal jerseys for the first Tolos on site. So that's going to be it's going to be awesome. 901, if I probably did say leakage, like slippage, maybe is what I was going
I said
for
leakage.
There. You went leakage.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's something else we should probably, check out. I turned 37 yesterday, says 214. Got 3 kids, a wife and a dog, and they're all the same name. So not in it alone. I appreciate you having my back and support there, Eric. We got good news on QB1 today, fellas. As Dak Prescott says, quote, full go for training camp. Our buddy Joseph Hoyt, John Machota, were all out there as Dak was doing one of his clinics out in Southlake, and he said, I'm as healthy as I can be. He's looking fantastic. He really is. We've got a new episode of Love of the Star out that Brian and I recorded earlier today. I encourage you to go check that out. But one of the things that we were asked during the mailbag segment was like, what's a fear that you've got on offense and on defense? And a fear that I have is Dak going to end up similar to the end of Tony Romo's career, where his body just gave out on Tony Romo. Romo was the best version we've ever seen him, but physically, he just couldn't hold up anymore. And I'm worried now with some of the injuries that have piled up for Dak. And usually he's bounced back and is healthy the year after a big injury like that. So I'm very hopeful that this isn't the case. But that is a fear. The Cowboys have committed so much to Dak. They can't get out of it. They can't trade the contract. All of a sudden, if he were just to not be able to stay healthy because the body physically says, sorry, I can't do it anymore, that would be a tremendous problem for the Cowboys to be in.
Yes, it would. And it's probably my biggest fear as well. Now they've added to the offensive line in a way that has you somewhat encouraged, and I think the coaching staff is going to help things as well from that standpoint. But there's no doubt that would be the ultimate of a bottom out in terms of your season. And that's a very realistic thing, whether it's him being healthy and just not quite the same from a production standpoint, or just him simply now constantly on the injury report with something, being hobbled or worse, just being out. So I think that would be, I don't know, did you have a different fear than that brought us when they asked the question? Because I think that's the fairest one to have. It's the most important position. And you paid him a buttload of money.
Sure, and I took the opposite, not really the opposite approach. I just had the fear about the coaches, the offensive coaches not taking advantage of Pickens and the linemen that they've added and things like that. That's kind of where I went with that. But just the eyeball test of seeing Dak, man. He's not lying about how he looks physically. You could see that, and talking to people in the organization, they are like, hey, he's come off some horrific injuries and has bounced back, but they feel like this is the one where he's going to bounce back the best. with this. And I don't know any other way to put it other than that
they're confident.
Yeah, they're confident that Dak is going to be okay. But to Zach's point, do you worry about now 9 years in the league and now the injuries are starting to mount up? But he is doing everything in his power to be able to come back and be more mobile if he can, have that ability to avoid in the pocket a little bit better. Just physically how he looks. I mean, seen him with my own eyes. He's always going to be a guy that's in pretty damn good shape, but this one looks different to me. So maybe he realizes that your fear, Zach, and what you're talking about is that this thing can completely fall apart for him. And so he's having to do even more to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those like helpless feelings as an athlete.
Yeah.
Because you're putting in all the work and doing everything that you can. And then ultimately, I mean, the age hits all of us at different times. And in some athletes, it'll happen sooner than later. Hopefully, I mean, he does look fantastic. Just the pictures that we've seen, the videos, seeing him working out when I was doing the draft show at the Star. I mean, he does. He looks like. And last year, I thought really though every single year he's kind of coming to camp looking in better shape. This year, it looks like he's trimmed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
He looks to be the lightest he's ever been. Maybe that's why he's incorporating trying to get faster, the speed element of that. He probably knows how important that is. But I'm fascinated to see how he looks. And then overall, you're right, just how the offense looks. So go check out that new edition episode up of Love of the Start. But let's go ahead and do our G-Bag of the Day, champ, and we'll get into the top 10. It is a Toxic Tuesday. The Ringer has put out the top 10 beefs of the 21st century. We got pop culture all the way to sports. What's a beef that has stood out to you over the last 25 years? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, let's get you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day and the G-Bag of the Day champion. Segment here in the nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you have been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champion right here at 2:30-ish, 2:20-ish. This is day 2 for this champion audio. This young man just joined the military. Shout out to you, sir. Change your life. Go get you a house after that. Some college, all that good stuff. But he fumbled the swear in. He's off to a great start.
After me. I state your full name.
I state your full name.
Say your actual name.
I, DeAndre Deshaun Wilson,
do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support.
Yeah.
I love this.
I'm glad he's swearing in. I'm pretty sure it's time for that ASVAB test.
Yeah.
I bet his family was a little bit nervous. Baby, you take that test yet? We're going to pray for you before you go out there and take that test.
Going to need a community of prayer warriors out there to help that guy. I do love the interjection of just like, hey, state your real name.
Your name.
State your actual name. This is you. All right, G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. Let's go ahead and get you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day on a Toxic Tuesday.
All right, let's do it. Let's get toxic. So I saw over the weekend, The Ringer put out the best beefs of the 21st century, and not hamburger beef. We're talking beef, bad blood, feuds. All right, so we did have some sports ones on here that made the honorable mention, just on the outside looking into this top 10. But it's not just sports, it's pop culture. It's pretty much anything, entertainment. Like we did have Trump and Elon Musk on the list. That just made the cut here, 39. Ended up making it. You had Bill Belichick versus Bob Kraft. That being one of the biggest beefs of the 21st century.
Yeah, there's no question. In sports, it's right up there. Two guys with a long history of dominance together. And then in the end, there's some lashing out. There's some pettiness.
How do you just not make that work, though?
Well, they did for a long time.
No, for a long time. But does it get to the point in time where all of a sudden a few bad drafts and now people are telling Kraft that, listen, you got a general manager coach that he thinks he's smarter than everybody, and it's, and that's why that Kraft got influenced and said, hey, well, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to move on.
I think it was a lot of the Brady stuff because Kraft loved Brady, and Belichick was trying to sort of push Brady out and make it the Garoppolo show.
Yeah,
which is one of the worst coaching moves in all of football. I mean, Belichick has a couple of these. For as great as he is, he's got the Malcolm Butler deal where he just lets Alshon Jeffrey just run amok on you and let Nick Foles beat you in a Super Bowl because you're so stubborn, and then thinking that Garoppolo was a better choice than Brady.
And then we got defensive coaches, his offensive coaches,
gosh,
special teams guys that are trying to be offensive coordinators.
Co-offensive coordinators.
He definitely did kind of get too smart for his own good there at the end, like with what he was trying. But again, it's almost like a victim of your own success in a way. Because you would raise the bar so high where every year you're basically winning, 12 games in the division, and then they struggled for the first time in 20 years.
As an owner, though, if you had that type of coach, I just couldn't see, I'd like, okay, what do we need to do? And then maybe you go in there and do question some things. Like some of the drafts they've had have been just awful. And so, maybe the talent, and if you're the owner, you walk in there, you say, Bill, we got to do something differently drafting. We're getting crushed. We're not, these players we're selecting are not helping us right now. And then if if Bill says, well, hey, I'm going to do it my way. And then you say, okay, well then maybe we need to make a change here. Maybe it did get to that. Maybe Kraft did go in there and say, we need to do something different. And Bill told me, kick rocks, and that's how it ended up.
I think there was the one where he's too in love with Strange, Cole Strange in the first round. Oh, man. That was one of the biggest head scratches.
That was very bizarre.
Well, that was the one when we were doing the draft show when it was selected. When you do a Patriots draft, you just always assume kind of it's not going to be in line with where you maybe had a player. Cole Strange wasn't a bad player. He just wasn't a first round player.
Yeah.
That's the and then those they haven't been able to hit with the wide receiver.
Wide receivers in the first round are really bad.
Been a real problem. The offensive line, they've kind of missed on some. It seems like the edge rushers and linebackers, they've kind of got a plan for that.
Yeah.
But they missed on way too many guys.
They really did. Aqib Talib, Michael Crabtree.
Oh, that was great.
The chain snatch that made it.
That makes me think of Josh Norman and OBJ.
Yes. Oh, Norman and OBJ is another great one. Some of the other honorable mentions we have on here. I mentioned Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka. That was a fun one in golf for a little while.
That was really good.
Conan O'Brien versus Jay Leno made the list.
Jay Leno versus whoever kicked his ass.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Says he fell. Okay.
That was
allegedly.
A big tree fall hard.
It's the same guy that got Bobby Petrino.
I think he probably. Same bookie. Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B.
Hey, people are still going to that Jay Leno hill and falling off of it.
Are they really?
That's still a thing?
Like some viral thing, like just going to the hill and taking a photo of it and, get a little scratch.
Has anybody looked worse after the fall than Jay Leno?
Nobody's looked like Jay. I feel like Jay was thrown over there.
Yeah, he was.
There was some foolery going on there.
After he had his kneecaps and his pinkies threatened.
Yeah, they gave him an old heave-ho.
817, we got Jones versus Cormier. Caitlin Clark versus the WNBA. Oh, Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan. That was an epic beef from the 940. Deion Sanders.
Was that a beef? Or was it he just kicked his behind?
I think it was like he got to a boiling point.
Yeah.
They played each other twice a year in the same division.
Okay, so there was something there.
Yes. Over time, eventually Andre Johnson said, you know what, dude? I've had enough of this.
But I don't remember it being very publicized, where everybody knew Andre Johnson and Cortland Finnegan. It kind of, I remember being very surprised, oh my gosh, all of a sudden we have two guys fighting and Andre Johnson tore him up.
Because every scuffle is not a beef.
Exactly.
Sometimes you just get into a scrap and you back out of it. Yeah. Beef is plotting, we're planning, we're going back and forth, poking and prodding each other.
That's a good clarification.
Who's coming to mind for you right now, Lucius? Anybody in or out of sports over the last, 25 years?
I mean, when you guys first said something, I was thinking Drake and not Kendrick, but Meek.
Yeah, that was honorable mention.
He really did something crazy to Meek with that back-to-back thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all the references from Philadelphia to Toronto in there. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's really nasty.
We had Will Smith and Chris Rock. Again,
that's a beef. I mean, at this point, it's definitely a beef. I know Chris Rock's brother wants to fight Will Smith. Yeah, he's ready for it. Tony Rock, I believe his name is. He's ready for it.
Oh, I was thinking it was Dwayne The Rock. That's not a guy you want to fight.
No, you don't. We had Metallica versus Napster on here. Trump versus Rosie O'Donnell.
He used to come. Oh my God,
yeah,
he went after her so much.
Really, I'm gonna have to pull up some of those quotes.
What? Are you kidding me?
I'm not even familiar with exactly.
Call her a fat pig or something like that.
Yeah, Trump would call her a pig, a slob, and a loser.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. We also had Pusha T versus Drake. Made the honorable mention.
You are hiding a child,
dude. That is wild. 50 Cent versus Floyd. And then the last one.
Dude, that was epic. When he was clowning him for not being able to read and whatnot.
It was hilarious. And then, I mean, you've got what was the word Floyd Mayweather was trying to say and he couldn't say it, Lucius?
I don't know which one you're talking about.
There's so many.
I don't know.
I can't remember either.
Was it a Breakfast Club and they've released that stuff?
Gosh,
yeah, they released that audio.
It's crazy. Nas and Jay-Z, and then KD versus Twitter was number 11. Just on the outside looking in.
That's still going to this day.
Yes,
who was our guy at the Carolina Panthers, the corner that was always fighting Odell Beckham?
Yeah, it was Norman. Yeah, Josh
did you
Norman.
Say that? Did you say it already?
Yeah, Eric.
I'm sorry about that.
Gallagher's, Liam and Noel.
They just linked back up this past weekend, didn't they?
Grown men crying.
Link back up.
15 years later, baby.
They held hands and lift their arms in the air, bro. Victory.
Our buddy Kent Garrison, who I used to work with, DallasCowboys.com, was at the concert.
You went?
It's in Cardiff. I think it's where their first show.
Right.
Yeah, their first show was in Cardiff. And he sent me a video because he knows "Don't Look Back in Anger," one of the songs. And he taped it for me. Like he had his camera phone out while they were singing it.
That's pretty damn awesome.
Everybody in the crowd they're one of these groups that everybody sings their song.
Yeah,
like the whole crowd is always singing their songs.
Hey,
right along with
hits,
them,
man.
They did.
They really do.
But they did fight a lot.
It was bad. I mean, on stage, some of those old clips came back.
He walked off on stage a couple of times.
Craziness.
Yeah.
You had the Sex and the City girls. I guess
they fell apart.
They had Sarah Jessica Parker and is it Kim Cattrall?
Kim Cattrall.
Yeah, they ended up having a a big feud.
So she's not that new thing. I see that Sex in the City that's on HBO Go right now.
I don't think so.
I haven't clicked on it.
Yeah.
I used to watch that show back in the day, though.
Yeah.
I liked how they dress. Yeah, they put you on the shoe games.
They had some hotties.
Yeah.
Shaq versus Kobe at number 9.
Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes.
That's an all-time bar on that rap. That's actually it's listenable. It's actually a good little ditty. I'm seeing Donald Trump's tweet from July 11th, 2014. Rosie O'Donnell is crude, rude, obnoxious, and dumb. Other than that, I like her very much.
Other than that, Taylor Swift versus Scooter Braun came in.
Oh yeah, she came in and cleaned his clock.
Yeah.
And then they have beef with everybody. Didn't he have a Bieber beef going on as well?
Oh, does he?
And this guy
he probably
Scooter
does.
Braun,
he sounds like a bleep hole.
He's just he's the money. The money stealing.
He is. He's everything's he's trying to make profit over everything. The Gallaghers did make number 7, Liam Gallagher versus Noel Gallagher.
Yeah, I got a little bit of Trump. Hold on.
Well, Rosie O'Donnell's disgusting. I mean, both inside and out. You take a look at her; she's a slob. She talks like a truck driver.
Jesus.
Rosie attacked me personally because I was very happy when her talk show failed.
Oh my
the other
God.
thing that failed, and this was a real monster, and everybody was suing her, was her magazine. Her magazine called Rosie was a total disaster. So I loved it. I gloat over it. I think it's wonderful because I like to see bad people fail.
I loved it. I gloated.
He's
over
still
it.
going, bro. I just had to pull back.
That's incredible.
Oh wow, that you stopped it
He's
right there.
still going.
Yeah.
I had to pull back.
Happy about it. She's basically a disaster.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Chill out, bro.
Oh man, J-Lo versus Mariah Carey comes in at number 6.
I don't even.
J-Lo, Mariah Carey. J-Lo, Mariah Carey.
Is this like a Derek Jeter thing?
That's a chat GPT.
Mariah alleged that J-Lo's 99 song "I'm Real" stole a sample that she had originally used on Loverboy. It then was cemented in history when Mariah said of Jenny's 8-hour-a-night sleep habit, "If I had the luxury of not actually having to swing my own songs or sing my own songs, I'd do that too."
Divas.
So they're
Diva.
Who wrote what?
Yeah.
Kendrick versus Drake comes in at 5. Dwayne Johnson versus Vin Diesel at 4.
Oh yeah,
Is that still going? Are they still just like, we won't do any scenes together and we're both in Fast and Furious, but make sure we're never on set at the same time, and just they hate each other?
Yeah, I don't remember that thing really ending.
Vin Diesel's not looking great.
Yeah, that was a pretty unfortunate video of him when he announced that they were going to CGI Paul Walker in the next Fast and Furious.
Oh yeah,
How many is that?
He had
10?
He had one of the tires from the race cars attached to his midsection.
It's 10 or 11. I mean, they just keep going with this thing.
Family forever.
Everyone's the last one.
Do people show up for this one?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
they
dude.
do. They make a lot of money.
Well, they're sending like cars into space and stuff now.
I don't think I've seen one.
They're really stretching reality.
good.
You should see the first one.
The first one's fantastic.
A lot of fun.
First one's fantastic.
The one I liked was the guy that stole the cars. Gone in 60 Seconds kind of a thing.
Oh, Nicolas Cage?
Italian
Nicolas
Job,
Cage.
maybe?
No,
Gone in 60 Seconds is really good.
Yeah, that's with Nicolas Cage, right?
Yes,
Where they
yes.
had the list of cars they're stealing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good one.
Italian Job's great too. Good pull.
Italian, yeah.
And then finally we
With
got
the
Yankees.
the Mini Coopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mini Coopers. Yankees, Red Sox, and then number 1, Taylor Swift versus Kanye West.
Yeah, that was pretty big. And Kanye is.
I made that chick famous.
Yeah, that song.
I made that chick famous.
Yeah, he's name dropped her in some pretty risque ways, heavy-handed ways. And the moment of him getting up on the stage there, that was at the Grammys.
That was Henny.
Oh, okay.
That was Henny, bro. He was drinking a whole bottle of Henny, him and his girl, before the Grammys, like walking on the stage. Oh, the MTV thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, walking all over the red carpet.
Did he take the award from her one time?
He did.
It's the Hennessy, dog.
Beyonce
This should be
won.
Beyonce's Single Ladies video. Should have won.
One of the best videos of all time.
A little Henny, a little bipolar.
That's that Henny right there. Yeah, Henny. off the meds.
Yeah,
grooving.
He's got to still be off the meds, man. The stuff that he's putting
My
out
girl
there.
head look like a little tennis ball, but her booty is banging. Grooving, dog.
All right, Wolchuk, great list today, man. It is a Toxic Tuesday. Looking forward to LA Live at 5:40. Of course, G-Bag of the Day at 5:30. And today's Rangers Players Show is going to be at 5:20. Usually at 3:20, but they're on the West Coast, so we will get that done. Coming up next, we got a Wolchuk mixed bag. What is the Stars' offseason grade so far? And 15 years ago today, this happened. That's next year in the Nation.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady.
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Hazel baby.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg maidens.
Freaker.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We'll do a little college football darty coming up on the other side. We got Big 12 Media Days just up the road in Frisco. Oh, college football, really just football in general, right around the corner. A little bit of a scheduling update. Jared Sandler going to join us at 5 o'clock as they're doing West Coast baseball, so their schedule's kind of moving around a little bit. So Jared will be, instead of his usual 4:40, he'll be on at 5. And then Kamar Rocker is confirmed to be our Rangers Player Show guest at 5:20. So the Ranger Power Hour there leading into G-Bag of the Day and LA Live at 5:40. But let's do a little mixed bag, shall we? ESPN just put out early team report cards for the offseason in the National Hockey League. What your Dallas Stars get, and really they've been losing. They haven't been able to add. They did bring in Radek Faksa, and of course it's all about the head coaching addition of Glenn Gulletson, but you lose Cody Ceci, you lose Evgeny Dadonov, Mikhail Granlund, Mason Marchman, and you really don't have any more cap space. So the overall grade, courtesy of ESPN, that'd be a C. They write the decisions made by Stars GM Jim Nill that paved the way for his team to advance to 3 straight conference finals are now why the team can't use that roadmap anymore. Extensions for core players used up quite a bit of space, and they traded Marchman. They lose CC to Seattle. Dadonov and Granlund leave, and their most notable move to this point is Radek Faksa, who returned to the club that drafted him after he spent last year with the Blues. But even that decision left the Stars needing to clear cap space to become compliant by opening night. I'm wondering still what's going to happen with Matt Dumba. That's a move they still need to figure out, because I don't see where Dumba fits anymore. They didn't want to play him on defense, and that would clear some salary cap space. But it is not a team that has really improved, at least when you look at the roster on paper. I guess maybe behind the bench they can get advancement, and then some of their young players continue to progress, like Wyatt Johnston, who went MIA in the postseason.
Well, that's kind of why you needed the Cup run to happen this year, because you never really come back with the same team. I say that, and then we look at what the Florida Panthers have done and re-signed some of their guys, and the way that's kind of. But for the Stars, it never was going to be that way. It was going to be they had to find a way to. They had to find a way to get to the final, and then they had to find a way to get into the Stanley Cup finals. and win this, because you knew on the other end of this there were going to be changes. And it just happened there were some massive changes. When you move on from a coach that has got you to the finals, that's kind of that's a big decision right there. So, that's everything was really, all the chips were in the middle of the table this season. But when it didn't work out, now this is the ramifications. Is your team better? We'll see. Probably not. But we will see if, in fact, that they can rally the troops. The great thing about the former team was the mix of the young and the old.
Yeah.
And
now those young guys are going to have to step up in a big way for you.
And some really shrewd one-year deals that were able to kind of to get you to that.
Mm-hmm.
But man, really a huge missed opportunity, and ultimately this is probably why it cost the guy his job.
No doubt. And certainly they were able to execute with that long-term IR rule when you had Miro Heiskanen and Tyler Seguin that didn't come back until the playoffs. That allows you to get the Mikko Rantanen deal done. Then you're able to make the move to get Cody Ceci and then also Granlund before the deadline, but couldn't pay those guys. I guess you kind of knew the writing was on the wall there. They got Jamie Benn back cheap, and then Matt Duchene also back on a very affordable contract. But doesn't look right now that the Stars, and maybe a trade still can happen, but that they're going to be that much better on paper than how they ended the season a year ago. So it's still a lot of the offseason left before we start up camp, in September or so. But I can't believe I saw this on CBS Sports that today, 15 years ago, LeBron announced he was taking his talents to South Beach. The decision.
Wow.
15 years ago today that sent shockwaves across the NBA and really created just a ton of hate towards LeBron James. The way that he did it, obviously leaving Cleveland, not telling them beforehand what was going to go on. They find out on TV. I mean, the whole thing was for charity, if I remember correctly. But the way that it just became a joke. Everybody was just dunking all over LeBron for the way that he did this whole thing, taking my talents over to South Beach.
Yeah. I mean, it was the biggest free agent move in basketball history, and he is basically spurning his own hometown team on television, and allegedly the organization was finding out in real time on television, as the same way we all were. And I remember just standing right in front of my TV as this was going down. This was as hyped up as anything. And you can remember that was when Chris Broussard was still in the thick of the insider reporting game. And,
that's
and
right.
so it was like his reports that everybody was living and dying by in regards to that free agency. And that was a huge one because that was LeBron, and Wade was a free agent that year. Of course, Bosch as well. And maybe even Melo might have been also.
In hindsight, we've heard he was supposed to be Melo and not Bosch, and then Melo didn't work out. Didn't he? He went to New York, and then it ends up being Bosch that slides in there.
Yeah, it was a crazy time, and I think it was for the Boys and Girls Club. So there was some.
Absolutely.
The intentions were good. It just, I guess the execution was flawed, and then everyone else was just pissed. But it is wild, the ramifications that came from the decision, because then the player empowerment era was born, which, the NBA has tried to kind of, with this new collective bargaining agreement, stop. You guys are not going to team up and get to decide wherever the hell you go and the balance of power in the NBA. We're going to make this very difficult for you to do now. You also had the super teams. Everybody was trying to do the super teams now afterwards, where, you had Brooklyn try and do it. Phoenix is the latest example. The big threes became the norm there afterwards. The Heat, obviously, what happened with their legacy, they end up going to, 4 straight NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron, how many straight NBA Finals did he end up going to? 8, 9? When he goes back to Cleveland, and then it was Cleveland versus Golden State. It was unbelievable. But you're right, it was the Scoops era. That's what really kind of now Woj is ushered in here. Brian Windhorst's career starts to explode. You've got Shams, everybody. This was really social media kind of kicking off. So it is wild to kind of go back and look 15 years ago what ended up happening just based on the ramifications of the decision.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And now you have these guys, they're just less incentivized to switch teams because the money is so great to just remain with the team that you're with until you get a handful of contracts under your belt. You don't really want to pivot somewhere else because you can just make so much more with the team that you are already on. And then it's also tough to move now because of all the constraints with the CBA and all the luxury taxes and the apron crap that the NBA is doing. So everything is just so much more difficult for superstars to pivot, but they end up winning because you just stay with your same team and you cash out in the biggest possible way. Look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now.
Yeah.
He's going to be making almost $1 million a game.
Yeah.
Like it's $71 million a year.
And now it just got announced he's going to be on the new NBA 26 game. I mean, this guy, he's cashing in with endorsement. And shout out to him. I mean, he deserves it, but you're absolutely right. And it also kind of led the way for KD to, the empower move that he ends up making. Like, I'm not going to win. I'm not going to be able to beat you guys with OKC, even though you're up 3-1 in a series. I still view it as a cowardly move. But he jumps ship, says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get my ring with Golden State.
And that's the biggest reason why you see the league doing what they're doing now. I think it was less LeBron. LeBron initiated it. He pioneered it. But the Kevin Durant move, him being able to just leave in free agency to go to a 73-win team.
Like, financially, that team should not be able to afford Kevin Durant.
Exactly. Like, the fact that team is able to afford Kevin Durant, that was the moment where they said, okay, enough is enough now, because this is just insane.
You're right. That was a tipping point. I mean, no doubt, because the other ones really didn't work. Like when Brooklyn did it, and I think we talked about that on our BetMGM show a couple weeks ago.
Couldn't stay healthy, though, in Brooklyn, right?
They couldn't, no. And when it happened, I'm like, KD, Kyrie, Harden, that's going to be tough to beat.
Could not stay healthy.
But yeah, they never were available at the same time. So a lot more we can get into, and then we'll do a rim sesh, of course, coming up at 4:20 a little bit later on in the show. But how about we get into a college football darty, shall we?
Big 12 Media Day takeaways and the non-Arch quarterback that's getting tons of hype. That's next here in the nation.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Who does Joey McGuire want to play in a home-and-home series? We'll do a little college football, Darty. We'll get into the C-Note, followed by Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. We do have Kamar Rocker, your Rangers pitcher, at 5:20 on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. First pitch tonight just after 8 o'clock. Looking to bounce back after another heartbreaker last night. But, man, Joey McGuire, Eric, I just saw this as he was on the podium there. We do a little college football, Darty. He's asked about some teams that maybe he'd like to play. Brian brought us, how about a home-and-home with LSU? Joey's calling out you Tigers. I'd love to play LSU. I'd love to play a Big Ten team. I'd love to do a home-and-home with LSU, is what Joey McGuire was quoted as.
Yeah, that's a good situation. I think LSU, LSU's mainly got alumni-based Dallas, Houston. But, out there, the fans out there, Jones Stadium, I think it would be a great atmosphere. I think it'd be a fun atmosphere for the Texas Tech fans to get to go to Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
And like I say, as long as they make those things night games and stuff like that, I'm all for this.
I like it with the expanded playoff now. I think there's less. You're not. I don't think the committee anymore is holding you as responsible as they had to when it was 4 teams now versus 12, or even if they go back to 16 if it keeps expanding. But like LSU and Clemson, which will play this year, the LSU Florida State matchups.
Yeah, see,
if you lose one, it's not like, oh, our season's over now.
I am okay with LSU playing now. They haven't won with Brian Kelly. They haven't won one of these opening games. They lose to USC last year. But see, this is where I'm at. I am totally okay with playing these games. But let's make them home games for, like I say, the fact that you're going to Clemson to play and then potentially turn around.
Yeah, don't do the neutral site.
Yeah,
like
we tried to do it. We tried to do it in Texas, and it was. This has been. They were in the Big 12. We tried to do it where it was home and home, and then COVID, and then
Texas never got to go to LSU.
Texas never got to come to Baton Rouge, and so eventually they will, but. I'm okay with LSU playing Florida State and USC and anybody else opening day. I just want it to be home and home. I don't want it.
I'm with you.
It's none of the neutral crap.
Well, they got beat by. Now they had the game the first time that they played Florida State. They played it in New Orleans there at the Superdome.
That was the wild ending.
That was
right?
They missed extra points and blocked field goals, and
Jared Verse wrecked that game.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then the game, and then the Florida State on the back end went to that game was played in Orlando, and LSU lost both games. Give me home field.
Yeah, go play in Tallahassee. Go play in
exactly.
Baton Rouge.
That's the experience I want my team to have. Like going to play at Notre Dame. We did that one year when I was in Baton Rouge. I mean, late in the year, we went up and played at South Bend. It was Jerry Faust's last home game at Notre Dame, but the next week they got beat by Miami like 58-3, and he got fired. And I just remember how cool it was to play, to say, oh, man, we got to play at Notre Dame. We got to play at Ohio State. We got to play at USC. Those were, not only do you get to go play at, in Tuscaloosa and Florida Field and George and these places, but you get to go to these other. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool.
Like Bennett road tripping to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, see, LSU,
now that's an every year thing.
LSU played Wisconsin one year, but it was in Green Bay. It was at Lambeau Field. No, go to Camp Randall Stadium and
jump around.
Experience that. That's what's cool about college football.
Yeah,
not these neutral site games. Not me. Neutral site's cool when it's the playoffs.
Sure,
but when it's
like the Cotton Bowl is there's tradition there, but otherwise, you're right. You're losing a lot of luster. Like the greatest cocktail party, like even Georgia, Florida, I think would be cooler if they did it at the Swamp and between the hedges.
Well,
do the home and home.
There's some places like, would Texas OU be better if it was home and home?
Maybe. I mean, there's something awesome about the Cotton Bowl and the 50-yard line. You get the burnt orange and the crimson.
Yeah.
But
it's a cool aesthetic.
It is, but it might. But
I would love to have the opportunity. If I was Texas, I would love the opportunity to host Oklahoma, and I'm sure that Oklahoma would love the fact that next year to host Texas. And I'm not trying to kill tradition. There's some that need to be like. I think Army Navy needs to be played in one spot. I don't think it needs to bounce around to New York, to Baltimore, to
Philly.
I think it needs to be played in Philadelphia is where it needs to be played. Texas OU, maybe there's some games that you just don't move, you don't mess with. Hey, forever, Alabama and Auburn played at Legion Field in Birmingham, Alabama, forever. And then they moved the game to where they made it a home and home.
It's been better.
And we've seen the kick six, and we've seen
at fourth and God knows how long,
17 or what, fourth and 8. We've seen great games being played at the home venues. So I'm all for that.
I love UCF coach Scott Frost on what he learned from sucking so bad at Nebraska. Quote, don't take the wrong job.
That's what he said.
He's just lashing out. He's like, I'm not going to look in the mirror. Man. I'm not going to blame myself.
Yeah.
That was a bad job.
That's got to be just the worst feeling too, when you go back to your alma mater and you're thinking like, here we go. And then it goes so terribly that now like that relationship's broken.
I will say this, and this is one of the reasons why I'm doing radio, is because I thought coming to work for the Dallas Cowboys, working for the hometown team, was going to be a great thing. And there's a lot of experiences and stuff that, I've had better media experiences here than I've had working with DallasCowboys.com than working with the actual scouting department. And so to me, that's one of those jobs where you come back thinking, man, I'm gonna go work for the hometown team, and boy, we're gonna get this thing rolling and all that.
I'm gonna be a hero.
Yeah, and you don't, and then
I'm gonna get a statue.
Yeah, and then your friends look at you like, what the F are you guys doing
Thanks
over
a
there?
lot.
What are you doing over there?
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? That kind of crap.
That's tough.
Yeah, and that's when you look in the mirror and go, man, should I have done this?
Yeah.
Should I have left?
Is that the most painful professional experience going through for you personally?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think because
you were winning everywhere else.
You wanted it so bad.
I'd been to Super Bowls. I'd been to NFC Championship games, playoff games. I mean, I've been to Philadelphia. We had a poor season, the one, but the next year, I mean, we were on the way of getting the draft. Andy Reid, we were going to get it right, but then we got let out, and I just kind of like. But Dallas was bad just because I grew up going to these games, and I knew how important it was to the fan base.
I think we can hear that in CY's voice too.
Yeah,
absolutely. With the team struggling, and it's like that's his hometown team.
You feel a responsibility, and a different type of responsibility.
You there's no doubt when we with 5-11 those 3 seasons, I just said I can't, man. I need to do something else. I can't do this anymore.
Let's go do some podcasts,
Yeah. Do something else.
I respect that.
Go fishing.
If you want to feel a little bit old here, I'm looking at Notre Dame's 2026 recruiting class. I'm seeing guys like Devin Fitzgerald, son of Larry
Fitzgerald's kid, yeah.
Thomas Davis Jr., of course, son
the linebacker?
of Thomas Davis. Thomas Davis may be one of the most underrated players of our generation.
We were talking about him at Carolina yesterday.
Played with a broken forearm or whatever in the Super Bowl. Still was dominant. So his son, Larry Fitzgerald's son, and Jermichael Finley's son, all a part of Notre Dame's 2026
Texas,
recruiting class. Dude. How about that?
That's wild.
And obviously, Arch Manning getting a ton of hype. Plenty of these quarterbacks are to some extent, none more than Arch, but I saw Ryan Clark talking about Bryce Underwood at Michigan.
Yeah.
He says, I've seen Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels, all at this age. Underwood is better than every single one of them.
That was an LSU recruit right there.
That's a high bar. That's a high bar.
Said, hey, we'll offer you a little more money.
Well, they offered, it's a shame that we did not come up with more money to keep that young man at LSU. Man, my hope is I hope he does fine. I really do. I'm disappointed that we weren't able to keep him, but that's what college. There's going to be recruiting used to be a lot of disappointment. It's not disappointment anymore because if you're a bad team, you could go out and you could spend money and make your team better. There was a time when you were kind of stuck with, and now you don't have to be stuck with. You can move on from players, and they move on from you. You can move on from them, and then go get better players.
The early returns on the EA Sports college football game is pretty impressive. I'm seeing clips all over the place. The graphics look amazing. All the little details with the with the weather and the different environments and the ways that they're trying to ice kickers and stuff like that. I mean, they're pretty buttoned up with the details on this. I saw the best player at each position in college football, 26. The best quarterback, the highest rated quarterback in the game, Cade Klubnik.
Okay.
Out of Clemson.
Yeah.
Of course, the best wide receiver is Jeremiah Smith. He's 99 overall, and apparently just a total cheat code in the game.
You got the 99 on there as a sophomore.
Best running back in the game is Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love.
Hey, Jeremiah Love, that's another name as a Heisman contender. Can maybe throw him in there.
Remember, there was a Love that played at Stanford. That was a running back.
He should have, maybe it was Bryce Love.
Yeah, Bryce Love.
He should have come out. He went back. And he was also really small.
Yep.
How about this at tight end, Walchuk? Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers.
Dude, former quarterback at Denton Geyer, went to A&M as a quarterback, then made the move to tight end, and now he's really good.
He's rocking.
I saw a mock draft first
round. Yes. He was a local high school quarterback, goes to A&M, as Walchuk mentioned, and then pivots to tight end, and now at Vanderbilt, he's, according to the video game, the best tight end in the country. The best offensive lineman is at Alabama. The best edge rusher and the best defensive tackle, both at Clemson.
Okay.
Texas has the best linebacker, Anthony Hill Jr., the best corners at Tennessee, and the best safety, of course, Caleb Downs at Ohio State. So Clemson, though, with the most in terms of quarterback, edge rusher, defensive tackle, best players in the game.
They got a good shot this year.
Here's a running list of the largest wagers to win the college football playoff at legal sports books. Walchuk.
Legal.
You have a $300,000 bet on the Longhorns to win the Natty at plus 500. That'll win $1.5 million. There's a $200,000 bet on Penn State to win the Natty at plus 750. That would also win $1.5 million. And those are probably two of the best rosters in all of college football.
Yeah.
So I totally get it. Like, which quarterback can be the best? Which coach? I mean, who do you trust more? Probably Sark over James Franklin. And at this point, it's hard to say. But Drew Aller, I don't know. There's
something about Penn State. And James Franklin against a team that's as good, if not better than you.
It's hard to trust.
It's always hard to trust, especially with like Ohio State on the schedule. You know,
they're going to lose to Ohio State.
They're going to lose a game that like they're going to lose to a big team, and
Zunsky.
It's
Notre Dame.
$115K bet on Clemson to win the Natty for $1.5 million. Those are your biggest bets right now in college football. I do like that one.
Clemson's got, I think it's their best roster since their last national championship victory.
I hate to hear that.
Yeah, they got a lot of good players over with Clemson. Now, The Athletic put out the top 100 current rivalries in college football. Now, there's a lot on here, obviously, if you're going through 100, but Baylor and Texas Tech were at 82. Southern and Grambling made it at 81.
Bayou Bucket.
You had North Carolina Duke, which is thought of as a basketball rivalry, at 77. I thought Clemson Georgia was pretty low at 76. Baylor and Texas A&M was at 74. Problem is, like, when's the last time Baylor and A&M played each other, right?
Yeah.
Like, that one's kind of that's leaving us now. LSU and A&M's at 71.
That's a good rivalry right there.
It's been really good, really good. You had USC and Cal at 68. LSU Florida at 64. That might be my favorite color clash. When you have the blue of the Florida Gators and then the purple and the yellow of LSU. Like, I love the way that those jerseys clash with each other.
Oh, yeah. Especially you play at Florida Field and they'll go blue jerseys, white pants.
Yes.
That's and the orange helmets.
Looks so good.
Great look.
You had K-State, Kansas was at 50. Miami and Florida. I mean, this used to be epic. All the way down at 58.
We watched that film early in the year, right? When that like an early in the year, week one game,
and
at the Swamp,
Florida got just destroyed in that game. It looked, I mean, that was Cam Ward's, and then eventually they went to DJ Lagway. They should have just started Lagway.
They should have started Lagway, but
he's been
Graham Mertz, right?
Yes, the Wisconsin transfer.
And then they stayed loyal to him. He got hurt and
just silly. Tennessee Georgia's at 53. TCU SMU at 46 on the list.
This Iron Skillet, right?
The Iron Skillet, yep. Texas and Arkansas comes in at 38.
There's been historic games in that series.
Absolutely, and now we've got it back. I mean, this year it'll go back to Austin. TCU Baylor comes in at 35. on the athletics list.
Wasn't there a time, though, that TCU and Baylor played for a right to maybe be in the playoff?
Yeah, well, they both ended up getting
and they both
screwed over.
Yeah, they both got worked.
Just missed out on it.
Yeah.
I think they ended up being ranked 4 and 5 that, or 5 and 6.
Right outside, yeah.
Right outside. You had Oklahoma State at 25.
Bedlam, right?
They got to figure out a way to get Bedlam going again. I mean, that's like Texas A&M and Texas not playing each other. You have Michigan Notre Dame at 18. Auburn, Georgia at 17. Texas and Texas A&M is at 15 on this list.
Texas and Texas A&M?
At 15.
Should be in the top 8.
Absolutely. Your top 10, you had Minnesota, Wisconsin at 10.
I think we're playing for a pig there.
What are we doing? Florida State at 9.
Wait. Wisconsin and Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Paul Bunyan's axe.
Oh, that is the axe. Yeah, they got a big picture of the axe here.
Yeah, Paul Bunyan's axe. I'm sorry.
Florida State at 9. Ohio State, Penn State at 8.
What?
Miami, Florida State at 7. That was a badass rivalry.
Bunch of wide right games. I remember one time watching college film, though, you could take that Florida State Miami film, that game, and you could see 20 first-round NFL players playing.
Yeah, just start building your board from that game.
Those are legendary squads. Nebraska OU at 6.
They don't do that one much anymore, huh?
USC Notre Dame comes in at 5. Army Navy at 4. Oklahoma Texas at 3. Auburn Alabama at 2, and then Michigan Ohio State at 1. But I was surprised at how low Texas A&M was on this thing.
Texas A&M should be in that top 10.
Absolutely. What are we doing? We got to get Minnesota. Unless I am overlooking how big that rivalry is for those schools, Minnesota and Wisconsin.
It just seems like that Wisconsin's kind of had the upper hand on that one.
I couldn't tell you anything about that rivalry. One,
they do play for a cool axe. So I think the axe is
cool.
6-foot axe. Yeah, it's crazy.
Axe look cool.
Yeah,
but there's some of your college football darty here. So we get you set. College football, Big 12 Media Days. We'll have Ari Temkin on tomorrow. He's out there working with Big 12 Radio, and I can't wait to pick his brain on some of the stuff that they've been talking about. And we had the AD at OU has also stepped down. Castiglione.
Why he stepped down?
Must have another job lined up. I'm sure Carter Freeman knows. College football Carter's probably maybe this is a good thing for OU. Maybe they needed it. The hiring, the firings. We'll see what happens moving forward. All right, let's get into a C-note. Where are the Cowboys in Bill Barnwell's annual Playmaker rankings? And Dak talking about his connection with George Pickens. That's next on The Fan.
Spread the word. Go ahead. Do it. I'll wait.
products? Yeah, to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Paper lady. What? Not make no room. No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound like.
What's it so complicated?
maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, it's time for the C-Note here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a Toxic Tuesday. Of course, we are just over 2 hours away from your G-Bag of the day. LA Live will have Kamar Rocker in the 5 o'clock hour as well. Looking forward to that baseball conversation. Krusty's Corner in about 15 minutes. Segment here in the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one have been hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's the Wooly Bully.
All righty, a big commit real quick. Jalen Lott out of Panther Creek in Frisco just committed to go to Oregon. Yeah, over Texas, who was a big favorite there. USC and LSU, big athletic two-way star. He's an absolute freak. I am assuming he's probably going to play on the offensive side of the ball there at Oregon, but that's a big get for Dan Lanning and the Ducks, especially after he says, I'm good. I'm not going to go to Texas and LSU. I'll go and play at Oregon. So congratulations to Jalen Lott, local product at Frisco.
You kind of feel like, though, that you could get disappointed if you're Texas and LSU at this point for at least for a year and then realize that things might not work out. He might not walk into class in the rain every day.
Definitely changed.
And all of a sudden he's only catching 27 balls instead of, 87 and now.
Yeah, it's not goodbye forever. It's more of a maybe see you later.
I kind of feel like that if you lose some of these guys, you can get them on the way back. You could have a shot on the way back. Yeah, you're going to maybe make it work for a year. And then all of a sudden, because these kids, it always seems like that these 4-5-star recruit guys are just saying, you know what, I'm not in it for the long haul here at Oregon.
Kind of mercenaries.
Or
now.
I'm here for the long haul. When you got guys leaving Alabama, places like that, Ohio State, okay, they're leaving those schools, then I'm sad about losing a recruit.
Nobody's safe.
But I've kind of figured out that maybe I can. I know LSU just hired a coach from Ole Miss. It's supposed to be like a really, really, really good recruiter. But how hard is it to recruit guys and then keep your guys?
Mm-hmm.
So that's I always feel like, okay, we lost the guy for the year. We'll see him next year.
That's the next step. You got to be able to not only recruit him out of high school, but if they end up being good, how can I keep them in my facility? Cowboys have signed a new deal to keep training camp in Oxnard, California through 2030, fellas. So it's been the summer home for the Cowboys for 45 years, including the last 20. We'll be going out there starting the 21st. We'll have coverage. Brian will be out there representing our show with the KNC Masterpiece. Then we'll fly out with Sean and RJ and Bobby on the 27th. So looking forward to that. Always one of our favorite trips every single year. But Cowboys are going to be continuing training camp in Oxnard through 2030 after the team and officials inked a new deal.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense. John Hickman, who works on the marketing side, a long time ago when we were in San Antonio, and literally I remember standing on the tower with Jerry Jones and Steven and Jerry Jr. and Larry Lacewell, and we were in Wichita Falls, and it was like 105 degrees. And Jerry goes, this is madness. This is absolute madness. We're going to have a player die here. And that was the whole thing with Corey Stringer. Remember all that was going on with the Vikings? And
died of heat stroke.
And Jerry sent John Hickman out to California. The Raiders used to be at this facility, and then they moved to Napa and stuff. And John spotted it and got the deal. But that right there, I cannot imagine a more perfect place to practice football with the grass, the temperature. You don't have to survive practice. Like when we were in Wichita Falls in those days, you had to survive practice. You couldn't even work because it was so hard on you to be able to, to function at practice. You're just miserable. You're tired. You're miserable. You can't think. It's not conducive to good football. And you guys have been out there several years now. I just can't imagine a better place to practice football where, like, you're right there, the fields, the locker room, your room. You're walking.
All in that same area.
All that same area. There's nothing you have to do, but just to go out and practice football at that place. And
it's a beautiful setup. I do wonder, the pushback that some have, when you're practicing out in the heat, you're your team's tougher. You're getting yourself ready and more prepared for early season hot football.
We killed our team. Team
just wear them.
Well, yeah, the Philadelphia. Remember the Philadelphia game where it was the pickle juice game. Like we practiced, like Dave practiced the team like we were the 92, 93 Cowboys. We weren't that good. We weren't that mentally tough. We weren't. There were so many things about if you have a team that's mentally tough that can handle that kind of things, then by all means find a way to get a little heat in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But man, if you do it every single day, it does wear on your team. It absolutely wears. It'll break your team.
Definitely.
Well, they could have the best of both worlds because they come back to the Star, and when they come back for training camp at the Star, aren't they just in the Ford Center?
Yeah,
they're just keeping it AC. Like at that point, you could have a couple of practices. It's like, hey, we're going to go outside and we're going to test ourselves.
If you're going to open the season, say in Tampa or Miami or one of those places, then maybe you think about now Arizona used to be a team that they would play at Sun Devil Stadium, and you would think, oh my gosh, it's terrible out here. Well, now they're indoors.
Sure.
So there's so many indoor places that you play in during the season.
That's true.
But if you're going to open the season, we saw that with Miami and played Buffalo. Wasn't that an early season game where?
Yeah, Buffalo's coming to Miami and they're just out of gas,
and they just get
they just get completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Here was Dak talking about his health. We gave this update earlier on the show, but you can hear it from him. He had his annual pro camp in North Texas. I believe this was in Southlake earlier, and this is what Dak had to say about his health prior to camp.
I'm healthy. I'll be full go for camp. I'm healthy. Yeah, look, I think soon here I'll probably get an official sign off from Doc.
But he's fully healthy. Yeah. Pretty pumped. Dak, we talked about earlier how good he was looking. He also went on to talk about George Pickens and the involvement that Pickens has had working with him from the moment he arrived in Dallas. He said that knowledge, that involvement, it shows you a guy that loves football, and that, to me, delegates a lot of the things you heard in the past about him. Great dude, loves his teammates, and is excited as hell for the season. I know he is, and I know he's happy to be in a fresh new spot and excited for what he's going to do for us. You go turn on that guy's tape, he's getting separation. He's got separation even when he's not getting the ball at times. And when he doesn't have separation, he's still making catches. So it's not going to be hard for me. It's about getting the ball near that guy, and he will be George Pickens. Go turn on the tape. He's great at doing it.
Yeah, I do love hearing him say that because that's really what you want. Pickens, he will have times of separation, of course, but there's plenty of times where he doesn't necessarily look overly open, but at that size with that catch radius, he is open. And so I just hope that Dak has the trust to just get him the football, even though he doesn't always look maybe 100% wide open.
There will be some practices where he throws the ball and Dak's going to come by afterwards and say, like, you'll hear it on the field. He said, I didn't think you're open. I didn't think you're going to get that one. His ability to go get the football, even when covered, there'll be some secondary guys that will have really good coverage and the ball will be right there and he'll find a way to go get it. He's just that type of
acrobat in the air, man. He really is. His ability to high point the football, incredible. Now, we chatted a little bit on Love of the Star about this and encourage you to go and listen to Brian and I's new episode up now on Odyssey and on 1053thefan.com. But Tyron Smith, who talked with our buddy Nick Harris, also Joseph Hoyt of the Dallas Morning News, he's now got himself his Big and Beautiful, which is a summit for offensive linemen in Las Vegas. So it's kind of similar to Tight End U that George Kittle's tried to do. But this offensive line summit, which was hosted by Tyron, was a chance for linemen to have their getaway in a unique offensive line way. They worked on UFC grappling techniques with fighters. They even attended UFC 317, which was the card we watched with Zero at my place a couple weeks ago, Eric. They worked on their blocking technique. They shared tips, tricks of how they've learned from different other coaches, players. So Tyron trying to impart wisdom now on some of the others. Tyler Guyton, a member in attendance. You also had Penei Sewell of the Lions, former Cowboys center Tyler Biadasz now in Washington. Tyler Smith was also there with Tyler Guyton. So pretty awesome. I mean, Tyron had good things to say about Tyler Guyton, and he said, he really thinks that physically he's got everything. He needs to work on technique. What I was trying to teach him, my mindset, and what I'm looking at, and how I'm striking, and how to get that confidence when you strike. You need to know that you can punch through anybody and you can punch anything they throw at you. The main point is knowing your spots, knowing where to hit, and having confidence in it. So it really is. I mean, for Guyton, and we've talked about this, he was so young, he's so raw, super talented type of player, but just hadn't played a lot. He started 1 year at OU. So I love anything that we're hearing about Guyton putting in the work and getting himself some reps here with Tyron Smith and Tyler, also a fellow teammate there. They're going to be working together on the left side. I think that's also something of note. Those two guys getting a feel for one another.
Yeah, I love that Tyron Smith is embracing the role of just trying to take this dude under his wing a little bit, even though he's not playing anymore. He's not here, and he's talking about how he wants Guyton to go and be better than him. This is encouraging. It's fair to have some hope and some optimism that Guyton's going to step in year 2 and be a much better version of himself.
Very optimistic in that regard. All right, we'll get to the Bill Barnwell rankings. I know we got football's finest coming up. We can bring that up a little bit later on in the show, but we got Krusty's Corner coming up on the other side.
Hey, yeah, listen, you're going to need these 3 guys to be really good, and I'll give you a reason why. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, another Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway. We'll chop it up during the Expressway, and Brett Boone live at 9:20. It's a Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Men's T Clinic is the absolute best for testosterone replacement therapy. I love them. Same-day appointments, quick visits, expert care. I'm in and out before the show.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Heating and plumbing partner of the Cowboys presents The Fans coverage from Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Not just 1 week, because when you roll with the Fan, you get camp coverage from beginning to end. 7 days a week from Oxnard and the Star in Frisco. Also brought to you by Rhino Shield of DFW and Yardbirds Southern Table and Bar.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
You bet you will. Beginning Monday, July 21st on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We got Sounds of the Day coming up on the other side around the rim at 4:20. We got Jared Sandler at 5, followed by Kamal Rocker for the Rangers Players Show at 5:20. Looking forward to that. But right now it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much there, Wooly. Appreciate that. I think you mentioned, though, that we had a Love of the Star.
Yeah.
So give that a listen after our show today if you want. If you're out walking around, doing some exercise, driving your car, whatever, give it a little listen. I really do enjoy. I think in June and July it's kind of tough because you don't have all the content. So I think it's always a challenge to try and create content. But I do love when the fans ask questions. You know, we try and kind of figure those things out. Fans come up with some really good questions that we're able to kind of dive into and make you think a little bit about the team and stuff like that. So I'm always appreciative when they chime in, and then we have those shows where it's like, okay, we got 6 questions we're going to get through here, because sometimes you say you're going to take questions. I know this, we do this, and Derek Eagleton's probably listening right now. We do it on the break. Derek goes, "Oh, we're going to take your questions today," and then we don't get to one question, because we got other things kind of going on there, stuff like that. So anytime you get to answer a few questions,
it's fun, and we got some good ones, man. We got some really
good ones. So check it out, Love of the Star. You get it on your Odyssey podcast or wherever your
the Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
There you go. I knew it was some catchy phrase like that.
There's even some nooks and crannies where there are no podcasts, but you can actually find Love of the Star there.
It's amazing.
It's like one of the few that really cut through.
What do you mean? Like it's on something else?
I'm just
everywhere.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
It's prestige.
There's some days where like really I think you're serious about things.
And no, why would you do that? See, that's a you. That's
and then other
problem. Know your teammates, brother.
Then there are other days where I'm like, why? Why do I even?
Today's a why day.
Today is the why day for sure. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that clip? That picture on
I don't
Twitter?
know.
I'm going to tell you what it was. There was some guy in Kansas City, somebody in the media.
Oh, bro. Yes, fat shaming Mahomes. We have the sound.
Crisscross applesauce?
Oh, okay. We have the photo. Yes, this is great. Okay. This is the beautiful situation.
You set it up now?
We have the sound for later in the program,
Okay.
and we have the photo of this dude sitting crisscross applesauce in the booth of a restaurant, I believe Culver's. Overrated. and he's a grown adult sitting crisscross applesauce. Okay. And he's fat shaming Mahomes.
He's fat shaming Mahomes
Yeah,
as he's just completely housing a.
Yeah, he's just shoveling French fries into his face, giving sports takes.
I just didn't know that. You got to be careful, man. People like take pictures of you, kind of make you look. You're like, why?
Well,
like
who the hell is sitting crisscross in a booth?
Well, the
the
caption was, "Why does this guy still have a job?"
Well, and he actually doesn't in Kansas City radio anymore. He's a podcast guy now.
Oh, okay.
So the sound of him that we're gonna have fat shaming Mahomes is him via his podcast
as he's slamming a Culver's.
Yeah.
Honestly,
by the way, you're
special.
right about that thing being overrated.
You got a bad order.
No, you guys oversold that thing.
Hey, I had a one previous time at the Colony location. Maybe that location is just doing it right.
I
It was
guess
really good.
you guys figured out that like you didn't tell me you had to order like 4 things off the menu like you guys did.
Well, yeah, because the patties are paper thin.
Yeah,
we learned that in real time.
You got to load it up.
The patty
it's not
melt,
Whataburger size.
Patty melt was a true embarrassment.
No, that was absolutely disgraceful.
Our guys at Whataburger, Travis Hill, would never let that happen in the Dallas location.
The Whataburger patties are just thicker and more delicious.
That's the problem. You get the Whataburger patty melt, and then you start going other places, and you're like, oh, I'll just get the patty melt, and it's like, no, none of them really hit the same.
It ain't gonna work. All right. I teased why these 3 are going to be important. You can figure out what 3 I'm talking about?
Tyler Guyton always comes to mind. Is he one of them?
No, he's not one of them.
Okay. These are all starters?
These are all starters. These are probably 3 of the most important guys you're going to have this year.
Deron Bland.
No.
Is the quarterback's out of this?
Quarterback's out of this one.
Okay, no quarterback.
All right.
Micah.
No.
Kenneth Murray?
No. Okay.
Mozzie Smith.
No, let's keep going. This is
Mozzie
good.
Smith.
We're going to get this.
No, you won't.
We will.
Osa.
No.
Donovan Wilson.
No.
Terrence Steele.
No.
Cooper Beebe.
Yeah, that's one.
Cooper Beebe. Nailed it. Nice work, Wolchuk.
The interior of the offensive line?
It is
all 3 of them?
It is the interior, and I'll tell you why.
All right. It took me a while. I got on the same wavelength as you.
Tyler Smith.
Yeah, there you go.
Would the other one be Booker?
Yeah, Booker.
Yeah, give me Tyler Booker as well.
This is why these 3 are going to be the most important for you. And we talk about the tackles quite a bit, which I think the tackles are going to be important. But we just got this list from ESPN, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the D tackle list.
The D tackle list.
Now, I intentionally was not really trying to get too familiar with it. I mean, if we want to guess around,
well, if Osa
I'd
wasn't
be down
on it, then what's the list even for?
Well, he's an honorable mention.
All right, at least they mentioned.
I'm going to tell you why.
Mozzie?
I'm going to tell you why this defensive tackle list is important.
Because of the division?
You're going to play a lot of these cats this year.
Oh no! Are we going through all the top 10? Are we playing all of them?
No. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. It goes on the honorable mention front.
Oh crap!
Christian Wilkins, honorable mention from the Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders. Yeah.
Zach Allen from the Denver Broncos.
That's a good front.
Yeah. Kenny Clark from the Packers.
Go Pack.
Elam McNeil from the Lions.
Oh yeah. Lee McNeil, man.
When's he supposed to come back? Because he got hurt. That was a season ender last year. Can you dodge him? Can you avoid playing him?
I don't think so.
Probably not. That's a late in the season game too. He's probably back.
Deron Payne.
Yeah.
Those are all honorable mentions.
Great.
Those are the honorable mention dudes.
And you'll see all those dudes.
All of them. Take a guess who the number 1 defensive tackle is, and according to the ESPN anonymous scout dudes.
Chris Jones?
He's number 2. Another guy you'll face.
Oh, it's Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence is number 1 on this list.
The Giants have one hell of a front.
They do.
Led by him.
Say this about old Dexter Lawrence. His highest ranking among the scout guys, the guys like me that like to talk off record, but they really don't like hey, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but don't use my name.
You didn't hear this from me,
You didn't hear this from me, but I'm telling you something that you need to print. Okay, but it's not from me. I can't tell you. I'd love to have $1 for every time I've said that. Every time. His highest ranking among the scout dudes was 1. His lowest ranking was 5.
Wow.
He's 27 years old. Would you like to guess what his ranking was last year?
10?
No.
3. Football
guy of the day.
Surprised he was that high last year.
Lawrence's game reached a new stratospheric atmosphere in 2024 when he expanded his arsenal and added a 9-sack season to already a stellar resume.
Well, just looking at his pressures from a nose tackle, he's got over 100 pressures with the last 3 seasons combined.
Yeah.
Well, I remember there was like a crazy stat about the double team rate, and he was facing
all the time,
maybe the most in the sport, and had like the pressure success. The success rate was, historically high.
Yeah. Dominating the run was always the agenda for Lawrence. He has the balance, power, flexibility, footwork, acumen. I say that right? Acumen?
Yeah. Acumen.
To post big sack numbers. In the past, the knock on Lawrence was he missed too many near sacks. Be a nice thing to have. No longer, though. Lawrence racked up quarterback takedowns while facing 75% double team rate, higher than any other interior lineman. The Giants saw him improve his ability to transition off blocks, to be great on the move, and finish with takedowns. This is what a scout said about him. I thought he should have been a defensive player of the year with the season he had. He's a true zero technique. Zero technique, folks, are guys that line up right on your nose. They're not a 1. They're not a 2. They're not a 3. They're 0, right on your nose.
Right over the center.
Right over it. Yeah, you can be over the center of the guard. You can line up just anything head up. Zero technique.
Cool.
He said, the scout said, I thought he took his pass rush to a different level, and I think he would have had a double-digit sacks if Brian Burns and Thibodeau stayed healthy. He's a true 3-down game wrecker who needs attention on every single snap.
Now you can add Abdul Carter into that mix.
It's the rare nose tackle that is a two-way player in terms of run down, pass down. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. He's ready to. He's going to dominate you.
Right. What he's able to do at that size, that is freakish. And Jalen Carter in your division is kind of getting there too.
Okay, here we go. Chris Jones, Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to face him. Highest rank was a 1. Lowest rank was a 4. He's 31 years old. He was number 1 last year. He dominated voting in 2024. Jones looked poised for an Aaron Donald type of run in the rankings. This year, he split votes with Lawrence and, to the lesser degree, Jalen Carter. In a close race, Jones is still tracking for Hall of Fame and one of the very best interior rushers in the past decade. But he's no longer in a class by himself. What they said about him was, this was a scout, when it comes to the ability to overwhelm inside and win on third down, in 2 minutes, he's still the best. He's been one of the face of championship defense for a long time and is next to impossible to block one-on-one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's another guy you get to face right there. Here's
Week 1.
Yeah, here's another guy you get to face twice a year. Jalen Carter. He's number 3 on this list. Jeez. His highest ranking was a 1. His lowest ranking was a 4. He's 24 years old. A year ago, evaluators around the league projected big things for Carter, who had already shown a knack for beating up top-shelf guards on the line. He validated that faith with an all-pro second-team honors, a Pro Bowl, and a nod in a Super Bowl ring. Carter's 4.5 sacks, 8.8% pass rush win rate are not gaudy, but he's the classic need-to-see-him-in-person player. Some sound like something a scout would say. Need to see this guy in person.
Yeah, once you get eyes on him.
Yeah, when you get eyes on him, you'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. But he's as disruptive as they come. The only thing keeping him out of this top 2 is experience.
Yeah, I wanted to throw up when he slid all the way to the Eagles in that. He was the best player in that draft, man.
He was the best player in that draft. But that's Jeffrey Simmons from Tennessee. God, I loved him coming out of Mississippi State. He got hurt. He's number 4 on this list. Number 5 is Quinnen Williams.
Okay.
The Jets at number 5. Number 6 is Leonard Williams, Seahawks. Number 7 on this list is Matabuke.
With the Ravens.
Nnamdi Matabuke for the Ravens. Saw him last year. DeForest Buckner still playing at a high level at number 8. Number 9 is Vita Vea, Tampa Bay. And the number 10 is Cam Hayward. But you're going to face, I mentioned all those honorable mentions, Wilkins, Allen, Clark, McNeil, Payne, and then you get the top 3 on this list coming in at you this season. So
pack a lunch, boys.
I feel like there's a reason why you drafted a guy like Booker. to have to deal with those inside players like these guys we're talking about right now.
You added power in the middle.
Yeah,
that's for damn sure. Kobe Turner's another one of those guys with the Rams that I think is going to be jumping up that list after this year. That Rams defensive line looking pretty damn good. Luckily, you dodged them this year. All right, let's get to NFL sounds of the day. Asante Samuel's making me feel really good about one of my bold predictions. We got Kirk O'Chains, and is this the eye roll of the week nominee? We'll do that next.
Hey, you want the scoop from the source? D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 3, G-Bag Nation. We got some hot audio for you. I did see this from Chris Vanini, who's asking Big 12 players there at Frisco their favorite place to play on the road. Many have said BYU, Brian brought us. Quote, their fans are weirdly nice. They were telling us good luck and thanks for coming. I feel like I've heard this before.
Yeah.
That was exact words.
I'll never forget this, standing outside the bus there in Provo, Utah. Beautiful place, by the way. Gosh, it's one of the prettiest schools I've ever seen in my life. The fans are weirdly nice. That's very well put. They're like, before the game, they're like, welcome to Utah. Welcome to Provo. Boy, it's nice to have you here. And it's kind of like they know they're gonna beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? And so they're
smug.
They're nice about it. And then they, at the end of it, it's like, hey, listen, well played. Have a safe trip home. You know,
had a great time.
And you're like,
way to compete.
and you're like, yeah. It's the city of participation ribbons. You know, everybody's so friendly and like I when I got on the bus, I was like, God, I don't know if I'm happy we lost.
Yeah, what do you say?
What are we doing here? This is the place where I told you they brought the toiletries to us, right?
Oh, you're right.
Right, with the locker room.
Man.
Where they knocked on the door and they brought in all the toiletry bags and they
were just assuming you guys forgot your toothbrushes and
you guys
stuff.
need this stuff.
I'll tell you, they had high-end like Mormon products like deodorant, toothpaste, good toothbrush.
I've always wanted to try that Mormon deodorant. I know, Wolchuk, you have as well.
It's Mormon companies. I don't know exactly what the deodorant is. But if you were stupid enough to forget all your stuff, they helped you. They hooked you up.
They hooked
you up.
And Mormons.
And put that little note in there and said, if you'd like to join the Mormon church, here's our number.
See, they're always recruiting over there.
They are always recruiting.
Always recruiting.
I got some neighbors that'll come knock on our door from time to time and trying to get us to LDS it up. Yeah.
Join the church.
Yeah. The latter
Do you
day.
just start in one of your rants? Like you start just...
Hey, I got a church for you to try.
Yeah.
yeah. Let's make this a great debate. I just say we just thank you, but I'm sorry. I got a lot of crap going on.
Church for church.
I got a daughter.
I got a daughter. I got to go.
I got a daughter.
I got to get out of here.
What are the... Oh, my God.
Oh, man. All right, where do you want to start? You want to go Kirko Chains, the eye roll? We got a filthy player that, or an ex-filthy player.
It's just by the way, just BYU, huh? Was that any other school?
That was just a tweet. There might have been some others that we'll find out later, but that was just the one that I read.
I think playing it as hot as it is, like at Arizona State, would be kind of cool.
Probably fun. Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't imagine early season, but they play at night, but it's still hot.
Like October maybe.
That crowd is pretty wild at Arizona
I could see
State.
It being a lively
Arizona
bunch.
pretty live.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
K-State, I've heard great things.
Yeah. K-State.
Manhattan. Yep, K-State could be fun.
West Virginia.
Let's go with the eye roll, though, old Chuck.
The eye roll,
I'm curious
okay.
about the eye roll.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. So here's the Houston Texans offensive line. I just say that, and what do you think of?
Poochies.
Yeah, pretty bad, right? So this is Laken Tomlinson. Now, I do think this quote was taken out of context, but that's why I want to play the audio here. Here's what Laken Tomlinson had to say on Texans radio about this offensive line.
Obviously, coming here working with Nick, it's new for everybody. Obviously, new offense, and working here with Nick, with the guys in the offensive line room, is this period right now is very important because this is where we start our chemistry. It's very important for me to be here because I want the guys to be able to see how I work and kind of learn how to work with me, so I can learn how to work with them. Especially that. I mean, that's live or die offensive line. When you have those 5 guys out there, they got to be able to operate as a unit. So the more exposure you have around the guys, it's just a better for their. I mean, extremely important. I mean, I believe the offensive line could be like the strength of a team. Those guys are the grinders, man. Come out and grind. They want to be the backbone, the foundation of the team, the linemen for the team.
Yeah.
So when you can have that for a team, you can go very far, man. So and I've seen it in the past. I've been a part of it, and I'm excited to be able to exercise that here.
I believe the offensive line could be the strength of a team. Not a bad quote, But when in reference to the Houston Texans, that's where it's like, ooh, this one's a bit of an eye roll for me, boys. The offensive line being the strength of the team in Houston, hey, who knows? Maybe a new offensive line coach. Maybe Laken Tomlinson's a guy that can save the day over there. You got Fisher, who they took out of Notre Dame at right tackle. They're moving over Howard to the left side. Maybe that ends up working for them. But the strength of the team in Houston.
No, that's not going to be the case. And this is a frustrating deal if you're a Texans fan, because right now you're feeling like, bro, we have our young quarterback in C.J. Stroud. We should be doing everything in our power to protect him at the highest level. It's hard to say that they've done that. Now they've shaken things up a little bit offensively. Bye-bye Bobby Slowick and changing things up from a play caller standpoint, but that offensive line, that would have me scared. The Texans should be in 100% win now mode, and your offensive line can't be a huge question mark if you want to be a real contender, which they should be. They should be. They're in one of the worst divisions in football.
Yep.
But the offensive line would definitely make me queasy if I was a Texans fan.
Hey, Laken Tomlinson, strength of the team right there, baby. Strength of the team is that offense.
I think
Speak it into existence, man.
I think he's trying to will that
you're
thing
doing the
into
Dak
happen.
Prescott. We're going to say all the right stuff right now. And, you exercise it. And maybe if you speak it into existence, they'll end up being better than we think.
I think they allowed over like 50-something sacks last year.
They're damn bad. They're really, really bad. I think they've been last in every single offensive line ranking that we've seen come out. So they got a lot to prove. One of my bold predictions, fellas, and I got a lot going this year. I got a lot of plates that I'm juggling here in the NFL side of things. I got the Lions missing the playoffs, the Eagles missing the playoffs, and then Mike McDaniel gets canned. He's getting fired. And I like Mike McDaniel a lot. Here's Asante Samuel. Now, his son, Asante Samuel Jr., is still a free agent. Cowboys could still be hunting corners. We've mentioned Stephon Gilmore's name a lot.
Got a neck thing working there, right?
Yeah, he's got an injury.
Neck,
I don't
shoulder.
think, and Samuel's too small. I don't think they're interested there. Mike Hilton's another name that's available. But it doesn't sound like Miami is going to be a place where the former Pro Bowler wants his son playing. This is what he had to say on his podcast.
Dolphins had no reason to trade Jalen Ramsey other than they're sensitive. There's no leadership in the Dolphins organization. Mike McDaniels is a pushover. Chris Greer, the general manager, he has no backbone. These guys over here, the Miami Dolphins, they are running this team like a little league team. No one can stand up to the players. They're terrified of their own players, and they have no control over their players.
Pretty damning. But it makes me feel much better. I felt good about it anyway, but I feel even better about it now. I mean, are you kidding me right now? Miami, it's so dysfunctional. Eric, you've talked about this, but 24 years, the longest active playoff win drought. I mean, we're feeling it because you're on 30 years without an NFC championship game, and we just hold the Cowboys to a higher standard. Miami, hey, 24 years without a playoff win. That is rough.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. And he's 100% right. These players are just stepping all over McDaniel because he can never really lock in to come across serious. He always just comes across as just kind of happy-go-lucky.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm
we're having a good time.
I'm your buddy. I'm not your coach.
Yeah, we'll rip the Penn Roethlisberger and then we'll go throw the ball around. We'll see what happens on Sunday. Asante Samuel's been in his bag though in terms of just hot taking, firing from the hip. He was like ripping Chris Carter the other day, calling him just like a glorified possession receiver, overrated as all hell. Asante Samuel, he's getting in the podcast game.
He knows what he's doing.
He's on fire.
He's trying to build that brand.
Let me ask you guys this then about McDaniel. That we were always kind of a cheerleader for him, right?
Yeah.
We were cheerleader.
He's a great quote.
No, we were cheerleader for play caller, right?
Yes. I mean, year one in Miami, he was okay. He set the world on fire.
Okay. Does it make you now think any different? Because these guys sound very critical of this guy.
Yeah. Well, you have.
I mean, does it make you think differently about the young offensive hotshot coach that might not have the ability to be a good head coach?
Yes, I
mean, because every time we're like, oh, give me one of those young offensive-minded guys, and now we're kind of like, boy, that Mike McDaniel's he needs to be fired. Does it make you now think? And I'm just asking you because we're doing radio here together.
Sure, yeah.
But we do champion the young, innovative, fun kind of coach that does it differently than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make you feel any different about that type of guy going forward for your team.
I think it just reinforces how difficult it is to project someone in the head coach role. And he was still worth the risk of, let's take a shot on this guy, because Miami's offenses for a long time had been disastrous. And so he was a part of an offense that was really impressive. And I think, unfortunately, not only is it some of the personality stuff with him where the players are just kind of stepping all over him, which, again, you can't predict. You can't predict a lot of these things. You could go get the old curmudgeon coach and think, hey, let's go and get that, and he flames out as well. All this stuff is very inexact, but it's about risk reward, and I think it was worth it at the time to take the risk on Mike McDaniel. In year one, he did a great job. Unfortunately, that offense hasn't evolved at all. Like that's a big problem too. Is we brought you in here because we thought you were kind of an offensive genius, and for 1 year you kind of were, and then what have you done to evolve the offense? Everybody knows you want to run a 10-yard dig route to Waddle or Hill. That's what you want to do every single time. And maybe some of that's because of the limitations of Tua, but then why did you pay a quarterback that's super limited to where your offense is just now, it's become very predictable. You can't run the ball at all. There's no physicality to it. So there's a lot of things that went wrong, but I just think in general, hiring first-time head coaches is always going to be very risky. And you just have to, sometimes you just take that chance.
Because there's always those guys that are good coordinators. Wade Phillips is the prime example. Not a good head coach.
Our guy Joey McGuire's on the TV now.
Looking fantastic.
Looking good.
Our guy Matt Berry there.
I might text him while he's on there and see if he'll.
You should text him. Hey, tell me.
His pocket.
Get him on the show tomorrow. Say, Joey, hey, why don't you jump on the show with us? I'd love to pick his brain about what's going on.
I'll reach out to him.
Please do. Okay. But like Ben Johnson is the example of this year. Ben Johnson was brilliant in Detroit. Will he turn out to be a good head coach with the Bears? I don't know. We'll wait and see.
See, that's where I wonder if we're going
to go after him.
I wonder if we're going to think differently about these young coaches that we perceive because their offense looks good, that we feel like that they're going to be a good head coach. See, that's the thing. I wonder if that's now going to change. If Mike McDaniel gets fired, there's going to be a lot of people eating crow pie there talking about, hey, this guy, he's one of these young and upcoming coaches, man. You got to have these guys. We jump on that train, and it sounds like we're jumping off that train now.
Well, yeah. I mean, you also have everybody crapping on the Man Campbell hire, and he's been awesome.
I think the Man Campbell hire has a lot to do with his personality and knowing, but I think with the hire of Ben Johnson and then also Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, he filled his staff out beautifully.
I think he built his staff in a way that Randall L., I think, is one of the wide receivers coach there. I mean, he's got some guys,
Mark Brunell,
that get in your face kind of guys.
Yeah,
and coach them up. But I always wonder about this because we fluctuate. We want the young guy until the young guy is not any good.
Yeah, not all of them work out. I mean, I think that's the trial and error with hiring
I worry
these
about
coaches. But sometimes you hit on Sean McVay.
Is our guy a young guy?
Shoddy? No, not anymore.
No, absolutely not. He's young in the sense that this is his first time in the role. So he's a rookie as a head coach, but he's also been in the league for a long time, and he's 50 years old.
And I don't know if he's ever been the innovative offensive guy that we've been.
Does that make you nervous?
Oh, hell yeah. That's why I was not really thrilled with the hire to begin with. He's won everybody over, including myself, with how he talks at the podium. I think he's an awesome guy. I had that caveat.
Really good order.
But we'll see. Can you coach? We'll see.
I think he's shown the self-awareness that he's not that guy by the staff that he's brought in. If he just went and got guys that he had coached with before, buddies, the same offense, then you'd be like, okay, he clearly just wants to do what he's always done, and that's not something that's going to breed a lot of confidence. But he's going, and here's some college, here's a guy from the Cardinal staff, which is an offense that's been really impressive. So I think that gives me the hope and the optimism that his vision can work out by just surrounding himself with guys that are cut from that cloth, even though maybe he himself is not. It's like he knows what he wants the result to be, but he's never had a hand in getting an offense to that point. So let me go get some guys that have a bunch of different ideas to push this thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you, to me, and I think we talked about this morning, Love of the Star, if I go to camp and I don't see Clayton Adams coaching the offensive line, full-time coaching the offensive line, I'm going to be a little concerned.
If you don't see Adams really hands-on with the O-line.
If he's not the O-line coach, I'm going to be concerned.
Well, Connor Riley is the O-line coach in title, but you think he should act as more of the assistant to Adams?
I think this first year in the installation of this program, Clayton Adams needs to be the head coach, and Connor Riley needs to be upstairs telling Clayton Adams what's going on, what kind of fronts and stuff they're getting.
You're making a big jump. You're going from college to the pros.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No doubt. And it's not like Clayton Adams is your play caller. So
no, that's what I'm saying. I want him in title to be. I want him in title. Sure, offensive coordinator in title.
Right.
I want him to be the primary offensive line coach at least year one.
I hear you. I'm in on that, and time will tell when it comes to these other young coaches. Like Liam Cohen this year was one of those. Ben Johnson, as we've mentioned. So it's a shame with Mike McDaniel. Worked for a year. I'd still hire him as an OC. Just hasn't worked as a head coach.
Yeah, but it's like Mike McCarthy. He was not a first-time head coach. He was not some young hotshot. He was a Super Bowl champion. He did not get the job done. So it's just like you could say that about any type of coach. Whatever coach, young, old, offense, defense, CEO type, they've all flamed out in some way.
Yeah.
And they've all, in different scenarios, had success. You have no idea.
No.
You have no
Robert
idea.
Saleh, great DC. Didn't work out as a head coach with the Jets. So some of these guys just are better suited as coordinator roles, and it doesn't work out as head coaches. That's why there's a handful of really damn good ones out there. All right, let's get to Around the Rim, shall we?
Cooper Flag cannot be contained next to the nation.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get you a little rim sesh here cooking. We'll get to the Fat Mahomes controversy from Kansas City coming up here in just a little bit. Jared Sandler, Kamar Rocker still to come, leading into the Expressway. And, of course, that's G-Bag of the Day in LA Live. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation here On a Toxic Tuesday, segment here in the nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And if you or a loved one has been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Cooper Flag mythology continues to build. Did you guys see the story about what he was trying to attempt on Independence Day?
200 perfect shots.
The 999 challenge.
The 999 challenge.
Really was.
Beers, dogs,
Oh, was he
and
really?
baseball. No, it was Cooper Flag trying to get into the facility on Independence Day to just get some work in. He's just that kind of guy.
Mamba mentality.
All he does. Remember, he never really been big into music.
No.
Doesn't watch movies. Pretty sure the only thing he's ever actually watched on a screen is Larry Bird and the Celtics, as he was trying to envision himself being the next Larry Legend. That's all this guy does. Doesn't listen to music. He's not watching anything. He's not talking to anybody. Not sure how many friends he has. He's just friends with the basketball. And so on July 4th, reportedly,
Kind of Dirk-like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of like Dirk with, was it Holger? Was that his guy?
Holger.
They go like
Yeah.
they go
just
and-
obsessive about the grind.
Well, if he's struggling to get into the facility in the gym,
Yeah, the coaches kicked him out. Like the doors were locked apparently, and it was like no one's gonna be there, dude. Like, hey, we know that you're working and you've been working every day, and you've been basically living here at the facility since the day we drafted you. Please go enjoy a little bit of a holiday.
Go take a break.
Go converse with people. Maybe, God help you, listen to a little bit of music. Catch a vibe somewhere. Get out in the sun. See people. Interact. Family, friends. He's just so locked in, he can't help himself. And so they're having to kick him out of the facility.
but he can't go anywhere in the city because everybody will recognize him, right? Because of how tall he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he was like a normal, like if he was Steve Nash's height, could he go around the city without getting recognized?
Maybe if he's Nemhard's height, just a run-of-the-mill 6-footer.
Not really standing out like a sore thumb. Like anytime
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
6'9",
Yeah.
it's kind of telling.
That's what I'm saying.
Are the golf courses open on the 4th? Because he does like to golf.
Oh, yeah, July 4th golf.
He could have
is
got a
real.
match together.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
sure.
maybe he could have gone to golfing a little bit.
Well, he's married to the game, and it's so much so that the Mavs are having to kick him out on holidays to just go get a little bit of a reprieve. Now, we are, of course, anxiously awaiting the first Vegas Summer League matchup
Tomorrow
between
night?
the
Or
Mavericks
Thursday
and
night?
the Lakers
Thursday.
Thursday night. I wish it was tonight. I mean,
too.
honestly, I'm this is as excited about a Summer League game as I can remember. And it's Flag versus Bronny. So you're looking at the cheapest ticket right now, according to TickPick, $200.
Okay. I'd pay that.
Yeah, that's for the worst seat in the house.
I'd still do it.
Just to get in the building.
I paid $100 one time in the 90s to watch Wayne Gretzky play for the LA Kings.
Yeah, but that's when a $100 ticket was really a $100 ticket.
Nah, this was 1995.
Now you see TickPick say it's a $200 ticket. It's
With
really going to be
fees.
about $300 when it's all said and done, right?
Yeah,
it's
I scalped this outside the Shark Tank. We were in town for a playoff game for the 49ers Packer playoff game. And the night before, Gretzky was playing for the Kings against San Jose, and the ticket was at the very top of the stadium. I mean, literally, I was by the banners. That's how high in the air I was.
Wow.
But I spent $100 just to get in because I wanted to see it.
Just watching in the altitude.
I just want to see Gretzky play live.
Absolutely.
That's a bucket list item.
You're in a good place when you make that decision. I like that decision. Lower bowl seats for this game, $650. Courtside, $2,500
for a summer league
a summer league game to watch Flag versus Bronny. That's where we're at right now, boys and girls. The hype is very real,
and it will be on ESPN 214.
Yeah, ESPN.
Both of his summer league games should be, I think, Thursday and then again on Saturday.
Okay, so you have SGA. He's going to be on the cover of NBA 2K26. That feels like a no-brainer. Yesterday, Paolo Banchero got the Fatty Boomba, so it'll be Banchero, Wagner, and Suggs as the trio that are locked up for the next 5 years. Of course, they trade for Desmond Bane. Watch out for the Magic there in the Eastern Conference. If you missed it earlier today, we got the news that Anthony Davis had apparently been playing the last little bit of the season with a torn retina. He had to get the surgery. He should be ready to go for training camp, but just add it to the list, the laundry list of injuries in the Anthony Davis career. And then just a little housekeeping note, we got kind of screwed out of the matchup recently, Wings versus Fever. They are going to take that next matchup, which is going to be early August. It'll be Wings versus Fever, WNBA, Beckers, Clark for the first time, assuming Clark doesn't get banged up again or whatever. But that's going to get back to the
Beckers
AAC.
Doesn't get banged up.
Yeah, either one.
Hopefully they're
either
both
one.
playing.
We need to get a clean bill of health for both those ladies. But that's where we stand on that front. I think this is the basketball quote of the day. You have new San Antonio Spur Luke Cornett wearing the number 7.
Luke Cornett.
Yeah, I like Cornett because it's like
I don't know.
Cornett.
I'm just
Cornett.
There
word.
used to be a Frank Cornett, I think, that played. I'm guessing.
I don't know who this guy is.
Right.
Came from Beantown over to San Antonio. He says he chose the number 7 because he wants to be, quote, at least a third of what Tim Duncan was.
Just a third.
Boy, I got that right.
I'd like to get a third of Tim Duncan.
Oh, maybe not.
I saw maybe
Some of that talent.
My favorite Tim Duncan comp ever comes from the Twitter account that is Kesso World. It's a parody account.
Okay.
But they do a pretty good job.
That Indiana Fever parody account, my gosh, that thing did crazy work yesterday.
Indiana Fever?
Indiana Fever had their parody account. I thought it was literally their real Indiana Fever
team account.
Sophie Cunningham, basically like gonna steal your man type of thing. They put a pic of her out there, and I thought, geez, the Indiana Fever are really going all in on this thing, man.
Was it unhinged in some?
It was for a post for a team site. Now it was a parody account. I got ball sacked initially on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty incredible. The account's been suspended since, so I can't pull up the exact words. Of
I loved last week. There was a scam Sharanya account that was ball sacking people. That Mike Breen, the Bang Master,
that he retired.
was retiring. Ramona Shelburne got sacked.
Oh, thank you.
So
did
did
she really?
Yeah, and so did Mark J. Spears.
Yeah.
Another.
They're actually working with ESPN. You don't think there'd be an an email or something like, guys, Breen's retiring. You got to be so careful these days.
You do, man. There's booby traps everywhere.
I was a little scared about this. You were talking about Luke Cornett.
Yeah.
And I said Frank Cornett.
Yeah.
It's actually his dad.
Oh, there you go.
Former NBA power
related.
forward and father of current NBA center Luke Cornett.
6'2", he's from Argyle. Local guy.
Is he?
Let's go.
I love Argyle, man. That's a good spot.
Yeah, he's like 4 years younger than me.
Who? Frank?
Frank Cornett.
The tank?
Yeah. He went to school at Vanderbilt.
How do you like this pro comp for Tim Duncan? The Tim Duncan of ice cream is the ice cream sandwich. One of the greatest to ever do it, dependable, crazy numbers, but nothing flashy about his game.
I love that comp.
Tim Duncan is the ice cream sandwich of ice creams.
I think the ice cream sandwich is vastly underrated.
Oh, you love ice cream sandwiches.
I watched him punish a Klondike ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
Like Joey Chestnut style.
If there's one thing I've never seen you turn down.
The boss walked in with a, hey, pitcher of margarita, would you like a drink or the ice cream sandwich? I'm like, give me the ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, oh, I got these world famous margaritas. I'm like, nah, just hand me the Klondike bar, sir.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be fine.
Those Klondikes are incredible.
Damn good.
But the ice cream sandwich is legendary, and so Tim Duncan.
How do you evaluate the ice cream sandwich? Because it does stick to your fingers, right?
See, and I love that. It's like the Cheetos. Like I like
what do
when
you
it's. I scrape it with my teeth.
Oh, geez, I knew that. I knew that.
Second supper.
I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to run that under the
wash
faucet?
your hands? You little scrapey.
I just should be an adult and put your finger in your mouth.
As you're wiping your rear in the men's room and you're eating the ice cream sandwich.
Well, I'd like to think there was a washing of the hands between those things.
He does not wash his hands.
After a two, I do.
No way.
I've seen him wash his hands after twoing.
No.
Now, maybe that's just because I'm watching.
Yeah,
and he keeps the door open.
No, if you see me do it after a 1, that's because I think you're watching.
I just kind of feel like
that's a guarantee.
I just feel like that your fingers after the ice cream, you're kind of. I'm not raking them. I'm not doing that.
Can we have some arbiter on this? Like, I mean, Walchuk, you're going to scrape the ice cream sandwich remnants off your finger, right?
I'd be stunned if Lucius says Lucius is probably the most germophobic person up here.
Yeah, but not with his own fingers, right, Lucius?
I would call it aware. I wouldn't say I'm I'm scared of the
phobia guy.
Yeah,
okay, I apologize.
Just
I'm
aware that it's there.
Fair enough.
He just called you Howard Hughes. Is
He
what
sure
he did.
did.
Yeah.
No, how I meant that.
Lucius has the phobia.
Yeah, Lucius is.
Let's go to the pimp cup where scaredy cat Lucius is afraid of the germs.
Lucius is going to
bury
lock himself in a hotel room and watch Ice Station Z all day.
Okay, so you get ice cream sandwich remnants on your finger.
Oh yeah, okay.
You're scraping that off. You're scraping those, that off your
Now I'm getting
teeth. Kind of
paper
deal?
towel, man.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna wash that off.
It's on my fingers, right?
It's on your fingers.
Yeah, I'm not licking my fingers.
Can you ask Carter back there? What are you gonna put your finger in your mouth in this situation, Carter? Just yes or no.
You licking fingers, bro? Probably not. Yeah.
He said probably not. Just lying to America like that.
Full ass back there.
What about with Cheetos? What about with Cheetos, boys?
No
the
way.
dust.
No way.
I don't lick my fingers, man.
Not at all.
That feels crazy to me.
Not at all.
Yeah.
What about ribs?
What am I trying to do?
Finger licking good.
It's like a date.
Zaddy. Yeah, man. I'm gonna lick them.
Speaking of ice cream sandwiches, let's get to Fat Mahomes next year in the nation.
Coming up on the next.
to the Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Boats.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
All right, this is awesome. We've got Freddie D of the Fan After Dark, the great Fred Davis, is going to step in here because he actually has a little insight on the individual we are about to discuss here because we do a little football's finest before Jared Sandler joins us at the top of the hour.
King Fatty is, of course, going to have to be a part of this Fat Mahomes conversation.
I mean, it's only right.
Fred, welcome to the program.
I appreciate you guys.
The viral conversation on NFL Twitter today has been about a former Kansas City radio host turned podcaster who went on a bit of a fat man rant about Mahomes, who apparently is vacationing with his family shirtless, and he's looking disgusting and other things. We'll play the sound for you, but what do we need to know about this guy, Kevin Kleitzman?
Kevin Keitzman has been a rabble-rouser for as long as he's been in Kansas City, and I want to say he said something racially charged, which is what got him booted off of KCMO. Kind of like they're, we've got a Odyssey station in Kansas City. I want to say it's now 90. As a matter of fact, I want to say they just rebranded it to 96.5 The Fan. But it was 610 Sports. That's where let's see. I'm trying. Sean Sharif. Hello. That's where Sean worked at before he came.
Back when he was the sheriff.
They had a crew over there.
Yeah,
with
right.
Jeff Passan, Nick Wright.
So Nick was there, but I'm old enough to remember I was interning for Damon Amendolara, who I think he does.
I'm David Amendolara.
Yeah,
you enjoyed your time with him.
Well, yes and no. Yes, yes and no. That's another story for another time. But Keithman was kind of like the drive time guy on the other station. I think it's 810 is over there, and he just says inflammatory things for the sake of just being inflammatory. Yeah. Right now, and look, there's always a little kernel of truth in some of the stuff he says.
Do they call him the general?
I don't. Look, I wasn't a big 810 guy back in those days, but no. So him saying this is not at all. I mean, this is on brand for him. I mean, look, it's the doldrums. Look, he's podcasting now. All right, not that there's anything wrong with that, but when you go from doing drive time radio,
yeah, which he got fired for.
Okay, and now he's working for some low watt AM radio station on the side as well. So,
well, here he is on his podcast, ripping Mahomes.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken, which he loves, from that one place over in Leawood where he gets it all the time. It's time, dude. It's time. And this going to camp and getting in shape is like 1970s baseball. Nobody does that anymore. That's not how it works at the highest level. And I only do this as a precaution because I love the guy.
Right.
He's an enormous talent.
Yeah.
But I cannot stand it when I see somebody just sit back on their talent and not be the best that they are. I can't believe that this guy's on page 6 of the New York Post or People Magazine or TMZ on vacation with his family with his dad bod. I mean, I just can't believe it. He knows they're going to get his picture, and he knows they're going to post it, and he's made jokes about it. It's not a weight thing for me. It's not. It's a core thing. It's a muscle thing. Again, do some crunches. Do some sit-ups.
But please don't lose that butt, all right, boys?
My God, it's not a weight thing for me, but he's fat. But he's my guy. But God, stop eating all that chicken that you love so much from that place and where I don't know where it is. But that's my guy, and I love him. And I'm just concerned, but he's fat.
The thing, but don't we remember that picture that went viral of him like 3 years ago in the locker room where, I think it was after a AFC championship or whatever.
Yeah, he's holding up trophies while looking fat.
And he's got a dad bod.
New.
Like that's that's the running joke with Pat Mahomes.
Well, he does it on purpose. His trainer came out and said that's what they want.
Body armor.
Exactly.
You're playing quarterback.
Okay, we've all watched plenty of Chiefs games. Obviously, I'm a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've seen him in the fourth quarter take off and run.
When have we ever seen Patty Mahomes? If this was Anthony Richardson, then there'd be a legitimate gripe.
Sure.
Okay.
He's got great abs.
And how's that working
out? Not a good quarterback.
Bad
working out for him.
Great abs, bad shoulder, right?
Yeah.
But
Bad
to your
accuracy.
point, Chief, I mean, look, it's got, I mean, I'm sure that guy's probably gotten more hits on his podcast. Because, I mean, look, it's the perfect time to talk about it. What else are we? What else? I mean, look, the Royals. I mean, are we? I mean, the Royals are literally the Rangers right now. Okay, as far as thought they would be better coming off a playoff spot and can't hit their way out of a wet paper sack. All right, so let's talk about how fat Pat Mahomes is.
I mean, look, it's working.
It's June radio.
Yeah, we're playing it.
Yeah, it's June
so
radio.
kudos to him. I mean, he's going to probably get a lot of downloads, a lot of hits. He's probably going to make a ton of money off it. It's just the wildest thing.
Here's my question for you guys. Stupidity aside, and we all know somebody that talks way too much. What about I'm more concerned about the picture that's gone viral of him sitting cross-legged.
Oh, yeah. Cue it, Carter Freeman on the fan cam. We got it.
Okay.
So the guy that just went on the Fat Man rant, there's just a great photo of him out in the wild in the booth by himself eating at a Culver's. And he is, as a grown man, he's just sitting crisscross applesauce in the booth.
Who does that?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Are we still taking man cards away? Because I feel like that's
a violation.
Actually, I did see a woman do this over the holiday break at Rainforest Cafe.
Isn't that different, though, for
Thank
female?
you.
think so.
I am A-okay with women crisscrossing applesauce.
A grown man should not be seeing crisscross
Absolutely
applesauce
not.
at any establishment.
None whatsoever.
Yeah,
When's the last time you sat crisscross applesauce?
It's I
That
can't
didn't
remember.
involve
Like even
duck,
my,
duck,
I don't even
goose.
think my knees would allow for
It's
it.
and it's
really, to
uncomfortable.
this
Like I
point.
think maybe I've done it sitting on the floor, like playing with my daughter.
That's
But
with
even
your
that's
kid.
like
that's with your
over
kid in the
time-
privacy of your home.
Yeah, and your leg's gonna fall. Like you can't do it for long. It's not a comfort thing to sit there and smash a Culver's burger.
What a creep.
What, he's
Broadus,
a
when's
weirdo.
the last time you did it?
Today.
This morning.
Yeah. No, I mean I've done it like just when you're like after running and sitting down and you
Okay.
stretch and you, maybe
fair.
that. But I do it to stretch like my
The
hip
groin?
tendon- my
Little-
hip,
little
my
hip flexor?
tendons. Yeah,
Stretch it
that's-
out a little bit?
That's what I do. But
Okay.
I'm not going to sit there in a restaurant
While
dude.
eating a nice
No,
buttery
hell no.
what's their claim to fame, by the way?
The butter
the butter
burgers?
buns?
Like overrated food.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really like it in Surprise. It was kind of a
Okay.
big
Well, there
time
was a lot
letdown.
of selling going on, and then what I figured out
I thought
is
their
that-
custard was their claim
Well,
to
we
fame.
didn't have
The desserts did look good. I didn't dabble in them.
Yeah,
I
but
think Ruben got the
everybody's ordering.
milkshake.
Of course he did.
Everybody's ordering like, oh look, let's have a burger and then the shrimp basket along. I mean, we're ordering like extra food to go along, and I just went for the
Yeah.
patty melt, and you could see through it.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It wasn't even a patty melt.
What kind of inflammatory remarks do we think you guys could say over the next 2 hours that could go viral?
Should we try?
I think you absolutely should try.
I mean, I don't want to get fired.
I mean, he's not. I mean, well, look.
Should I just podcast?
Keep it within reason. All right, because saying Pat Mahomes is fat is not a fireable offense. It's absurd.
Yeah,
but it's not fireable.
I'll tell you what.
He's embarrassing, is what he said. He's embarrassing.
Yeah.
This three-time
Embarrassment.
champion's embarrassing.
And the fried chicken line, little Brittany Mahomes-ish, if I do say so myself. Remember that?
He did give it the caveat though, of saying that's his favorite place.
That's his favorite. Which, by the way, we've already learned that that's not his favorite. When you guys saw the viral clip,
was it steak?
When he puts ketchup on that, but the viral clip that went back and forth between him and his wife when they're talking about what's your favorite food, and she goes fried chicken. He's like, no, actually, it's Mexican food.
Oh.
So,
that's right. Yeah, he totally called her out.
right?
Yeah.
Just
I loved it. That
saying.
was a
I mean, what
great
are we
clip.
doing here?
That was
What
great.
are we doing here?
And he's a big Whataburger guy too.
Of course he brought Whataburger to Kansas City.
Yeah, he's a man of the people.
So
He
he
gets
absolutely is.
But and listen, it's fair to say he is a little bit on the fatter side,
No,
but
he's-
it doesn't
look,
inhibit
he's a
him in
chunky
any way.
monkey, but that's
Yeah.
okay. All right. I mean,
Hey,
how's
any
that
guy
working
that
out?
it just starts a season and he's going to end, worst case scenario in a conference championship game, sign me up. It's like kicking Luka on the door out because he was fat. Sign me up for that guy. I'll take fat ass Luka on my team any day of the week.
I mean, could you guys think maybe you should call Cooper flag fat at some point in the next 2 hours?
It would just be disingenuous.
I think he clearly is overweight.
People know that.
He's eating way too many tacos, that flag ass.
Be careful over
Okay.
there, Walt Chuck.
Okay, here we go.
Is this the most
Flag instead of
disappointing
fat.
Rangers season ever? We asked Jared Sandler next right here on the Fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We got Rangers baseball West Coast after another heartbreaker last night. Jared Sandler joining us. We got Kamar Rocker coming up on the other side. Rangers Players Show. Wolchuk with you. Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. Of course, we got Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and appreciate you rocking and rolling with us here on a Toxic Tuesday. LA Live coming up at 5:40, but let's welcome in our buddy Jared Sandler from LA. Jared, how are you, man? And look, when we opened this conversation yesterday, I was like half joking about the extra innings thing, but damn it, I don't know how much more heartbreak I can take, let alone how much those players can take.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that in the 9th inning. If this game went to extras and the Rangers lost, we might have to amend our conversation from yesterday. But unfortunately, it didn't go in extras. We were once it went to the bottom of the 9th, we were rooting for extras. But and when you're in a stretch like this where you're losing close games, it seems like it's a different person every night who's, I don't want to say to blame, but, who's kind of at the center of it. And sometimes it's a guy who is really good at doing a certain thing who's just unable to do it that one particular time. And, last night that was Hobie Milner, who I don't think anyone would argue has been, so incredibly good for this team and maybe the most valuable of all the relievers. Mm-hmm. But, he came in, it's never easy to come in bases loaded, with no margin for error there in a walkout situation. It was a close pitch that he threw to Nolan Shawnuel, but Shawnuel's got a pretty keen eye and drew the walk. And we were going home somewhat surprisingly on the wrong end of that.
Is it fair to, I don't know what the other options might have been. I know that this bullpen's been really, really taxed here over the last couple of weeks, but for Chris Martin to go back out for another inning, I think was one that, hindsight's 20/20, but I wondered, was that the best choice?
Well, I don't know. I guess, Zach, the challenge is with Jacob deGrom and not blaming Jacob, but the reality is in going 5 innings, that put them in a tough spot. And when you also consider that the Rangers have gone, they're in a 10-day stretch, so it's not like they've got an off day coming up, until the All-Star break. And, you don't want to put yourself behind the 8 ball by using every single leverage reliever. So I think in that situation, you got to prepare for the possibility that this game's going to extras. You're hoping for it, right? At that point in the bottom of the 9th, you're wanting to go to extras. Mm-hmm. And so if it goes to extras, you probably don't want to use Milner and Garcia. You will if you have to. You probably don't want to use them both. And so Martin had such an efficient, last inning. Hindsight's 20/20. I just think it's tough when deGrom went only 5 innings.
Yeah.
That just kind of made a lot of the decisions there tough. But obviously it didn't work out, and maybe it should have been Hobie or Garcia to begin the 9th. And you just, you live to see another inning and make decisions after that.
What was going on with deGrom last night? What wasn't working?
I think the first thing that you think about when teams aren't swinging at some tough pitches from deGrom, was he tipping? Did they have something on him that allowed them to lay off some tough pitches? But, I think last night you kind of tip your cap. I thought the Angels did a really nice job. In 2 strike counts, they battled. It wasn't like deGrom was all over the place. Now, he didn't have his best command, right? It wasn't the best version of Jacob deGrom we've seen. But it wasn't like he just was all over the place. And, he got himself into some 2 strike favorable counts, and the Angels did a really nice job laying off some tough pitches. So, it's not often when deGrom has a less than outstanding outing where it's like, just credit the other guys. But, I think we kind of were in agreement after the game. Like, the Angels deserve credit for battling and forcing deGrom to make some pitches by lengthening at bats that all of a sudden became more hittable. But I think if, to put the spotlight on Jacob, I just don't think the command was as sharp as we've seen it. Specifically with the fastball. It really seemed like he was kind of spraying his fastball and not commanding that pitch the way that we're accustomed to.
Jared, are we getting good news with some of the arms that we've been waiting on? John Gray, Josh Spores. I mean, how close are we to maybe getting some reinforcements?
Yeah, I think John's probably, on the right track. I think a rehab assignment is in short order. I'll be honest, I don't know about Josh Spores. He obviously doesn't need to be stretched out the way that John Gray does. But, the reality is when you have a shoulder surgery that, like Josh had, it might take a while before you're back to full strength. Now, there's the difference between ready to pitch in a major league game and being back to full strength. So for Josh Spores, we might see a version of Josh Spores this year that doesn't get to the velocity that we're used to seeing and that you will see from Josh Spores maybe next year. But I think he's got to figure out how to have success without being able to get up to 96 and 97. He's got to figure out how to have success at 93, 94. And I don't know that he's going to necessarily learn that just from a rehab assignment because he's got to learn that with major league hitters. But I think they're trying to, get him to a point where he's got just a little more velocity back consistently. So, obviously he doesn't necessarily need several rehab outings, but, I don't know that he's right around the corner, but I do think, the Rangers hope that sometime around the trade deadline he'll be back.
Hey, Jared, maybe it's me just kind of thinking this, and I don't know if it's true or not, but you're there every night, and I listen to you every night with the broadcast. Are the Rangers having problems with the bottom of opponents' lineups of getting those guys out?
Yeah, well, last night they did.
I mean, I know it's probably a weird question to ask, but why do I feel like that the last few games and stuff that we've seen some issues with, they haven't been able to get 7, 8, 9. I know last night 7 and 8 were a big problem. But I was just wondering if is there something I'm missing there? I'm trying to kind of feel like that. Why is the bottom of the lineup like? Because I was listening to you last night. You're like, well, here's the 212 hitter, and all of a sudden it's base hit, and you're like I'm going, damn, Jared's trying to tell us there's a possibility here that they can get a ground ball and play this thing. They're playing in the middle of the infield for 2 and that kind of stuff, and I just feel like, why is the bottom of the lineup killing me right now?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Maybe it's just this one game, but I just kind of felt like there's been other games where they just haven't gotten through that part.
Yeah, so this road trip for sure, right? And it's always magnified. They might not, and last night Travis d'Arnaud did do the most damage of any individual. So that would not qualify with what I'm about to say. Sometimes it's not even that those guys do the most damage, it's that those guys are the outs you think you have for sure.
Right.
And when you don't get them, they're magnified, right?
Right.
So, I mean, what was it? Last year, the Rangers had, all the trouble in the world with the other team's catchers. And it wasn't even necessarily like the best catchers, in the league. But as far as overall this season, if again this this road trip that's been the case, but this season hasn't really been the case.
Yeah.
The Rangers, and I'm just pulling this up to confirm, the Rangers have yielded the lowest batting average against 7, 8, 9s in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
And the slugging percentage is actually the lowest as well. So maybe that's also why it stands out, Broadus, is that we haven't had this conversation a ton. And now all of a sudden, the last few games, guys like Martin Maldonado, who's just an absolutely atrocious hitter. And then,
right.
Kevin Newman coming up with a single, right? Like it's just guys that you don't expect to beat you end up beating you. And it's probably, I mean, even Trenton Brooks with the Padres had, a couple of hits one of the games, and just it's kind of like what the heck's going on here?
Yeah, I'm listening to the game, and you or Hicksy goes, well, before the series he was 2 for 38, and you're like going, why is he 3 for 4 today? And maybe it just seems like to me that there's, and I just feel like there's outs to be had, and the Rangers aren't getting outs to be had. That's just, but you're right. They, like I say, if they're the lowest in the league, well, that's the stat. But it just seems like of late they've just not been able to get that done.
No, I mean, you're right, though, Broadus. If you look at this, like the Padres series, it's not that Fernando Tatis didn't have a good game on Sunday or anything, but like you think about Martin Maldonado coming up with, a couple of hits, right?
Yeah.
Like those are the
18
those are the
RBIs
outs
for
you
the
need to
year or
get.
something like that, or some crap, yeah.
Yeah, those are the outs you need to get, and you remember it's like in any sport. A lot of times those equivalents are what you remember, but then when you go and 7, 8, 9 doesn't get a hit off you for 2 straight games, you don't remember that, right? Because that's unless it's against like the Dodgers, right? That's what you expect,
right?
But yeah, right now the Rangers are in a stretch where they're getting beat by some of the lighter thumpers in the other team's lineup.
Jared Sandler with us here in the G-Bag Nation as we got our Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. I asked this to see why yesterday, Jared, and like you've been a lifelong Rangers fan and now you've been working alongside the team now for a long time. He had the word confounding for how this season is because you could hear it in CY's voice. Like, even Boch, there's no answer. Like the pitching's been great, the defense has been great. Seager's hot now. Like I don't know what it is that you can really cling to for hope and optimism for you being there with this club. I mean, is this the most polarizing team that you've covered?
You mean in terms of like just how confusing?
Right, like they should be better than they are.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
Yeah, no, I mean Listen, from 2017 through 2021, if you thought the team was good, then you're kind of on another planet, right? So no surprises there. 2022, I think maybe we got a little excited because of some of the big signings, but, when you really kind of took a step back, that team probably wasn't ready. Honestly, 2023, I don't know that, any of us thought they were ready to do all of that. But, yeah, I think last year was a little surprising, but maybe you could chalk it up to, well, they just had the injury bug and things just weren't going their way. And maybe guys were worn out after a really long, 2023 season. But this is the year it's supposed to normalize, and it hasn't. So maybe we're maybe it's a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, or whatever that saying is. I don't know.
You nailed it. Hope we get fooled again.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe we're expecting guys to elevate their play to a level that's just not. It's not fair to make that expectation. I still don't feel that way, right? Like I don't feel like that some of the guys who maybe haven't performed as well are being held to, an unrealistic standard. But we're going on, 2 years, and I think one of the things that's probably frustrating for Chris Young is that there is this belief in these guys, but at some point you've got to make an adjustment, and I think he's probably, nearing that crossroads where he's got to make some decisions on certain guys, either when it comes to just this year or even, looking ahead to the future.
We have Rocker coming up next, Jared. Anything in particular we should be asking him about? I'm excited to ask him about the pickle juice. It seems like since the pickle juice, he's become a different pitcher.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the pickle juice game against the White Sox, certainly a turning point in his career. I wish Dawson was here to ask about the turning point. That'd be that'd be that.
What was the turning point?
Turning point was the pickle juice. The thing that's really impressed us is, since he started throwing his harder, and it's listed as a cutter, but it's a slider, and he calls it a slider, and everyone else calls it a slider. Against Tampa, he got rocked with that. But then he came back, and he all of a sudden started throwing a much wider mix of pitches, not necessarily pitch types, but velocities. And so it seems like he's doing a much better job of keeping hitters off balance. He's been a lot of fun to watch, and it's neat because you feel like you got a young pitcher, and you're watching him grow and make adjustments, on the fly. And it's been really fun watching him compete. And clearly the stuff is there. But that slider that he's throwing, that he's got back up to the high 80s, even the low 90s, is, really seemed like a game changer type pitch.
Thank you, buddy. Anything else before we let you out of here?
No, I just want this team to win, man.
I know.
Yeah, I just want to win. It's going to win tonight.
Let's do it. I heard it in your voice last night, signing that thing off last night. I felt the same way, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand Rangers fans are frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm not what am I? I'm not blind to it.
Yeah.
I understand. Hopefully they can get some wins here. The final 6 games before the All-Star break.
Let's go, Evo. You got it, buddy. All right, go have an excellent call as always, man. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
See you, fellas. Thank you.
There he goes, Jared Sandler with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We continue with our Rangers Players Show. Very excited. Kamar Rocker joining us on the other side. That's next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right. What's it, saffron squad?
today's Rangers Players Show. The Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Let's go commercial-free to the top of the hour. Segment here in the nation also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. We head to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in Kamar Rocker, Rangers pitcher. Thanks for the time, Kamar. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Heck yeah, bro. It's great to talk with you. I can't help but think that the turning point in your season has been that pickle juice performance. You've been absolutely on fire ever since then.
Yeah, man, the pickle juice was a big help. Cleared it up really quick, but yeah, I'm happy the way it's going.
Is that now the key to success? Like, have you just had fun with this from now on, or are you sampling some pickle juice before all the starts?
Yeah, man, you just keep the pickle juice flowing and see where it goes.
I love it. How superstitious are you in general, Kamar?
I like my routine, but not crazy superstitious.
So how would you describe overall how you're feeling, how this season's gone? Certainly some ups and downs, but you seem to be really kind of hitting your stride, as Eric mentioned right now.
Yeah, no, definitely ups and downs, and that's part of it. And it's getting better and better as each day goes by, just with the team and trying to see when these guys are going to click and we're going to click together. And I feel like it's coming soon, and we're just enjoying it while it goes.
Do you ever have any guys tell you how good of a football player your dad was? Because I played against him at LSU, and he kicked my ass every day in that game. And I just, is anybody, I mean, does people talk about how great of an athlete, just player your dad was?
Yeah, definitely growing up in the South, being Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, just the fact that he went to Auburn. A lot of times it was restaurants and little things like that where, I mean, he'd have tons of people coming up to him, and I had no idea. He was just my dad at the time. But
yeah,
definitely showed up in the work ethic early on when I was younger and kind of instilled it in me.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I could tell. We were out spring training and just watching you work. I'm like, okay, I could see that's his kid. I could tell by just your work ethic and stuff. But yeah, honestly, yeah, your dad, we could not block him one night. I mean, it was like he knew every play we were going to run. We tried to double him, triple him, and literally he made our life. We won the game, luckily 7-6 in a weird SEC game. But man, your dad, seriously, I just had to say that. Now we're getting to talk to you. Your old man was a badass. Let me just tell you that right now.
I love to hear. He's all ball, man. He's all ball.
Oh, he is all ball. No question about that.
I imagine you played football growing up. What position did you play?
I played 2 years in high school, and I did D-end on varsity, and then I had a chance to play JV quarterback, which was really fun.
Oh, okay. Were you dual threat guy? I imagine that's a big, intimidating,
it's like Cam Newton playing out there.
It's a big time quarterback.
I had never played before, and I just hopped behind there. I knew I could throw it, but handing off is complicated. Way more complicated people think.
Wow. Okay. What's something about pitching that maybe we wouldn't know is super complicated, but like a handoff for a quarterback, it's like actually there's a lot that goes into this.
Definitely game calling and just being on the same page as your catcher. I think that's a underrated thing now in this today's game with guys with stuff and their velo and everything they're throwing, but you got to have a guy back there controlling the game.
How much thought do you put into, because as the starting pitcher, you get to choose the uniform combo, right? I mean, how much thought goes into that? I noticed you went with the red the other night, and that's a damn good look. I got to tell you, good choice.
Yeah, I like our jerseys, man. I think I got some of the best jerseys in the league, but away it's between gray or blue. I probably lean more gray, and then the whites at home is always clean.
The Sunday best, are those the best ones?
Oh, the powder
blues?
Oh, those are the cleanest for sure. Yeah. Those are tight.
I love those unis. So what's how's the slider been? I mean, that's been a dominant pitch for you. How have you developed that, workshopped that? Why is it clicking so well right now?
I think it's something I just started to lean into more. Like, it wasn't the exact shape that I've been wanting, and I was kind of fighting myself on it, but just trying to follow my body and see where the pitches go and keep adding to the arsenal and just making adjustments as the season goes.
Mad Dog is one of our favorites. So whenever we've had the chance to talk with him, the stories of him are legendary. Obviously, his brother Greg, apparently a big-time prankster. What's your relationship like with Mad Dog?
Good. He's a hard-nosed, old-school coach, and he tells it like it is. So just getting that feedback from him each game and like telling the do's and don'ts have been really helpful, and it's definitely propelled me.
Hey, Kamar, when you're out there on the hill and how quickly do you know if you have it or you don't have it? And I mean, like, okay, I'm gonna have to battle my ass off tonight because I don't have. But how quickly do you know that where you're going to have to be in a game or where you're going to go in a game?
I'd say for most starters and more for me, but like in the bullpen, you kind of know if this first 2 innings are going to be a struggle, if you got it or not. But if the bullpen feels good, I think you give yourself a little bit of confidence going out there in the first inning, giving your best try.
What's on your game day playlist? What are you listening to?
I'm no music on game days, but every other day I love a little country and a little hip hop, but no music on game days has been the thing.
What do you do on a road trip when you're not just fully baseball professionalism? How are you passing the time?
Right now the boys are on PGA 2K25, so we crowd up in a room and we get it going. It's been really fun. It's a really great game.
Oh heck yes!
Who's the best? Who's dominant?
Right now we got Justin Foskey back up here now. He's cold with it. Jay Glass is real smooth with it. They go head to head with it. And then Simeon's a really consistent player as well.
Oh, get one of the vets involved because you think like the young guys playing the video games makes sense.
Yeah, Simeon's a sneaky one. He don't say nothing. He come out there and he shoot about 3 under.
Who's the biggest trash talker on the team? You think, Kamar?
Biggest chirper.
Chirper, I like that.
No one, probably maybe Luke Jackson. He's definitely one talking the most, but no one sticks out that much.
He's a goofy dude.
He's hilarious, man. He's a
goofy goober, man.
He is a goofy goober. Kamar Rocker with us here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, Kamar, when you mentioned the country music, is that the Nashville ties? Did you kind of get it, or was it always been in you that way? With you talking about listening to country music?
I listened to everything growing up, but definitely leaving Nashville and just kind of getting on that slower pace has been nice. And yeah, I've loved it, especially since I got to grow up in college and see the stars out and stuff like that.
Very underrated city, that Nashville. Very underrated.
It is. It's getting better, man. It's getting better too.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, I heard that you're a big Wings fan. What's the go-to?
Wings, right?
What is the go-to wing order, and how many? Like, do you have a record for how many you can put down in a sitting?
I'd say when I was in college, I could put down 30 easy, and that's like boneless wings. Bone in, I can probably do about 20, and then I always like Buffalo Wild Wings, so it was Buffalo Wild Wings, Asian Zing to start, and then now like I'll take about anything. I like a good wing.
The Asian Zing is outstanding, especially.
That's a ceremony, though, man. You got to sit down and enjoy those.
Bless the wings.
Are we a ranch guy, Kamar?
A ranch guy, and then I don't mind blue cheese now, so we're branching out.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, now how much of you got like sauce on the fingers? Okay, we're talking about this with ice cream sandwiches earlier, and you get like the remnants on your fingers after.
Yeah.
Are you going to wash that like in the sink, or are you licking that off?
No, that's getting licked off.
Thank you.
Okay,
Amen.
Good, Kamar.
We could not count on you for one thing today.
We'll use a napkin, but there's no reason to wipe that stuff off.
10 out of 10. Kamar Rocker, this has been a real pleasure. I mean, it's Luke Jackson, it's guys like Alejandro Osuna, and now we can add Kamar Rocker, the best damn Rangers Player Show interviews of the year. Thank you so much, my friend. Keep up the dominance, keep up the pickle juice, and we look forward to catching up with you again down the line, bro.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good day, man.
There he goes, Kamar Rocker. What a stud. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
That was a lot of fun.
He let us down. He let me down at the end with that. But you got to figure a guy with wings that likes wings is probably going to be.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a damn good American right there. Hey, by the way, for over 125 years, get this, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Let's make today better with the G Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Come on, Rocker. That's a great lead-in. I'm not mad at that. But if I ever meet this brother, we're not shaking hands. We dapping it for sure.
I was thinking the same
I don't know if you just got finished licking them joints.
Elbow.
Yeah, he might give you a little elbow. I don't know what you see your fingers as tasty. Like, oh, look at these joints. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every day at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, it could be anything. It could be two people arguing, a crash out. Something real funny, maybe a viral video of some sort. Send it to me at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucius, Lucious Alexander. You can just call me LA, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All right. Hoo-ah, hoo-ah, hoo-ah. Day 2 right here for this champion audio. This young man just joined the military. Hoorah to him. Shout out to you, sir. He's off to a slippery start, though. He fumbled a swear-in in a comedy way.
After me, I state your full name.
I state your full name.
Jeez.
Say your actual name. I, DeAndre Deshaun Wilson, do solemnly swear
that I will support.
It gets more painful to listen to every time.
Say your real name. Just say your name. Okay, very good.
You should repeat after me, though, right?
Yeah, that's pretty tough right there, man. I'm glad he made it in. I'm glad he made it in.
So is his family.
Just follow directions from this point on, okay,
Yes,
son?
sir.
All right, we're leaning on you. 4 years, baby. Come on. Get that college paid for. You get that down payment on the crib.
You can do it, sir. Hang in there.
You can do it. You can do it.
After me, I state your full name.
I state your full name.
Oh, goodness.
I state your full name. All right, let's see here. What else we got? Boom. Look like it's about to rain out here.
It does.
It is getting really dark, Lucius.
I like the vibe. You guys been watching Wimbledon?
Yes.
The tennis?
Yeah, it's been quite. We had a retirement yesterday. We had a pec injury there. Yeah.
I have to. I've been watching it a lot. You ever wonder what a blind guy hears when he watches tennis?
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Here's a blind dude right here went viral for explaining what he hears when he watches tennis.
Okay, wait, what were you doing?
Well, I was just going to show you what a blind guy hears when tennis is on television.
Okay, let's see it. Let's hear it.
You got to close your eyes. You have to close your eyes. You can't watch.
Okay.
Okay. That's what a blind guy sees when tennis is on.
That's really good.
That's really very good.
Yeah.
That is really
the
good.
squeaking and everything.
The squeaking and hitting the mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, can't even do it.
That was a real talent right there.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. Hey.
You play like the French Open when they play on clay. You get that slide.
Oh.
You get that hit slide.
Yeah, that's what Nadal was awesome at.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A managers, they're never mad. People that work at Chick-fil-A, their workers, they're never upset. They always tell you have a good day and everything, whatever, no matter how much problem you give them.
My pleasure.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what these girls did to make this Chick-fil-A manager so upset.
I will call the police to remove you if you do not
No,
leave.
you can
are
call
not
them.
welcome insulting the way I
Call
am.
them. You
Have a great day.
Boy, get out. Oh, yeah.
Look at him. Look at him. Can't even slam the door. This is crazy. In Chick-fil-A.
Wow. He said, have a great day. Get out.
No, you can
are
call
not
them.
welcome
You're
insulting
the
the way I
call
am.
them. You
Have a great day.
Boy, get out. No.
You can have a great day.
I love that, dude. That is as mean as you'll ever hear a Chick-fil-A
Ever.
manager and or employee right there. That's phenomenal. We do have our resident Chick-fil-A manager in the building, Zach Walchuk, the Woolly Bully. Never seen a Chick-fil-A crash out, have you? Never seen it, have you, Walchuk?
Just behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. Maybe a little
Well, I bet
CFA.
behind the scenes are crazy. There's probably a punching bag back there somewhere with all that aggression they have to walk around with.
But not behind the counter.
You got to blow off some steam.
Yeah, you got to do something. All right, this guy right here, he has a whole Instagram page where he's like trolling businesses.
Ooh.
This one right here is a car dealership that he keeps calling over and over again to the point where it looks like the car dealership called the police on this man. And they want to press charges. So he calls as the police.
Oh, my goodness.
Trolling. It's pretty good.
Andrew speaking. How may I help you?
Good afternoon, Andrew. This is Detective Dodge Durango with the Passat Police Department. How are you doing today?
Dodge Durango.
I'm doing okay. But just so you know, that guy calls here still every day harassing us. Is there an update on him at all?
Oh, well, sorry to hear that, Andrew. Yes, actually, so we do have him in custody. We're just calling to see if you guys want to move forward in pressing charges.
Yeah, I mean, I think without a doubt we want to press charges, yeah.
Okay. So I guess then just to move forward, we just need a couple things from you guys to do so.
All right, that sounds great. What would those things be?
Okay, so first and foremost, we're just going to need you to put a girl line.
You might be literally at the bottom of the genetic pool. All the stupid people, all the people in this world, you might be at the very bottom. I'm going to seriously take you.
Put a girl on.
I'm going to take you.
Put a girl on.
Did you say Detective Dodge Durango at the Passat Police Department?
This guy just believes it. What an idiot.
Put a girl on. That is crazy.
That's
Put
really
a girl
good.
on is crazy. Let's see what else we got. I got time. I get this one out the way. This is a filler, but it's kind of long. It's for Broad. I'll play it tomorrow. Well, no, you guys are going to be out, right?
Shell Shack.
We'll be at Shell Shack.
Shell
tomorrow.
Shack. Yeah.
North Henderson.
When you guys step out of the studio, I'm always eating shells in here too. Sunflower seeds.
Oh.
Probably not the greatest of snacks for radio.
Flavored ones?
Salt. Yes.
Okay.
Salt me up. I like the Davids.
The baseball player.
Classic, dude.
Yeah. I used to like the Frito-Lay, the green bags.
Yeah.
They did something different.
Oh, no.
They went to someone else's farm or something. They stopped putting the steroid in it or something. Something
Too small.
Put some MSG in my joint. Hook me up. We got some. Nah, I'll wait for it.
All right, very good. Is it your one-time champ, the military swear-in fumble? Is it what a blind man sees when watching or hears when he's watching tennis? The rare Chick-fil-A crash out or the Instagram troller? I think I'm going to go with the IG troller right there. Lucius, what say you?
A military guy fumbling it.
Okay, here we go. 1-1.
Stumbling.
Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with blind tennis.
Blind tennis. Wow. 1-1. Broadus.
Blind tennis.
Blind tennis. There it is. 2-1, and your brand new G-Bag of the Day champion. We'll replay that champ tomorrow at 2:20 and have a new batch of contestants at 5:30 tomorrow as we broadcast live from Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson from 2 to 7 with Cowboys Crown Royal jerseys to give away. Back into the Pim Cup. LA Live on a Toxic Tuesday.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Watch the rain fall.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Story time.
I'm about 5 hours away from Charleston. I got a show tonight.
Oh.
The problem is that I'm starving. But if I stop to get something to eat, I'm definitely going to be late. All I got is a cheeseburger, and it's very cold, that I got from McDonald's about 3 hours ago. And I was going to throw that away until I started thinking to myself, don't throw that cheeseburger away. Don't throw that cheeseburger away. 'Cause I've got 5 hours left. I'm gonna save it for myself and not throw that cheeseburger away. 'Cause I've got 5 hours left. I'm gonna save it for myself.
Let's go.
And not throw that cheeseburger away.
That man is undeniable right there. That is the great R. Kelly singing about a damn cheeseburger, bro.
Okay, I was thinking that dude sounds like R. Kelly, and here we are.
That is R. Kelly singing about a cheeseburger. Undeniable that guy is. 100% a pedophile. 100% a pedophile. Might be like top 5 pedophile of all time when it comes to talent.
No question.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful voice.
Top 5 pedophile right there.
I smell
R. Kelly.
a top 10 list.
Top 10 pedophiles.
Top 10 pedophiles?
Yeah.
Who are the top 10 most talented pedophiles of
R.
all
Kelly
time?
got to be up there at number 3. It's got to be up there at number 3. This is LA Live for Tuesday, July 8th, 2025. It is a toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. If you can't tell, welcome in Tolos. Today's content will be toxic, but please do not shoot the messenger. It's just the way of the world at this point. There's toxicity in our city. No! Yeah, sorry about that. By the way, my roommate used to use that as his wake-up song in the Navy. About 5 o'clock in the morning, you hear some System of the Down. Yeah. Wake up! Wake up! You want to! You want to!
He introduced me to the System of the Down.
That's an
5 o'clock wake ups.
Yeah, all-time powerlifting leg day song. Okay. But as a wake-up song, that would be jarring. That's psychotic.
Yeah, it was insane. I didn't know that was the way it did, but yeah, that's heavy rock. And don't let it be a PT day when we have to get up and work out earlier. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Wake up! That and Rage Against the Machine, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of Raging Against the Machine, I raged against the machine today, and this one right here helped me out, bro. We supposed to do the cardio after. Hold on. I got to bring that back. You do the cardio after the workout, right? That's what I've been doing.
100%.
Cardio after the workout. Sometimes if you kick your behind during that workout, it's going to be real hard to get the cardio done, right?
Yes.
It was hard for me. I had my head down. I was walking over to that Stairmaster, and I was doing the farm little walk joints during the workout too, so my legs were already cooked. Looking at that Stairmaster, and just randomly, this song came on my playlist. I put it on there a long time ago, but I had no reason.
Right.
It got me through it, bro. It got me through it, bro.
Oh, yeah. That'll put a little pep in your step.
Yeah, it does.
That'll make you reconsider leaving the gym entirely and just punting on cardio.
I got another one in me.
Oh, I was killing it, brothers. I feel like I was in the Village People or something.
Energy levels skyrocket.
I was killing it, dog. Hey. Hey, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Here's a quick way to get yourself added to the sex offender registry. 2 youth baseball coaches have been fired after they stripped naked and went streaking at a 12 and under baseball tournament, y'all. 12 and under baseball tournament. These fools went streaking, took all this. They took the skivvies off and everything.
Lady coaches?
Stark naked. No, some dudes. It was some dudes for sure. The coaches are from Lake Bluff, Illinois.
What the?
Lake Bluff, Illinois. Lake Bluff, stand up.
I wonder if
stand up, Lake Bluff.
I wonder if they won a tournament and they told the kids they'd do it.
Yeah, it had to
and
be
it was
something.
a bet.
Come
It's
on.
like get a tattoo. If we win this thing, we're going to get a tattoo.
Streaking naked.
Yeah, it had to be something.
Very 1970s of them.
It's not clear what motivated the coaches to get naked for the creepy stunt, writes the New York Post.
Okay.
It happened in Cooperstown there, brothers, in New York. So that's where like the Little League baseball happens, right?
Well, that's
Or is that somewhere
Williamsport,
else?
right? Or is it
Shoot, man.
No,
Honestly,
Cooperstown is the
Cooperstown's where the Hall of Fame is.
Yeah.
Oh,
But the
okay.
Little League World Series in Williamsport.
Is that somewhere else? Oh,
Is
man.
it Williamsport?
I don't know. I was never good enough to go.
Yeah,
I don't know,
me neither.
man. Anyway, one of these videos.
Yeah, it's in Pennsylvania. Yeah, Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
I bet you they won a tournament and they bet the kids they would do it. Kind of a thing.
It's just
Well, they got themselves fired.
Still
And there's
stupid.
video of this.
Yeah,
you should have took that with what? No, 12-year-old, you get naked and you could have kept your skivvies on at least.
Yeah, man.
And then one of the coaches slid to home plate head first.
What?
Buck naked.
Oh,
a lot of scrapage.
A lot of scrapage, bro. That's road rash right there.
Oh, yeah.
These are certified nut jobs.
Yeah. Let's go to the CBS Chi-Town for the quick report right here.
Children can be heard laughing in this video, which
I bet they
shows
can.
2 men nude, one sprawling over home plate at a New York baseball field.
Wait,
is he naked?
The video circulating online shows the men on the diamond bearing it all in the presence of children. Last weekend at the big Cooperstown tournament,
Here we
the
go.
coaches, for reasons unknown and caught on this video, decided to go full Monty on the field.
full Monty.
Full Monty on these
Full
kids.
Monty.
What?
Hey, that's gonna be this big. This is gonna be the reporter's big break right here.
Yeah.